it on down. Moving them under to lower the number, never back down. Getting it closer to the ground for closure, break it on down. Moving them under to lower the number, never back down. Getting it closer to the ground for closure. Everybody starts with a glow in their heart and a light in their eyes. Raise your hands to the sky. Every fall proves to the guys that you can't make it, even if you try. Say bye-bye to the crown, 'cause you can't make it even with less around. To the sky. What you gonna make of the time that you take? Will you face it with this taste, with a smile on that face? Put your hands in the air, jump and move anywhere, just beat the rest of the air, see life. Take your best to the floor, but don't fall to the floor. Oh, you fall to the floor. Oh no! Break it on down. Moving them under, lower the number, never back down. Getting it closer to the ground for closure, break it on down. Moving them under, lower the number, never back down. Getting it closer to the ground for closure. Everybody starts with a glow in the heart and a light in the eyes. Raise your hands to the sky. Every fall proves to the guys that you can't make it, even if you try. Say bye-bye to the crown, 'cause you can't make it even with less around. Every fall proves to the guys that you can't make it, even if you try. Say bye-bye to the crown, 'cause you can't make it even with less around. To the sky. Fall guys. To the sky. Fall guys. effects. Yeah. I never take doubt as a lesson. I never second guess it. Take negativity and reject it. I got my mind blind to rejection, so I'll be just fine. Don't be wasting any time with discretion. I run this campaign like I'm running an election. I pop this champagne like we're not in a recession. I feel no damn pain. Ibuprofen is a blessing. Feel it pumping through my veins. Got me feeling like I'm flexing, yeah. I'm in motion, I'm obsessive like the ocean, I'm relentless. No promotion, still progressing, overdosing on these lessons. And these words my only weapon, cut you deep, oh yeah, threaten. Feel the heat and all the tension, need relief from this whole session. But I keep myself progressing, cause I creep around suppressants. I don't sleep enough, you guessed it, every second is a blessing. Got no time to be depressed, on this grind you always stress. So I work harder than the rest, that always said to do my best. I don't ever doubt myself, I can count on no one else. And I do not need your help, I was told to show, not tell. I don't ever doubt myself, I can count on no one else. And I do not need your help, I was told to show, not tell. So watch me. So watch me. Man, this beat got me aggressive, got me on the straight offensive. You can't stop this train direction, cause it runs without an engine. But when did I fail to mention that I need all your attention? Cause we're failing in retention, listen up or just forget it. I ain't here to spit perfection, I embrace my imperfections. I just want all that's neglected to hear something they connect with. So I use my only method, all these words that I've invested. I don't hope that they're impressive, I just hope that they're effective. Yeah. I swear to God, if you want it, then you got to get it. Cause when I'm on my deathbed, no, I will not regret it. You only got one life, one shot, don't let it slip away. Today, get up and make a big change, huh? You decide your own future, a winner or a loser, a headline or a rumor, on the bench or a shooter, superstar or recruiter, defensive prosecutor, just living a consumer, or will you be a producer? If you have a dream, go capture it, go activate, get off your ass and take some action, bitch. Start acting like you want this shit, cause passion ain't compassionate. Too many people want this shit, it's not enough you're talented, you have to fucking grab it. I'm sick of being adequate, another college graduate, just looking for an advocate to hire me to pack your shit. You want it, take a stab at it, you need it, then get after it. These people, they don't matter shit, just block them out and capture it. I don't ever doubt myself, I can count on no one else. And I do not need your help, I was told to show, not tell. I don't ever doubt myself, I can count on no one else. And I do not need your help, I was told to show, not tell. So watch me. So watch me. Yeah, I just wanna be the greatest. Everybody knows my name, shit. I'ma have this whole fucking game list, spitting with the same wit, and I'm gonna be famous. Ain't nobody able to delay this. Coming up, I had a vision to make it. Never wanted to be nothing, always wanted to play shit. Sit in class, always wondering why I love the same shit. How the hell am I different if we all know the same shit? I ain't never let them doubt me, it's about me. Keep my head down, let my mouth speak. They surround me, they all about the clout, see where the crowd be. Every time I speak loudly, they more about me. Man, you know I got a bounty on these lousy ass haters that surround me. So they doubt me, they don't know nothing about me. So the mouth free, I'ma change that soon. Better watch out now, see? I just wanna be the greatest. Yeah. And I just wanna be famous. Yeah. Yeah, I just wanna be the greatest. Yeah. And I just wanna be famous. Yeah. And I'm not playing any more games. Either put me on the charts or I'll put you up in flames. Better recognize art, cause I don't forget names. Should've seen me from the start, coming at you like a train. Think I'm about to fall apart every single fucking day. Seeing all these damn stars with my well-deserved fame. And I spit these gold bars while they spitting out shit. Man, I give this shit hard, but it gives me back pain. I wanna be a spectacle, they skeptical. But man, I got the chemical, exceptional. I do it all intentional, professional. So I can make a decimal incredible. I'm not thinking, man, they're saying that I've gone insane. I'm not ever gonna make it cause the game has changed. I'm not good enough, man, no that's not okay. Tell me that shit again and I'll stop the brain. I just wanna be the greatest. Yeah. Man, I just wanna be famous. Yeah. Yeah, I just wanna be the greatest. Yeah. Man, I just wanna be famous. Yeah. Now wake up, you got some shit to do. It's 6 a.m, I don't care, you got some shit to prove. Cause right now, you ain't got nothing that big to lose. So get your ass to work and don't you dare hit snooze. Can't stop this, I'm obnoxious. And I'm honest and novice with promise. Made monstrous, I'm conscious, but I'm nauseous. Think I've lost it, I've got it. Spitting all this, still I'm not it. I've got this, I will not quit. Man, I'm all in, balling on a budget. Man, I'm stalling, crawling. Cause I'm nothing, but I'm all in, calling. I'll be something, yeah, I'ma get it now. You can leave if you don't like it. Say it out loud, you believe it, you can bite this. Keep my head down and I keep on going timeless. Make it somehow, I believe it when I write this. I just wanna be the greatest. Yeah. Man, I just wanna be famous. Yeah. Yeah, I just wanna be the greatest. Yeah. Man, I just wanna be famous. Yeah. Lights, camera, action. Another day interaction of being passionate actor, actor, YouTuber reactions. Apparently it's the fashion to be lacking in compassion. Require a guy to balance and then fire at him with cannons. We will smile through the pain and climb up and start again, living someone else's game as we tumble to the ground, planting faces in the pavement for a stranger's entertainment. No one said when chasing fame that the direction would be down, and so we fall. All we've ever known is being on TV, so we fall. Our only home is neon BBC, and so we fall. Never downward chasing crowns we'll never see, and so we fall until the day we choose to rise to the mantle, straddling stacks of tangled ragdolls, forging forwards on the trampled backs of comrades round our ankles. It's a constant uphill battle against logs and giant apples for some unknown cable channel. We just pray the show gets cancelled. Face first at the door you've chosen, hoping it's the one that opens. We've no noses to be broken, but our spirits feel the sting. One more baton to the face at the back end of the race. Never ending fall from grace. Second place don't mean a thing. We fall. All we've ever known is being on TV, so we fall. Our only home is neon BBC, so we fall. Never downward chasing crowns we'll never see, and so we fall until the day we choose to rise. Start a union, fight these vertical atrocities. It's hard to organize a terminal velocity. We won't stand for being herded for your novelty. Branded in a technicolor rubble purgatory. Another gunge would plunge into a void, so we fall. Another 100 flung into the void, so we fall. Another bludgeon done through spongy dungeon toys, so we fall until the day we choose to rise. All we've ever known is being on TV, so we fall. Our only home is neon BBC, so we fall. Never downward chasing crowns we'll never see, and so we fall until the day we choose to rise.
Just landed on this planet, cause I'm out this world, man. But I'm gonna run circles around you like a vicious whirlwind. I'm not a fall guy, why? I'm fly like an early bird, damn. So if I ever go down, it'll only
my way, I'm quick to pick 'em up and hurl them. Even if I gotta force you to go down, I sound like your girlfriend. I keep my cool as I'm leaping through hoops and hopping on ya. Is your brain full of water? Then call me Jesus, cause I'm walking on ya. If you wanna know how I roll, I'll show you when I score this goal, cause I'm always on the run like Indiana Jones. Once you go to the finish line, I call home. Dare me to take your tail off? I'm already preparing a ransom. Why do you look so scared? Would you compare me to Marilyn Manson? I'm not drunk, but I just got hammered, and I really don't mean to pander, but game of stand up, then I can treat you like this beat when I love you. Wearing my premium swag, you best believe I'm in drag. Call me your queen, cause I can love you. Now put that crown on my head and take a bow and I'll beg. Call you my girl and I love you. Right off of the map, I know you wanna talk smack, but that's too bad because we're so I'll just sit and hold you as you break your control, then cross the finish and I love you. I feel like a Spartan cause I never stop kicking, but we're all seesawing harder than some politicians. Coming at you like a zombie horde, my mentality got me torqued. I'm leading the pack while you're in last. Hope you enjoy the view if you broke my ass. I'm sicker than a pandemic, and I'm gonna make damn sure you catch it. Remember, skill is a factor reflected in your cosmetics. You got no crowns, don't you frown, give it time. Let me egg you on while I'm waving at the finish line. That I love you. Wearing my premium swag, you best believe I'm in drag. Call me your queen, cause I can love you. Now put that crown on my head and take a bow and I'll beg. Call you my girl and I love you. Right off of the map, I know you wanna talk smack, but that's too bad because we're so I'll just sit and hold you as you break your control, then cross the finish and I. Although I'm on the climb, I'm falling deep inside. An endless descent into the madness of my troubled mind. But should I stumble, I won't tumble. I am ascending. This is fucking depressing. Back to the chorus, time to love you. Wearing my premium swag, you best believe I'm in drag. Call me your queen, cause I can love you. Now put that crown on my head and take a bow and I'll beg. Call you my girl and I love you. Right off of the map, I know you wanna talk smack, but that's too bad because we're so I'll just sit and hold you as you break your control, then cross the finish and I love you.
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different? Man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro. Don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon, and I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming.
There's no way that you make it, and maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Aren't you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fight back. Shit. You ain't gonna make it, you ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man.
too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore. I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south.
You're never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Aren't you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Or will you fucking fight back?
Just landed on this planet, cause I'm out this world, man. But I'm gonna run circles around you like a vicious whirlwind. I'm not a fall guy, why? I'm fly like an early bird, damn. So if I ever go down, it'll only be on your girlfriend.
My grip is strong because I have been bicep curling. Got my tutu on, but it's you who will soon be twirling. Anyone get in my way, I'm quick to pick them up and hurl them. Even if I gotta force you to go down, much like your girlfriend. I keep my cool as I'm leaping through hoops and hopping on ya. Is your brain full of water? Then call me Jesus, cause I'm walking on ya. If you wanna know how I roll, I'll show you. When I score this goal, cause I'm always on the run like Indiana Jones. Once you go to the finish line, I call home. Dare me to tear your tail off? I'm already preparing a ransom. Why do you look so scared? Would you compare me to Marilyn Manson? I'm not drunk, but I just got hammered. And I really don't mean to pander, but game of stand up, then I can treat you like this beat when I love you.
Wearing my premium swag, you best believe I'm in drag. Call me your queen, cause I can love you. Now put that crown on my head, then take a bow and I'll beg. Call you my girl and I love you. Let you right off of the map. I know you wanna talk smack, but that's too bad because we're so I'll just sit and hold you as you break your control, then cross the finish as I love you.
I feel like a Spartan, cause I never stop kicking. But we're all seesawing harder than some politicians. Coming at you like a zombie horde. My mentality got me torqued. I'm leading the pack while y'all in last. Hope you enjoy the view if you broke my ass. I'm sicker than a pandemic, and I'm gonna make damn sure you catch it. Remember, skill is a factor reflected in your cosmetics. You got no crowns, don't you frown, give it time. Let me egg you on while I'm waving at the finish line. That I love you.
Wearing my premium swag, you best believe I'm in drag. Call me your queen, cause I can love you. Now put that crown on my head, then take a bow and I'll beg. Call you my girl and I love you. Let you right off of the map. I know you wanna talk smack, but that's too bad because we're so I'll just sit and hold you as you break your control, then cross the finish as I
Although I'm on the climb, I'm falling deep inside. An endless descent into the madness of my troubled mind. But should I stumble, I won't tumble. I am ascending. This is fucking depressing. Back to the chorus, time to love you.
Wearing my premium swag, you best believe I'm in drag. Call me your queen, cause I can love you. Now put that crown on my head, then take a bow and I'll beg. Call you my girl and I love you. Let you right off
it when it do. I'ma tell the truth, I'ma make them fall into the goo. Now you standing around like you acting nervous. You about to fall down cause you lack the courage. Scratching and attacking, and I'm about to crack a nail. Get smacked from the back cause I'm about to grab your tail. All of these itty bitty bands and beans dance between these frantic scenes. Advance their schemes for the crown. Keep it bouncing like a trampoline. They can't believe they fell, so they scream on the ground. Bean in the house. All you rookies soft, I do a side roll. If you try to push me off, I take the high road. Everybody drop me low. There can only be 159, it's got to go.
They drop like flies, it's no surprise, but I'm shining before their eyes. In this world of color, we ain't no scholars, but we know that one of us has got to win. So it's time for me to unleash my power and the full guy within. It comes naturally, we fall as we please, but I really need that master ninja skin. So it's time for me to unleash my power and the full guy within.
I'll take a look at all these blobby little beans. I see a lot of body positivity. Never mind me, I'm just dropping infinity. It's an opportunity for company with other peeps. Come on now, shake your little rubber body. Don't be afraid to make another new buzzer buddy. Let's get a crowd round, we'll have a powwow. A couple rounds and then down to Crown Town. Ow! Could you respect my personal space? Just because I've got a tail, you're determined to chase. That's an analogy for sexual harassment within the workplace. Man, I tend to make my statement in the worst ways. What was I even saying in the first place? Oh yeah, Fall Guys. It's great, no matter who you are. It's a battle royale that leaves your battle scarred and unable to rhyme anymore.
They drop like flies, it's no surprise, but I'm shining before their eyes. In this world of color, we ain't no scholars, but we know that one of us has got to win. So it's time for me to unleash my power and the full guy within. It comes naturally, we fall as we please, but I really need that master ninja skin. So it's time for me to unleash my power and the full guy within. Guy within.
Alrighty. It looks like it's time for the Bean Brawl, everybody. Let's go. Hello, Kay. Hello, Big Pop Tart. Hello, everyone. And Chloe should be good to hear you go as well. Chloe, would you mind talking so I can make sure your mic volume is where it needs to be?
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name's Chloe. I'll be the co-caster today.
Perfect. I love it. This is going to be really, really exciting. We have 22 teams ready to compete, and it's going to be a fabulous day. There's 88 people competing for a total of $1,000 in cash prizes today, which is going to be freaking amazing. Chloe is quiet?
Yeah.
All right, let me go ahead and turn her up a little bit then. Thank you.
What else is new? I'm quiet. I was talking when I talk soft. I definitely am a little quieter. Let me pull the mic closer. Let me see what I can do on my end as well.
There we go. It's fine, it's fine. Yo, it's tourney day! It is, Skater, it is. And this would not have been able to have been possible without the help of our moderating team and all the staff, because they are going above and beyond to make sure that everybody is ready to go for the tournament as well. And I'm very thankful to have all of you guys here to watch and be a part of it. So big shout out, all the claps, all the cat jams, all the things to the mods and to the staff for helping put this on and together. They're all beautiful beans. And of course, a huge fucking shout out to Cloxy, who, if you guys don't know, is the wonderful artist who made all of the overlays that you guys are seeing for the Bean Brawl tournament today. So if you guys have not, you should 1000% click on Cloxy's link there in chat and hire him for literally everything, because he's fantastic and deserves it.
Some super beautiful art. I was able to get a little sneak peek on these overlays, and I was very excited to see the graphics done and everything like that. Y'all are gonna be in for a treat. There's some. It's a very lovely setup we got going on here.
Yes, and outside of that, I am currently watching the little multi-stream I have up right now of Codysaurus and Stratosphere. I'm also looking on Jinsane and Karate Man streams as well, and it looks like they're all kind of waiting for the 7 minutes to be done so that it can be exactly 1 o'clock and we can start watching them fall into the competition. Except for Strat, he's practicing up into the time for him to go live, it looks like. Absolutely. So Chloe, you have casted several tournaments before, and what is going to be, do you think, the most, I guess, unexpected or entertaining part of it? I'm thinking that when it gets to teams 13 and beyond, it's going to get more heated up, personally, since that is when we're going to start seeing people in the red zone of the bracket, which, if you guys are in chat right now, if you do !bracket in chat, you can see live my moderating team and staff updating the brackets for the tournament while the teams are going on and competing to see who is in first, who is at risk for elimination, and who has been eliminated as the tournament continues to go on throughout the day. It's going to be a lot more high stakes, I think, after the 13th team and beyond goes, just because we're gonna have teams that actually get eliminated from making it to Sunday's finals.
Yeah, it's gonna be really exciting. You know, with how the schedule is right now, you're definitely gonna. It's interesting because if you were to look over them, you can typically see like, all right, in the first group, I might not know some of these teams. All right, in the second group, I might know like one team, and then you start going down more and more. And then if you've been in the teams or in the tournaments in the past, you know, Ben, Chase for the Crown, for the content, all of these like smaller tournaments, you'll start to recognize some of these names. You have the boys, you have Gas, Positive Vibes. These are people who have been veterans to the competitive scene and people who you'll start to recognize more names as we go along. But just the one thing that we've learned from tournaments is just because you don't recognize these people's names doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna have a bad showing. For instance, if you were to look back at Fallapalooza, which is a tournament that Dangers runs, you saw Triforcer's team place top 4.
Yeah.
And that was a team that beat not only Kate and the Dragon Feeny, but beat other teams to make it into there. So there's teams who you're not going to necessarily recognize, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be a walk in the park for some of these other teams.
Yep, I completely agree. And the very interesting thing about this tournament in particular is that I've done something with it that I've not seen any other Fall Guys tournament curators do before, which is allowing drifters to participate so that people who are new to the comp scene can have an easier time breaking into the scene without knowing a full squad ready to go. We actually have a team, Team 5, they are calling themselves the Golden Drifters, who are 4 people who have never met each other before prior to the tournament that have spent the last 2 weeks practicing together as a competitive squad for this particular event, which is going to be very, very cool to see them compete. And if you guys are interested in being a part of Bean Brawls in the future, because this is going to be a tournament that is casted and hosted once a month, then you don't have to know an entire squad, much like some of the other people here. You can sign up by yourself or sign up with a friend if you have only one other person you know that you want to compete with, and we will work together with others who sign up to link you together and get you a team going for it if you're more new to the scene. Heck yeah, we're gonna
really
be bringing people
exciting
together.
That we have like you know, the biggest thing with a lot of people is that I've dealt with this personally. Coming into my stream, they'll be like, "So how do I like get into the Fall Guys scene?" And it's like I link them to a Discord here and there, but that's the best that I can do because there's certain tournaments that you really have to have a full squad for, or you have to have a duo, and some people just don't necessarily know the people that they would do that with. And you know, it's nice to be able to have this ability to sort of take on that extra person, not have to have a full team together, or just be able to meet some new people along the way with this.
Yep, and I agree. And I have had that same thing happen. I've had people when I'm competed in tournaments myself, like in Ben's Chase for the Crowns, that have said, "Hey, I think that's really cool. How can I be a part of it?" And I'll tell them, but then I'm like, you know, the only way you're going to be able to sign up is if you've already know 3 other people who are going to be on your squad, because it's required on the form to fill out exactly who it is you're going to be competing with. And that's where a lot of people are like, I just started, I don't know. So I wanted to try and have our community grow a little larger by making it easier for people to kind of dip their toes in.
And I mean, that's the biggest thing that I keep saying too when it comes to. So my background is not only the competitive end, but the casting end, and I've even started getting into the coaching. And one of the biggest rationales that I have about this stuff is that I want to help you all get into the scene. I want to help you all get better at the game, because if you're getting better at it, you're enjoying it more. And if you can get into the competitive scene, then it keeps this game going. I compare this game a lot to Smash Bros. In the terms of the grassroots aspect, where you don't have these hard sponsored tournaments. You have these people who are building up it from the ground and trying to create these events for other people to maintain and sustain this competitive scene. And it's really exciting to have someone now such as yourself jumping into bringing more people together.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that the Smash Bros scene is a really good comparison to what we have going on here, because like you said, there's just not a lot. Really, the first tournament that comes to mind for one that's sponsored would be Fall Mania, since that's really the only invitational that exists currently in the Fall Guys competitive scene for being a $5,000 tournament that's sponsored by Red Bull, and whoever wins gets, winner take all of that prize money there, rather than it being divided up between other participating teams.
Yeah, and actually right now, even with Fall Mania, Red Bull's contract with who has ended, so there really isn't another sponsored sanctioned tournament, so it really is up to the grassroots ends of things to try to continue on with the development of this competitive scene, unless other sponsors start to jump in on things.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's going to be very interesting. I didn't know that Red Bull had ended their contract with Grand Pooh Bear, to see how that goes on from there. I think these tournaments of ours are gonna get a lot more light, probably because of that. But it is
definitely
about 30 seconds till we're going to have the teams get ready to go. Moderators, make sure that the teams are ready and queued up to be able to go. We're gonna switch on over to the main 4 scene here, and look at all of the teams who are on and ready for it now, because it is going to be time for Qual Guys, Endgame, Chonky Thonkers, and Baked Beans to get into their first episodes here. There we go. We see Baked Beans. We see Karate Man in the bottom right hand doing some heart hands to everybody. Cody Sorensen's the individual on Qual Guys we have in the top left. We have Stratosphere, who is the representative for Endgame in the top right, and Jinsane, who is watching us watch him watch us in the bottom left.
We got a little Inception going on.
We did.
They realize they're moving it off. They see it. All right, we got Google on the screen now. Not sponsored. Google, maybe you want to sponsor this tournament.
Right, there you go. It was Streamception for sure. Perfect. All right, mods, go ahead and give them the green light for going into their games. And I see Strat waving on the screen as well.
Everybody's giving a little wave to the camera.
There we go. So if you guys are unfamiliar with Fall Guys tournaments, or if this is the first time that you guys have seen Fall Guys tournaments, this is going to be, at least for today, before we get into the finals tomorrow, a 3-episode gambit. So, for example, we are going to have all of the 4 teams start with their first episode and get scored at the end on a 9-point potential game. So depending on how many people make it into the finals of their teammates, they can get 4 points, 1 per teammate that makes it to the finals. And if any of the teammates on that team are able to get the crown, they nab an additional 5 points for a potential score of 9. So after all 3 episodes are done, a perfect score would be 27.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm expecting a lot of these teams to get into like the upper echelons in terms of your numbers that you're probably getting to see to make it to the next round is going to be like a minimum. I give it like a 23, 24, because you'd be surprised with these tournaments at this point.
Absolutely.
Like 27 sounds like it's a lot, but you're at the point now where most of these teams have been veterans to the playing for a while now, and they're almost always as a squad winning their games. You've seen the Chase for the Crown tournaments where teams have literally lost because they just didn't get 1 crown throughout an entire tournament. Like,
yep.
It's ridiculous how high level we have some of these players at right now, and you're gonna be surprised with how high these placements probably are gonna be.
I agree. I was chatting with some teams yesterday. I was going into some of their streams and wishing them well, and they were saying how they thought if they got maybe 18 points or 20 points, they could sneak into Sunday. And while that potentially could be true, if that is the score that they're going to be putting out consistently, then they're going to be hard pressed to make it anywhere on Sunday, because it is going to be down to the wire with near perfect games tomorrow. But today there can probably be a little room for error, but it's, like you said, likely going to be up in the 23-24 range where that cutoff is going to occur. And right now, it looks like we have Cody Soros from Qual Guys is on their first round seesaw.
Yeah, and it's also looking like Karate Man and the Baked Beans might actually be in the same game as them.
That's
The
what it's
qualifying
looking like
numbers
to
are
me.
The same, and I've been trying to switch back and forth between my screens to see if I can pick up on similar people.
Yeah.
But there's a potential of the two teams in game one being in the same lobby as each other.
Which would be very unfortunate, because if they are, they are in the same team. We're getting confirmation from Llama that Baked Beans and Qual Guys are in fact in the same lobby, which means that they can restart their game, because you are not going to want to be in the same lobby as another team. That is going to make your chances of getting a perfect score way harder than it should be, because you're playing in the lobby with four other sweats. Just a little bit, just a smidgen. Yeah, when they're done qualifying here, they'll be let know.
I remember going back during Fallapalooza, and my first game of Fallapalooza, which by the way is a duos tournament, so we had myself and my teammate queued up against two other people, and we got two other sets of people in Fallapalooza that queued up at the same time in our game. So there were a total of 12 competitors in the same lobby, and it was one of the most stressful times that we had ever had.
I would imagine. And in this tournament, because I've been there myself where I've queued up with other people and I'm like, oh no! And it's a bad time, I'm allowing up to 3. Oh my god, we noticed it. Let's go again so we can avoid being in the same lobby, and we should still be on time. But if you're in a tournament like Fallapalooza where that isn't in place, you just have to roll with it. You just have to be like, all right, I gotta put on my big sweatpants for the competition of other sweats. I'm gonna have to be beaten out of this one here.
In a Fallapalooza environment, it doesn't feel as bad, because if you lose to one of the other teams there, you're only competing against the two people in your group. So
that's a good point.
It's there's less of a worry. But in a squads tournament, when you have 4 people in your group, it's kind of just like you feel like you have to compete against these people. And if 2 of them are in your same game, then it's like, all right, well, now I'm just sort of giving the other 2 teams that didn't get that a more likely shot of being able to get a better score than me.
Yep, that's a very good point, and when it's a duos setting like that, I could see how that wouldn't be as big of a deal. But when it's a full squad tournament and you're trying to get all 4 of your teammates into the finals, because every point matters for getting that going on there, it's a big deal.
Yeah, it really is here. As we can actually, let's talk about like the games that we do have going on here, as we have 2 actually teams that are on a ski fall as well, but they're on 2 separate ones, it looks
2
like.
separate ski falls. They had different first rounds. Yeah, and they were doing pretty well. Stratosphere's team endgame was making quick work of their ski fall, and it looks like Chonky Thonkers had no issue with getting all 4 of their teammates to qualify in ski fall as well. I know many people have problem with the ice mechanics with the levels on Season 3, but I think that Mediatonic did a very good job with designing ski fall, because the ice mechanics already work in your favor, since they're sliding you down and giving your bean more momentum as you're going downhill.
Yeah, it's different ice physics, and Mediatonic does a great job with trying to implement different things and different ideas into each season. You know, last season there was a lot more wall grabbing and ledge grabbing that you had to deal with, and this one is a lot more like ice physics and things like that, so they're trying their best. I think ski fall is a level that we really shouldn't see any of our competitors not make it through if we do see it, because even though it might be something for like the casual player to mess up a couple times at the start, these competitors have probably played ski fall enough and they've gotten the grasp of it. I know personally at this point, my take on ski fall is just, can I try to get a sub 20 time on it?
Yep, that's my take on it as well. And the Chonky Thonkers are in a team game, which you never want to see but unfortunately always end up seeing in squad tournaments because you can't control the other people randomly assigned to you in your team game. But they seem to be doing really well. They're in first place right now at 29 points with being on the red team, so they are dominating the other two individuals right now, while Team 2 with Qual Guys, or Endgame, is just doing a really simple slime climb, very vanilla with all of the balls and beans and whatnot, so I don't think they are going to have any issues with their teammates qualifying on that slime climb.
Yeah, as you say that, and you see two of the, maybe even three of the teammates. I wasn't sure who was if the teammate was in first place, but you have at least two of them already taking that second and third place spot, so they should be making it through here relatively easily. And I imagine this is the fourth teammate at this point who's slowly working their way up there.
I would think so. And the Halo skin is a skin that is new to me. I have not seen that. That must have come out just today in collaboration.
Yeah, the
with
Doom's.
another
Yeah, it's
person.
the Doom skin that just came out today. It's Doom Guy. I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
it's Doom Guy from the Doom games. That makes
Yeah.
sense. It looks like
So
Chunky
they-
Thonkers is having an ad play on their stream. Can I have the moderator for Chunky Thonkers remind them to not force ads on their streams while the tournament is going on so that we can avoid having as many purple screens as possible? Would
I
appreciate
don't
it.
necessarily think that's an ad. I was running into an issue with the multi-stream, actually. I wanted to message you about that. All four of my screens are... I'm able to see the content very well, but I think multi-stream, despite having my ad blockers turned off, was still detecting me as if I was using one.
Mine only has those purple screens of death pop up on the stream there whenever an advertisement plays, is what I've noticed when I turned off my ad blocker.
Yeah, and I was noticing that. It's just like, when I have all four of them individually and I wasn't getting an ad was all I was saying.
Oh, really? Interesting. I'll have to look
Yeah.
into a different program for utilizing it for future tournaments then, if that's something that everybody's been having issues with. But thankfully, they don't stay on the screen for too long. But I'll have to look into potentially just grabbing the scenes of the sources from the streams themselves. With only having two monitors, it makes it a little more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely bouncing between 5 different streams right now, trying to keep track of it all as I go, but I definitely think it is. As we actually have our first finals coming in, with Endgame being on a thin ice here with 16 people in it, so it's gonna be a little hectic
16?
here.
Oh.
I don't know about you. I think that thin ice can be a fun level. The issue of thin ice arises that you see it about 50% of the time.
Yep,
and
I was
it's a
gonna say
very
I am
tiring
thoroughly
level.
sick of thin ice.
Yeah.
And the amount of times I have been forced to play thin ice is just made any enjoyment I would get from the game completely gone.
Yeah.
But when you have a really large lobby in it as well, you see those ice tiles get used up really, really fast. And with 16 people on the map, those are 12 unknowns that Endgame is going to have to account for in order to try and
you'd be
secure the
surprised
crown
on
there.
how many of these players end up just sort of start falling randomly. Like right
Mhm.
here, we're gonna run into a situation where it's gonna quickly go from like 1 to 15, eliminated to like 6 out of 15 in the next like 30 seconds, I imagine. Just
Yeah.
as you start to see the spots run out, and what I'm looking forward to seeing if anybody has like fun little spots for themselves, because
Stratosphere got
Oh,
knocked
yeah.
off by another player, and that's
The
one of the things
beats
with
are
these
there.
ice mechanics on the thin ice platform is you get hit by somebody else and then
they
boom,
might be okay to
you're
win
moved.
this.
Yeah, it could be. I'm
yeah,
not
they
sure
do.
if one of their teammates is going to be able to make that or not, but they might be able to. It looks like Chunky Thonkers is going into a final with 9 people only, which is
Yeah, I
very
think
interesting.
I think Endgame got their crown there. I'm pretty sure that was a teammate. I couldn't tell because of my quality options, but I'm pretty sure that that would be a win on their end, and a full 4 teammates were in there as we get the Chunky Thonkers going into this roll-off, which is an exciting final to watch in a tournament environment.
Absolutely. Roll-Off is definitely my favorite finale of Season 3. Now, they only brought in 2. But despite that, I still really like the idea that Mediatonic had for turning Rollout into a final. And with how fast it goes, whenever I play Rollout now, after having done Roll-Off so many times, I'm just... I'm just like, this is for babies, where it's going so slow, I don't understand how people fall off on this, other than being griefed off forcibly.
Yeah, griefed off. Who would do such a thing?
Who would do such a thing, says the grief god themselves, Miss Chloe. I've seen you.
I might have a reputation of being a little aggressive here.
I have seen your tweets recently in the past couple days of you completely getting rid of everyone on Jump Showdown by griefing them to death, alright? You definitely have a reputation for that, and just are a very active grabby grabber.
I mean, look. The game doesn't end unless everybody else dies, so I'm just trying to speed up the process.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It looks
As
like...
you see, Chalky Talkers are actually getting a little aggressive here because they only have a couple more people that they need to take out. It looks like they don't have the full group in. It looks like only
They
3
don't. It
teammates
looks like
were
they only
in
have
this
2
one.
beans in on their team on this final. I'm not sure if they had all 4 teammates make it into the finals or not. They're
I don't think they did.
I don't think they did.
I saw at least 2 at the start, but I don't necessarily think they had all 4. So it's currently a 2v2 right now, as you see. So the thing about roll off is it is a new final designed based off of rollout, and you see that the slime is progressively coming up on these levels. So not only are you trying to play roll off and roll out like you normally would, now you have to watch out for it be kicking up its speed and then having less space to maneuver between the two. So a little forewarning, at times it can get a little motion sickness like because
100%.
there is a lot of rapid flipping back and forth. As you see here, there isn't much space left for these people, so they're constantly trying to rotate their camera.
Yeah, their
trying to
camera
figure out
has
which
to
way
go back and forth. If I was in their position, seeing as how there's only one person who is not on their team, I would kamikaze myself into the Pepto with that opponent, which it looks like the Red Bean is trying to do currently. It looks like Jinsane is taking on that, but
trying their best,
no!
but nope, he ends up falling.
He ends up falling, and the rando gets the crown.
Yeah.
That is a huge loss for Team Chonky Thonkers, because that means that they did not get the additional 5 points, and if they only had the 2 teammates in there, that means that their team's only going to get 2 points for that first episode, which is very unfortunate to see.
So the thing about roll off as a level that you have to think about is the more that you jump, yeah, it's going to slow you down from rolling backwards, but you're also obviously going to run into the situation where you don't necessarily know where your space is going to be, if it's going to run out or you're going to start falling backwards. So you want to keep your feet on the ground more than often than not. And when you saw Jinsane going for that grab, it made Jinsane walking slower than they normally would, thus having to put them in the situation where they were trying to jump and jump and jump, and they couldn't actually ever get their grounding back. So they needed to make that decision a little sooner, probably, if they wanted to have a better shot, as we actually have the baked beans now going into a hexagon, so that's going to be an exciting one to watch.
Yep, I am a huge fan of Hexagon. It's my favorite finale. It requires the most strategy and just forces the player to not only try and slow their own movement as much as possible, but you can have an offensive and defensive approach to Hexagon by forcibly cutting off opponents, making sure you're falling on top of them if you're a layer above, and making sure that they fall to their death because you had the advantage of that aerial view. And there's just so much that goes into it, and especially when you're doing a squad tournament as well, you can have a dead teammate be completely wonderful as a bird's eye view in the sky, because they can tell you exactly where the other NPCs are on the map, so that you know if one of your teammates is going to be on the highest layer or not, to give you that extra information.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy when you think about a game like this, how much communication you can actually have, and especially in a squads environment. Like, I know some people might not be used to playing this game, or might not be very experienced in terms of the competitive environment, and being able to see the comms and the ability to communicate that some of these players bring to each other. There might be things that we think we're not that we're seeing and trying to understand, and then all of a sudden we're gonna see like one teammate goes we're going to question why one teammate dies, and then you realize it's because that they have a teammate above them and they're trying to give them the space. And there's a lot of mind games and a lot of thought process that you have here, as we have Karate Man on the bottom level right now. It looks like they are just kind of eating up the little bit of area, trying to cut off the NPCs as much as he can.
It looks like it.
Yeah,
there was a lot of their
it's gonna
teammates
be
on that
close.
bottom layer. I think that they have the only 2 people left are on their team, so
Yeah.
that secures them the victory. Well done to Team Baked Beans, securing that win for their score. That's wonderful. Getting that extra 5
I did get a little
points.
concerned for them because they both jumped off at the same time when they didn't necessarily have to.
They did.
Literally had a tournament where nobody got a crown because both people died at the same time, and it became a very frustrating situation as nobody got the points, and if we were just like a quarter of a frame faster, we would have had a better shot there. So
Right.
it's definitely something to, while it's fun to go off of, keep in mind for yourselves. You don't want to run into that situation where you end up losing your points because of it. And
Well
we're actually
said.
being informed that one of the teammates for the Chonky Tonkers lagged out, so they only had a max of 3 points in that final.
Ah, all right. Chonky Thonkers for that first episode only had 3 points then. That's good to know. Thank you to our moderation team for letting us know how that worked. Hopefully that person was able to reset their internet so they can go in. I am very interested in seeing how the Qual guys are going to do for their roll-off here. Are they going to have a difficult time like Chonky Thonkers did, or are they gonna compete a little better? Right now, it looks like Cody Saurus is the only person. Oh no, I do see that other arrow on that black underpants bean there.
It's a little laggy for them right now, though. I don't know if the server's gonna last here, because the beans are kind of just standing still stagnant on his screen.
They
I
are.
Think they might have,
This
yeah,
might
I
be a
think there might be-
disconnect. Which would
Yeah,
be
we're kinda just waiting
very,
it out
very
right now.
unfortunate for them to have come all this way to then have a DC happen. But that looks like straight DC City to me on Qual Guys there. There is no way that this is still happening. Yep, that's a
Yep,
disconnect.
There it is.
There it is. They're gonna have to redo that before moving on to the next one there. And that camera is straight motion sickness. Oh my god. What
Please,
a camera.
Cody, get rid of that off the screen.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Cody. We already
What?
have to deal with that level, and no, we don't need more motion sickness.
Right? My god, what a freaking angle for it to repeat over and over. Chonky Thonkers!
You know what? Let's take a moment to just watch the slime climb instead.
Yep,
and Gabe is
the
on here.
non-nauseating slime climb.
The less nauseating as you see Stratosphere and their teammate jumping up, trying to get an early lead here. It looks like they have one teammate in first place with a considerable gap between the other 2 teammates here. So there's at least 3 in the top 3 right now.
Absolutely.
Slowly making it up, and I see their 4th teammates just a little lagging behind. Will they go for the hammer skip? It's looking like nope, they're going to avoid it.
No,
I
they're
like
gonna
to
go
see
for
some
the
spicy plays
very
and
guaranteed
use the
play
safe
there between the hammers, which makes sense if they're not trying to beat another team for kudos, because this is not a kudos-based tournament. Then that makes sense for them to choose the other option of just doing slow
I think
and
this was a
steady and safe.
teammate. Oh no, I think one of them got hit by the donuts. I just saw them fly off the side there.
Was that one that had an arrow on their head? That may have been an
I'm
elimination.
pretty
You were
sure
right.
they had an arrow above their head. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they just lost a teammate there.
Oh no. To lose a teammate on Vanilla Slime Climb is never a good feeling, because I know that Endgame has people on their team who are people who have a high pride for calling themselves competitive Fall Guys players, so to get out on vanilla level of something like that can't feel good. Unfortunately.
Yeah,
But
it's definitely a frustrating experience. I don't know if it just got a little greedy with their movement. Maybe they got desynced or something like that, but it was a very unfortunate spill, as you saw in like the corner of their screen.
But, you know, that's still 3 teammates that they can have go into the finals there, and that's still a potential for 8 points that Team Endgame could potentially nab and net themselves, which would be just fine. It looks like we need to have Team Qual Guys and Baked Beans ready up and get into their games. Moderators, if you could encourage Baked Beans and Qual Guys to get into their games, because we are already waiting a lot since they're still on episode 1 from their other DCs, so we can keep the tournament as on schedule with time as possible. I would appreciate that. Let's get them into their games as much as we can.
Yeah, so in the meanwhile, we at least have a rollout to watch. Let's see if the Chonky Tonkers can survive. Ooh, they're going into Endgame's going into a large fall ball of a 9v9 here. That's gonna
9v9, that's
be
huge.
Yeah, it's going to be a potentially scary situation for them, as I can confirm I only see 3 arrows above them, so they did in fact lose one of their teammates there. So they need to make sure that they make it through here. Otherwise, it's going to really be looking less and less likely for them to be able to push through.
I agree. And yes, so with Qual Guys disconnecting their llama, that is okay. It was completely out of their control that their game lagged out on the final level, so they are within their rates to have that count for their 1 out of 3 disconnects, and they can absolutely redo with no penalty. So this next game that Cody and his team will be readying up for will count as their first episode.
Yeah,
And-
and you already see that the endgame team already scored 1 goal, and
Yep.
they're slowly trying to put pressure on their yellow team here to be able to give themselves a shot as Stratosphere takes a clean shot in, but their goalie ends up being able to save it here, and the ball bounces up. They're keeping both balls actually in the offensive zone right now, so it's going to be really exciting to see how this next minute goes, because it's still only a 1-0 game as one of the balls ends up rolling into the blue team zone, and their teammates are actually whiffing on the hits. Oh, this is getting a little dicey here. Can they maintain this ball as one ball is actually on the yellow team zone as well? So both teams getting in very close situations. Actually, both balls now end up on the blue team side. It's really dangerous situation for them.
That is because if the yellow team is gonna... Oh, they're both on the yellow side now, though, so they do have a little bit more map pressure than they did before, which is good. At the very least, if they can just play keep away and keep it over on the enemy's field, then they can play complete offense. It looks like they're gonna be in a really good position in these next 25 seconds to essentially force the yellow team to give them that qualification for going on to the next round. 99 fall balls are always a little nerve-wracking because of the more people who are on your team, the more chance there is for the rando NPCs to just completely mess it up and for you to just be an unhappy camper.
That swinger has been the MVP so far for yellow team here. And
Oh,
if I was
100%.
actually all of the people on the blue team, I would have tried to go just all hard back and play defense there at that point. It's a 1-0. They narrowly get it. The kudos don't matter. The most important thing is that there's 9 people in this next round, and 3 of them are on their team.
Yep. And that's really just the big thing there is, hey, they have 3 people going into the final. That's a good map. That's 33% of the map pressure they have for the finals to potentially get that crown. And I would not be happy if I was on Jinsane's team because they are going into a Hoopsie legend. And I don't know about you, but I have a personal hate for this level, especially when there is a ton of people going into it with a large thing of 15 qualifying, because everyone is going for the same hoops, especially the gold hoop. It's just Black Friday all over that gold hoop every time.
It's kind of funny that you say that, because when it's the more people, I actually feel the more comfortable at it, because I'm just like, all right, ignore the gold hoop, just get the singles, just kind of mind my own business here, because you're going to have about 5 or 6 people just fighting for that gold there. So if you kind of just go for all the single ladies or all the single hoops, you end up typically running into the situation where you're going to not qualify first, but if you don't have to care about qualifying first, then you can kind of just mind your own business and do your own thing.
Yep, well said. And that's essentially my strategy whenever I'm competing in tournaments is I never go for the gold hoop unless it happens to spawn immediately in front of me, then I'll go for it. But if it is a situation like Team Chonky Thonkers is in, then I will go out of my way to make sure that I'm going for the individuals that don't look nearly as appealing to all of the other players on the map so that I can guarantee my qualification going into the next round there. I am also really happy to see that Team Baked Beans is making it through on a second round DoorDash, because you never want to see DoorDash. Oh, and one of their teammates didn't make it in. You can see the anger and disappointment on Karate Man's face. That second round DoorDash is never easy. You never want to see that.
Just as we were saying, it is literally the worst level to have next to Hoarders in terms of round 2, where you just feel like no matter what you do at any given moment, you could just be eliminated from that round. It's not what you want to see, and it's very unfortunate for them. On the plus side, they got 3 through. They could have easily lost more. They got 3. Like, let's sell themselves credit short. You could still make it through here fine with those 3. We've seen multiple finals here, as we actually have an endgame. Speaking of the finals, we have an endgame hexagon right now for the finals, and they're another team who don't have all of their teammates in. So
that's true. It's going to be very important with this final for Stratosphere to clutch up and make sure that he is able to secure as much of that real estate on Hexagon as he possibly can. It looks like he and that teammate over there are the last 2, so I think they just guarantee themselves the victory on this here.
Well, there's somebody else that's still alive here that's above them that we don't know about, but the way that they're laughing and giggling, I think it might be a teammate above them. I'm not necessarily sure.
It could be. They seem very happy and jubilant. He's like rocking back and forth and smiling, so I don't think he would be that happy and chill if it wasn't a teammate that was above them. I think they're just kind of fucking around right now and moving back and forth because
having a
they
good time. And actually, it is down to both of them.
Yeah, so they're just screwing each other over on their real estate. They're just having a good time.
Having a good time trying to, after a certain point, it's like, there's no pressure on you. Just have some fun with it.
Yeah, well done to Team Endgame getting another good high point victory there on their second episode. Well done to them. Unfortunately, Tail Tag is the game of choice after a horrible round 2 DoorDash. Baked Beans just is not catching a break. They go into one of the worst games because, in my opinion, for a team competition here, because your tail could get grabbed in the last half a second. Chloe, you and I actually met in a tail tag royal fumble. I don't know if you remember, but
do I not remember? Well, do you remember how there was a tournament that we did, a charity event after, and how you were so confident that I wasn't gonna grief you, and I made sure to take you out first for that? Kind of just like, you know, I might be a little petty.
Yeah, maybe just a little petty, just a little bit, but it's okay, I deserved it, because for those of you who don't know, Chloe and I met doing a competition for, I believe it was Ben's tournament, and her and I were in a Royal Fumble finale together, and in the last half a second, the clock literally said 0 seconds on it. I grabbed her tail and stole it and made it on to the next round, and she was rightfully salty. But it's fine because she got me for it later, and karma's a bitch in a different charity event competition that she mentioned, so it was fine.
I might have been very aggressive in my. I saw a jump showdown and I saw I must eliminate everybody, but you know.
It's fine.
Enough about the past. We're here now. We're here commentating. We got some games to watch here. You know, it's all a part of the game. At the end of the day, it's kind of like our little thing. It's how we met each other. We were talking before the tournament even started, and if it wasn't for that tournament, we wouldn't be friends. So
100%.
I can't be so upset. I'm not upset about it in any way.
No, not at all. And
so there's actually something I want to point out about on this Freezy Peak here that the baked beans are on. So you'll see sometimes the treadmill just kind of desync throws you back, and you're kind of just like in this unfortunate situation. I try my best personally to just straight up avoid the treadmill parts if I can, just because it's so frustrating to deal with those treadmills that even when there's no snowball there, it just throws you backwards. That if you can just take the middle paths, it's more like it just feels safer.
Yep, and that's a very, very good point. It makes you feel a lot better when you're able to have control over that, because I've had teammates who have had that same desync issue before, where they are trying their hardest to climb up the ramp, and it's just like they're hitting an invisible wall and it won't go back. So that's very good advice there. And Freezy Peak, with only 8 people qualifying, I'm not sure if all of their teammates were able to make it through on that one or not.
I think all of them did make it through there. I'm pretty sure I saw the last couple make it in last second. So they should have all 3 going, or not all 3, but they should have 3 going to the final there. And on the topic of a low number here, we have a thin ice for, again, the Chunky Tonkers, as it's a 0 out of 7 still eliminated here. So everybody still hanging on here. I see at least 3 teammates. It looks like
I see 3 of their teammates in there. So they have potential for 8 points that they can nab on this finale, which after only getting 2 points on their first episode, it is going to be critical for them on this second episode of the series to get that crown and secure the victory, because if they can't get a crown on this one, it's safe to say that they're eliminated from the tournament, unless some kind of insane chance occurs and everybody is doing really, really bad with all other teams that are going to compete today. They really need to secure this victory to try and squeeze into Sunday there. And it looks like
that also needs to secure a victory here is the baked beans.
Yeah, they're on roll-off now.
The second roll-off already today. You love to see it again. I want to see some aggressive plays. Nobody else on their team has died, so it's looking like I do only see 2 people actually on their team that made it through there. So they have to be really cautious, as they can get a maximum of 7 points here, and they need to make sure that they do get that. Otherwise, their chances of making it through are practically none.
Yep, I agree. This is going to be a very big clutch up moment, and the pressure is on, and I think they know that as well. You can see the determination in Karate Man's face for just really focusing and lasering in on making sure that his camera is positioned exactly where he needs to, so that he has that secure footing to make sure. It looks like the Chunky Thonkers are down to their last little bits of real estate. All 3 of their teammates are still in, so they have eliminated 3 randos currently.
Yeah, I think that they decided to try to eliminate the last possible random there, or at least one of them. It's going to be down to a 50-50 at this point, as it's between one person and this Dapper Walrus here to pretty much be able to eliminate here. So
it's down just to the Dapper Walrus now.
So what you're going to want to do here is you're going to want to run out that spot right here that they're doing as it is, and then just immediately cut off that spot and make sure that they give themselves the best chance. I think they did it a little too fast, so there's a chance
they
that they might
did,
lose,
but
no,
they have up.
They have the space, and they actually just narrowly pull it off, so they will in fact get the crown. Just what they needed to do there, as one of their teammates does the exact play that they needed to do, cuts off the space, and then gives them
Man.
just one extra tile of space to be able to survive there.
Holy crap, that was insanely close for Team Chonky Thonkers there. Very well done on that teammate's part. Like Chloe said, that was the correct play for them to do in order to secure that victory. Yeah, exactly. Exclamation mark wins in chat. If you guys have a team that you enjoy watching in the chat right now that was close and they clutched that win, you can have a bunch of crowns show up in chat to show your support for that team. And right now, Baked Beans
Ooh,
is
Karate
trying
Man
really
is
hard.
out.
Oh, and they got
It's gonna be down to a
eliminated.
1v1, but they have a teammate in there. So
Oh,
it's
they
gonna be
do.
determined
Oh,
whether
is
or not
the
they can
Lizzie
hang
gonna
on.
be
It's
able to
such-
maintain it? It is down to the
Look at how small
wire.
the slime is. It's so hard to be able to see right now. And they're gonna... I think they missed it. I don't think they
Oh
got
my
it.
god, did they get
Teammate's
it?
upset. No, they didn't get it.
Oh no!
I think what ended up happening is that when they jumped, the other beam blocked their path, so they ended up falling into the slime just slightly before then. They couldn't get enough distance. They really just needed to keep walking forward. It was an extremely close play, but they just kind of got a little scared and unfortunately got dropped there. So that's another only 2 points for the Baked Beans here. A very unfortunate round for them.
That is a sad second round for them. That is got to be devastating. And I'm not sure if I remember correctly on their first episode whether or not they were able to get the points on that. I believe because of the DC issue that might have been their first episode. But I am not 100% sure on
I
that
think
situation.
that was their second, but I could be wrong. I think Cody Saurus and the team Qual guys are currently the only team that's on their first, but I could be I'm not 100% sure. Somebody feel free to correct me here. As
Yep.
actually on the topic of the Qual guys, they are in fact on a tail tag here, and I see it looks like all 4 members on this tail tag here, so there's a chance for all 4 to still make it through. I see at least 2 of them with a tail right now, as they're just kind of staying in the middle.
And it looks like a third teammate is fighting desperately to keep their tail. That I can see that metallic blue bean hopping in the background. So 3 of their teammates currently do have tails, which is wonderful for the next 20 seconds. If they can keep that, then that's going to be a good position for them to stay on in. We are going to be having Endgame and Chalky Thonkers going into their 3rd episode. Baked Beans is getting their scores secured currently.
But they
and
all are still going into their 3rd game as well. So something
are gonna be going into
Cody
third,
loses
so-
his tail with 5 seconds left. I know there's nobody around for Cody. Cody's gonna
Cody
be
with the
eliminated
tail
here.
loss!
Cody doesn't. Yeah, Cody ended up being in the one spot. There was just nobody around here, so we're gonna have at least one person on the Qual guys not making it through here. We're gonna have to see how many of them still make it, as they're more than likely to go into a finals here.
Oh no! Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of pressure on those other 3 teammates to make sure
It
that
looks
the
like
Qual
only
guys.
2 made it through here. I'm not 100% sure. but it
Oh
looks like
yeah, I
saw
only see
2.
2 of those arrows on the teammates in that final 6. This is gonna be very difficult. If they can't get that crown to give themselves 7 points, having only 2 points in the final is gonna be really hard. Qual Guys is only on their first episode. That's alright, so we know that Chunky Thunkers is going into their 3rd right now. Same with Endgame. Baked Beans is going to be entering their 3rd episode as well. And we are just a little bit behind on Qual Guys, since they had a lot of disconnects and issues. We're just going to have our moderation staff make sure that they are getting into their games as quickly as possible to do that. But considering all the other 3 teams are on their 3rd episode currently, waiting for Qual Guys to catch up with them, we should stay relatively on time for the other teams coming up here in a little bit.
So we do have confirmation that there is only 2 people on the Qual guys here in this final out of the 6 people that remained. So it's a
Ah.
very low number that made it through on that tail tag, but it looks like people are getting a little handsy. You see the golden boxer here, the Doom guy. They're flexing their hands a little bit, but as
They are.
are both of the other teammates here of the Qual guys, kind of trying to stay alive here. That big gap is going to be scary to keep note of. So
That
when
is.
when the time is picking up and the spinner is going faster, and there's less slime, or there's more slime, and there's less chance to be able to make decisions. Remembering that there's going to be that big gap is going to be such a major impact. If you haven't seen it in a while, you're going to be sitting there thinking, okay, when's it going to come? When's it going to come? And sometimes you might be waiting for that extra blue tile on that side to come, and it's not going to come because you have that big gap.
Yep.
So it's going to be something to keep note of, as you see, it's pretty much the entirety of the middle kind of just is missing at a certain point.
Absolutely, and that's always the scariest part, because if you're expecting a title to show up and you're like, oh, well, that's fine, I'll just wait it out on this platform because I have one that'll be coming up here out of the Pepto in just a moment, and lo and behold, that doesn't actually occur. It is now a 2v1 situation here.
Oh, you're a little bit behind me. It's a 1v1 right now.
Oh yeah, I just got the
and we
1v1.
through, and
Oh no!
one bean looked like they just on their POV it looked like they kind of just slipped through the crack at the end.
That is exactly what it looked like for the rest of us as well. That is a huge loss for Qual Guys. I would be devastated if I was them as well. That is a sad situation for them to have to be in, only netting 2 points instead of 7. That was extremely rough, I agree. And I appreciate, of course, Chloe and I are focusing on casting the tournament currently and keeping up with moderators and everything else. But for you guys who are here watching the tournament, we thank you for enjoying it. And I appreciate the compliments I've been seeing in chat as well. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the vibes in the competition, because today is going to be a very, very Bean Brawly filled day. And we have a lot of support for Team Chonky Thonkers in chat. I've been seeing a lot of team names with some wonderful emotes accompanying them for people's favorite teams, showing that support for their preferred members.
You love to see it. Love
You
seeing
do.
the support. You know what we do love to see though? Let's
Rare
see
chars?
some spam this shoe for the production crew. Let's get the
Woo!
round of applause. Let's see the
Spam this
Let's get some
shoe, I
mod
like it.
love. Let's get some mod love. Let's get that spam that shoe for the production crew. Let's get some caster love. You know, you root for your individual players, but at the same time, every other person deserves that little bit of love too.
100%. And this tournament wouldn't be able to go on without the amazing moderation staff that we have and the team that is working tirelessly behind the scenes, watching the teams, keeping score, answering chat, making everything go, and it's absolutely incredible, and they definitely deserve all the shoes and all the rare chars. I don't have a shoe, unfortunately, but you know what? Can we just get some rare chars in chat? Beautiful, wonderful, love to see it. All the rare chars for the production crew. Beautiful. I love it. Thank you, guys.
I might just be getting the spam ready. No big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. All the rare chars, yes, you'll love to see it. There it is. Spam this shoe for the production crew. The fact that it's an actual
right there.
shoe emote is pretty incredible, and I absolutely love that.
Little Fall Mania love there as we get all those spams for the individual players and teams going.
The creativity that comes with some of the rhymes for the different team names just always fills me with glee.
Oh yeah. The amount of effort that people go through for some of this is just like, it makes me so happy.
Yep, spam this goes for the tourney host. Aw, platypodes, that's sweet. That's a sweet one.
See, we love to see it. We love to see it. And you know what else we love to see is Jinsane and their team on this slime climb here. We've had a lot of slime climbs to start.
We've
here,
had
and
a lot
I'm
of
very
eliminations specifically on Slime Climb today, which it was something I was not expecting to see a lot of. It's been out since season 1, so you would think that the teammates would feel a lot more comfortable with this level at this point in time.
You know, I think there's a difference of comfort and complacency. I think maybe sometimes they might just be feeling comfortable, a little complacent almost, and it might end up running to a part where they need to take a step back. They need to just recompose themselves and realize, like, okay, hang on, that was a dumb mistake. Let me slow it down and try to do something a little bit better for myself here. As you see, it looks like a couple of Jinsane's teammates are ahead of them right now as they take the slow approach, just as I'm talking about. They're not trying to do any jumps. They're walking around every part here. As, there are 2 teammates of theirs at the front, so we at the very least know that 3 of them are looking very good. I don't know about their 4th teammate.
I don't know, that was so close for
Hold on.
Jinsane, holy cow.
Yeah.
Just barely hanging it on there
I
as they're
see their
going
4th
through the
teammates
wall of
lagging
anal
behind
beads.
as they're slowly catching up, but it's looking like the first 2 people on their team are in fact in, and Jinsane gets in as well, so they have at least 3 members as the 4th one's creeping up on them right now, as you see. So it looks like they're gonna actually be able to manage all 4 teammates in.
That's wonderful, and it looks like on Team Endgame here, they're doing their own Hoopsie Legend, and with 14 people potentially qualifying, that is a lot of leeway they have for being able to get all 4 of their teammates through. And as long as, like we talked about before, they don't focus on the gold hoops and instead go for those individual rings, they should not have an issue going on through these other ones here. And Team Wall Guys on their 2nd episode with a really easy Night Fever going on for the first round. I don't know about you, but my qual ratio for Night Fever is 100%. I think this is one of the easiest courses in all of Fall Guys is Night Fever.
It's definitely easy, but at the same time, it's fun. I don't think I have a 100%. I meme around a little too much sometimes, and we do some things.
Fair, fair.
Yeah, up my tracker right now. Let's see what the number is for Night Fever here, as it's looking like I qualify 99.6. There's 2 times I have missed it, apparently.
All right, 2 times. I mean, compared to
times.
everything else, that's not terrible. It's
Oh, yeah.
spam this P.E.K.K.A for Lekka. That is a bird I recognize, which is Danger's emote. That
Who we'll be seeing later on today on Team Uwu.
is pretty heckin' adorable, and Dangers is with Fur. Oh, hey, it's David and Fant TV on Team Awoo. They will be playing tonight at about 5:20 p.m. They're gonna be on and live for their portion of it, and we're gonna have a better idea
gonna
of
be a
scores
threat
here
for the
after this
championship
one is
there.
done. They're gonna be a hard team to beat. Them, Gas,
Aussie
because
vibes.
yep. There's a
Yeah.
lot of very well-tenured teams that have entered the Bean Brawl who are going to be tough competition for a lot of the other teams simply because of the amount of practice and experience they've had going into other tournaments as well.
You love to see it, though.
Yep. You do.
As-
It's great.
And it's looking like we have Jinsane's team on another hexagon. So we're seeing a lot of hexagon here. Not so much Thin Ice, thankfully, as we have a very high number of people here, though. I see at least 3 people in the
16-person hexagon.
16-person hex. So
Oh,
it's
you
gonna be
hate
really
to see it.
interesting. Yeah, you definitely hate to see it. It's going to be really interesting to see what develops as you just see all these beans falling down. I think there's a little too much running going on, and there's no space being created, so it's going to really just come down to that last. At this
It
point, with
is.
how much running is happening, you're not going to really be able to create any sort of space for yourself, and your only option is just going to be being able to hope that the enemies just don't run into you. As you see, 2 of the teammates are on top of each other and they all kind of just fall together. 13
it's-
people are eliminated, but however, it's looking really promising if they take the right spot. Yep, they did.
That
So it's
and
gonna-
if they
they're-
can
it's looking
secure
like
that
they're
over
gonna
there,
be
they
able
just
to-
need to be slow.
It's gonna be super close. They're gonna not. Oh, the wizard misses. And
The
they
wizard
ended up actually
misses?
taking
Does
the-
that mean that he's gonna get the crown?
Yeah, they ended up getting the crown. The same person who
Yes!
pushed out their Thin Ice actually ends up winning this round for them too. So props to them.
Props to
You
that
know-
teammate on Team Chonky Thonkers. Can we get some exclamation mark wins in chat for that extremely close victory for Chonky Thonkers? Well
That
done
was-
to Chonky.
Terrifying.
Well done. That was way too close for comfort. I was holding my breath. I can only imagine Chonky Thonkers is feeling very similar right now in
I
that
couldn't hold my breath
situation.
because I was sitting there trying to get it all out in one breath.
You were doing it for me, so it's great.
Yeah.
Oh, it
And
looks
now
like,
we have
speaking of
a
hex,
different hexagon,
Yeah.
as we have a 7-person hexagon here, but Stratosphere is not actually in this one, so there's going to be a minimum of, or a maximum of 3 people that are going to be left in this group here. So it's going to be
Yeah.
very interesting to see how many people are actually left here as they're watching one teammate run around in this low number. As they hang on. It looks like they don't end up ragdolling hard enough.
oh, very
I'm only
close on
seeing
that.
one person. I don't know if they have another teammate here.
Then this might be the only one. If I was Stratosphere, I would be going around and checking the other NPCs currently to make sure that my teammate is having the most accurate callouts possible. But with only 7 people on this hexagon and only 1 teammate being in this final, they're gonna have to play really strategically if they want to win this, because there's gonna be a lot of real estate available to let them play around with in order to make it work. They're up pretty high
Yeah.
already, and they might have to get
They're-
griefy as well.
So they find that they make a good decision here. There were some decisions that I wasn't too sure about, as they end up being able to be the last person on this blue level here. So it's going to be a matter of, are they going to try to greed for this tile? They are going to go around. It looks like they're going to be able to pull off the dive successfully, and then they're going to take this purple area that it looks like nobody else is actually going to be able to get to right now. So
And it does
they're
look like that.
doing a good job of maximizing their tile efficiency here, staying on here. It looks like, yep, they're
Wow,
looking
that
like
was
the
very
only
well done.
person.
That took very
Yeah.
precise timing to be able to do these jumps. Whichever teammate is performing those, I am going to assume that that's probably Swag. That they are doing an excellent job of controlling that area, cutting it
Yeah,
off
they
to
cut
make
off
sure
the
that
one
that
person.
prime bear does not get anything. That's wonderful.
That polar bear ended up dying as 3 NPCs are all running into each other right now, so it's pretty much guaranteed at this point to go to the Stratosphere's teammate here, as all of them were kind of just collided into each other. And you see here the clutchness coming in again
Yep.
as one person stays up on the yellow, makes space for themselves, and is able to hold on, and their teammate ends up getting them the 6 points.
Very, very well done to Team Endgame getting that win. Their teammate was able to clutch that up. They played that incredibly well. Very, very well. And it looks like we have Dino and Jinsane in chat right now from the tournament. You guys played very well. Get them chonky thogs in chat. You had such a close game on that last one. It was incredible to watch. Very, very well done. It'll be great to
Definitely
see
was
how this goes
a-
on with the other
It was
teams then
definitely
too.
crazy to see, and on topic of things that are crazy to see, we have a third hexagon right now, as the base teams have a 10-person hexagon going on with at least, it looks like all their members might actually be here. Yeah, it looks like they
It
have
looks
all
like
four
it.
members in on this, so it's going to be really interesting, as it looks like, wow, that Wiener's just coming in and dropping down on Karate Man here. Come on, your teammates. Don't
I
try to
know, he
be
just
dropping
was
off
just
from the top rope.
flopping his wiener absolutely all over there. Holy
Yeah.
cow.
Look, I know a thing or two about getting destroyed by a wiener on a hexagon, and I'm not big on it. So
I mean, I
prefer
remember
not to see
you
somebody
told
else there.
everybody on Twitch Rivals. It was quite the moment. It's all right. We're sex positive here, so you're among friends.
Yeah, we all good.
It
As you
looks
see,
like they are
Karate
doing
Man's
very
also
well.
all good. Staying on this yellow, it's gonna be them and this witch that are gonna be the last couple on this spot, and they fight for the tiles. And it
Oh,
looks
he
like
just
overfall
fell
their
on his
teammate.
teammate.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. It looks like Karate Man just has to make the Karate Man makes the right call, ends up just eating up the other space for their
Yep.
teammates, so that they end up having the best chance of winning here. Karate Man's just gonna take the L here, and it looks like that.
Looks like the
minion-looking
Simpsons
bean-
looking one. The Simpsons looking
Yeah.
bean is gonna be
yep,
getting
they
the
call it
victory. You
off,
can
so
see
that's
the
a perfect
elation
game
on
for-
Karate Man's face. Well
Yeah.
done to Team Baked Beans.
Going from nearly killing your own teammate to immediately being able to pull it off. And on topic of, killing it, let's take a look at the qual guys as they approach 200 points on this Penguin Pursuit here.
Holy cow! I did not even.
They're-
I was so invested in the hexagon,
Yeah.
I wasn't even aware that Cody is now dominating at 2. None of the other teams are even at 100. Freaking blue
Yeah.
teams at 47,
Cody
red teams at
ties
36.
my PB of 230 points on a Penguin Pursuit. So the funny thing about Penguin Pursuit, and maybe not so much about funny, but you can just spam your jump input like an idiot, and you can just mindlessly survive and never lose the penguin unless somebody ragdolls you,
Yep.
because it is a very dumb mechanic right now that should obviously be fixed. Penguin Pursuit can be a very fun level overall, but they need to fix the jumping mechanic, so it kind of can be abused right now if people know how to do the lore.
Yep, absolutely. Cody took full advantage of that and did very well. We're getting a Fall Mountain, which is going to be a 10-person Fall Mountain. With 4 teammates in here, though, if they have good team communication, then they are going to be able
Yeah.
to do very
3 of
well.
them did not pay their parking ticket, though, so it's going to be a really rough situation for them, as only one of them has the front row.
I
And
know. Only
You
one
see
was...
Cody and one of their teammates are diving off to the left side here. They end up getting a good rotation on the left side that it's okay to go for there. However,
Yeah.
Cody's kind of pinching himself into that hard left position, and it's making it very difficult for him to run in a straight line here. As you
Oh,
see,
it
he has to
paid off
veer
for him, though, because he
Yeah,
was
it
able
did,
to
but
get
at
past
same
the
time, He's
others.
still got 2 people that are going to be ahead of him at this point. so
Ooh, the way
he-
that ball
despite-
RNG is going, this is going to be
Yeah.
very, very close. That scout just got whacked and is now over on
but
Cody's
Cody
side.
ended up getting
Oh,
whacked
and the
too,
Doom
so
guy
it's
on the
gonna be
left,
rough
he
here.
got whacked by the hammer. Oh, this is going to be so
Yeah.
close. I don't think they're going to get it.
No, they don't. So
That's-
what I was saying there was, like, while he might have avoided all the balls here, he took an inoptimal path and he took more veering off instead of being able to run in a straight line. The people who
Yeah.
ran to the right, you saw were the people who were ended up being in the front, because they were the ones that didn't have to veer around nearly as much as someone like Cody did.
Absolutely. Very rough position for them to have to get in on that. They tried, but like you said, it was pinching himself over on that hard left was not the best decision in hindsight. But you know what? Hindsight's 2020. As otherwise, if you had known that Doom guy and that scout were going to be ahead of you, 2 of the teammates probably would have grabbed their asses before they even could get off the ground. So, it all goes
It's
in
hard
from
to
there.
it's hard to go for those grabs at that point. Like in a 10-person one, your best bet is probably just being able to run and just go for the best here. If you're in a number
unless you have
situation where
everyone
it's
in
like
front.
4v3, and then in which case, yes, you can probably chain grab there.
Right.
But in that situation, it doesn't really make sense to go for the grab, especially because early on grabs, typically you've seen in some tournaments that people, despite early on grabbing, you run into the situation where if you catch a bad crown cycle, that early grab doesn't mean anything. And I've actually seen those people still end up actually getting the crown despite the punishment that they get put through in the odd number situation.
Yep. That's very, very true. And this is going to be the third episode now going in for Cody Saurus's team, Qual Guys here. Also, shout out to Platypodes for the We Can't Stop Grinning, Keep It Up beginning. Because of that sexy smile that Chloe's got going on. Heck yeah, I know.
Sexy.
It is. It is! It's beautiful. And now we can see Qual Guys going on through looking at the bracket currently for the teams that we have going on here. It is looking like Endgame is the best of the four so far with 23 points. Chonky Thonkers did well, coming in just behind them at 21 points, and Baked Beans with a score of 20. Qual Guys is currently sitting at 2 with their second episode only having 4.
Updated.
Yeah, it's gonna be a score of 6 for all of those, and even if they get a score of 9, that's only gonna be 15 for the Qual Guys, and it's gonna come down really to seeing how the other teams are going to perform, although that puppy is really heckin' cute and adorable.
That puppy is the real winner of this tournament right now. Honestly,
Abso-freaking-lutely.
Just give the crown to Qual Guys here. Give him an extra crown. That puppy is the biggest reason why that, we're here. Let's be real. We're here for the puppy, not so much the tournament.
I don't know if you guys have seen Karate Man's puppy, but Karate Man, I don't know if you're watching the stream right now and can hear me, but if you can, I think you should go full screen so we can see you and your beautiful dog with the pink bow on it, because I was watching you earlier hold your dog, and it was pretty freaking cute. And I think the entire tournament needs to see that.
Yeah, and on the topic of things to see right here, we're going to see the Qual Guys running into this Tundra run. So they're starting their game 3. They were a little bit behind right now due to some unfortunate situations of disconnects and running onto the same lobby as each other. So we're in a situation where they are a little bit behind, but we're going to be able to get through the start of game 3 here on this Tundra run.
There you go. It's gonna be very interesting to see. I know that if I was in the position of Qual Guys, I would be trying to get as much communication going on with my team as possible, even if it's on a level that you think is as easy as Tundra Run, or just keeping that precedent in place of we need to be lasered in, we need to be focused, and we need to try and make up for the other 2 rounds that we were having a really rough go on.
So it's funny that you talk about how easy levels such as Tundra Run, because the point that I was going to make is Tundra Run, with how narrow these corridors are, desync is not fun, as you see Cody Saurus and actually multiple members of the Qual Guys are experiencing right now, as Cody Saurus ends up having to be at the back of the pack here. But since it's a round 1, he should be relatively okay here. He's going to take the safe path of going down. Let's see if any of them make the Superman across. It looks like none of them are going to try for it, as they just dive safely there. And he ends up jumping right into the fist there, but it ends up slowing him down, so it's fine. So take
he
your time.
tried
You
to
don't
go
need
for that
worry
fist
about
up
it.
in the air. Just
Yeah, you
barely
don't
missed it.
Yeah, so they're pretty fine here. They're just going to take their time here. Again, kudos don't matter. You really just need to make sure that you're getting those 9 points, doing the best that you can here, and just, ending on a high note. So just take it smart, take it cool, take it collected, and collect your qualification as you move into the next round there, Cody.
Yep, and he was able to do that, going halfway. And it looks like one teammate is falling off the edge, having a little bit of a difficult time trying to make it through to that qualifying. It is actually getting down to the wire pretty close. Oh, thank goodness. All right, all 4 of their teammates were able to get through on that first round Tundra Run. It was getting a little too close for the comfort there. And it looks like Baked Beans is just going into a afterwards victory lap game for some fun there. So you're just practicing. That's totally fine, Solidify. That's a fine thing to do. We're just waiting on Qual Guys to finish their last episode, and then we'll move on to the next bracket of teams. Which the teams, for those of you who are curious, that are going to be coming up are Golden Drifters, Bean Team 6, Unknown Generations, and The Boys, who will be ready to immediately get into their games as soon as Qual Guys finishes their 3rd episode. So if the moderators for those teams would make sure that all of those teams are on the screen ready to rumble, then we can just easily slide on into that.
And if you want to talk about a team that's probably going to have one of the best chances to win right here, you're going to be looking at the boys coming up in that next round, as that is the team of Spark City, Stewart, Essence, and Beartorp. Very, very consistently veteran teammates, all playing together, very used to each other. Been in chase for the crowns, one chase for the crowns, so they're going to be a team to watch out for, and you're going to be very interested in seeing if they can not only make it through the next round, but see if they can just get a perfect game going in.
Oh my gosh, especially, like you said, Spark City, who has almost 2,000 crowns just by himself.
Oh, it's more than 2,000. He's at like 2,500 right now.
Is he at 2,500? I thought he was at like
Nearly.
1,900. Well, I'm behind by 600 crowns then. My apologies, Spark. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's their team is 2,400. Thank you, Orange Octopus. Yeah, Spark is a hell of a competitor, as are the other ones on his team. 2,465. Thank you, Vixen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew I was close with the 2,500 guess.
He is a fucking monster, and it is going to be very, very fun to watch his team come in. We might be able to see a perfect game, like Chloe said, come out from the boys and have them be the first team to provide us with a perfect score on today's first day. So there you go. Yes, you can absolutely stop streaming, Jinsane. Your 3 episodes have already been recorded, so you are good to go offline, enjoy the rest of your day, and see how the rest of the tournament goes for if your team's going to be able to make it through to tomorrow's finals.
Good showing on your team, Ginseng. You had a really clutch teammate there to be able to win 2 of those 3 crowns there. I'm very excited to see if you can make it into the next round.
Absolutely,
Take a
and
well-deserved break, and it'll be exciting to see if you make it into the next round.
I'm not sure which of the white and gold beans got you that clutch win 2 games in a row, but GG to them. I don't know if that was Dino or Bilo or who it was, since you guys all kind of looked the same except for Jinsane. Of course, you were in your beautiful gingerbread regalia, but that was very, very fun to watch it happen. Unfortunately, Qual Guys gets a Hoarders. You hate to see it. Oh no.
Oh, classic Hoarders. The thing, you know what? If you were Bean Team 6 and you Triumph or KP, you would be sitting there and they would just drop the controller. They would just be like, "There's no, you know what? Nope, it's not worth my time." They don't want to play it out. Hoarders is bottom 2 level, and I don't think anybody's gonna disagree with that. People are not happy with Hoarders existing. Please just like do something to make it better if you're not gonna remove it.
It's terrible. I'm gonna go switch us to the final 2 scenes, since it'll make their scene just a slight bit bigger on here.
I actually just had all of my stuff freeze right now, so I'm gonna need a second
well,
here to try it
currently
out.
they are doing a very good job. They're on the blue team, and they are keeping 5 of the balls in their own area. Yellow team is looking like they have 2, and if they can keep this pressure with all of their balls they have currently in their side, then they're going to do very well. The team they have is playing hyper aggressively, making sure that they're defending the border from yellow to blue on this Hoarders to do very well. So really, the biggest issue they have is the other team on yellow, because the yellow is also playing very aggressively for Hoarders, while red doesn't know what the fuck is going on and has been at 0 the entire time. So really,
Relatable.
yeah, their biggest issue is just yellow team, which is usually not the case. But unfortunately, with 10 seconds to go, it looks like yellow lost a ball to red, which means that they're at a 1-1 situation that could end in a tie.
Actually, it's not gonna end in a tie.
Oh, thank goodness. They were able to take that ball out of red. That has to be a huge sigh of relief coming from Cody above. You could see that he's just like, oh, we're good.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Everything's
as they
fine.
make it through the Hoarders. The stress of the Hoarders is done, and let's see if they can get themselves a little bit of an easier next round.
And exactly. And this is going to be a very interesting one to do here. I'm going to be changing this currently, just so you guys have a.
You want to talk
have
about
it
it
be seen a little
interesting?
easier.
It's a jump showdown for their finals, so they
How
get
many people
the
is this?
max-
This is a
It's
20.
the max number jump showdown. Now they get all 4 people, but Cody. All right, Cody, I'm gonna need you to do me a solid. Cody, you watch me. You know what to do. Murder all of these teams, Cody. You
Oh
know
my
to be
God.
aggressive here. I need to see some play.
The Qual guys do not get a break. These poor people on a 20 max Fall Guys. My god. Yeah, Cody.
This might be a break for them, honestly, though, as they at least get all 4 points here.
They could. They absolutely could. And can we get some rare chars in chat? Because they are rare charring. Making sure now, apparently Mediatonic took out the input lag that comes in from the jump lag of standing in place. But I will tell you that no matter what, I will always rare char on Jump Showdown. Just
Rare
because it's
char
ingrained
to
into
go
my build.
far.
You got a rare char to go far in Jump Showdown. And Cody knows that, as does everyone else.
Speaking of going far, Cody has to make the jump here and just narrowly makes it through. They lose one of their teammates, though, so it's going to be at least 2 of them. I don't know if I see the third alive. So they have... okay, they're hanging on, They still have 2. Cody's hanging on here as 9 out of the 19 people that are needed to be eliminated are ending up staying okay. I don't really have the best camera angle right now to be able to tell who else is alive here. It's looking like... Alright, it has a guarantee of 2 people left
Yep,
on Cody
they have
Torres' team
2
here.
that are on here, which is a very bad way statistically to be, because they started out with 4 members in, they only have 2 left, and there are still 7 other NPCs that they need to keep track of. Now, 2 did just get taken off of the side with that sweeper arm.
Cody. You watched the video. I need to see some grab and goes.
They're gonna have to grief. At this point, their best bet is to grief off the other players, because there's too many people fighting for the same real estate on this platform that if one falls, all it's gonna take is for them to fall, ragdoll, hit one of the teammates, and whack them off the edge as well. The safest play here is gonna be for them to make those grabs, follow in Chloe's footsteps, and grief everybody off to secure this victory.
Come on, you're staring at him, Cody.
Come
You're
on, hit that
eyeing them
pineapple.
down. You
Go
know,
for that
just hit
grab.
that button. You're disappointing me, buddy.
Come on, hit that right trigger, Cody. You can do it. Get that pink pirate off of there, or the pineapple, or the present. Literally any of them.
Any of them, please, just not yourselves.
Yep, just not yourselves. It looks like they're just trying to time it out. They really don't want to go for that aggressive side.
I mean, it's working out for them as it's down to 2v2. So
It is.
They are hanging on here right now. So, you know what? While they haven't been aggressive here. Oh, and they lose their teammate. It's down to a 2v1.
Oh, no! This is,
dearie.
see, this is where, if they had played more aggressively, it could have been a much better position for them, because now they've decided to let fate be the factor of who goes on to what, and that's really, really unfortunate there that was the situation that they ended up being with.
I don't want to say that this game would have been over if I was in this, but I think this game would have been over whether or not I already been eliminated is another thing. But,
that's very, very true on the Qual guys going on there. And, you know, I'm not sure where does the pink pirate skin come from exactly? Because I have not seen the pink pirate specifically very often.
I don't know anything about it, honestly. I'm kind of just seeing it existing. I'm at the point of, like, you know, exclusive skins are going to be everywhere. I personally have gotten a skin from, like, Oliver, so it's one of those things that I'm very much, like, I'm used to the exclusivity coming out from certain skins and certain events. So if this is a skin that I haven't heard of, you know, hey, it's part of Fall Guys. It's part of other games. You've seen it in numerous other games where they've had exclusive skins for certain people or certain requirements to get them. And hey, if I don't know where that pink buyer came from, I'm not really going to care because I don't change my outfit very often.
That's true. That's true. You always rock them heels on the bottom, regardless of whatever's on the top. So
speaking of that pirate went whoosh and right off the edge. I was down to a 1v1. Cody hanging on. I don't have the tracker on the screen, so I don't know how long he's got, but he's probably been going at it for at least 3.5 minutes right now. As the last person dies, and Cody ends up clutching out the max.
Cody clutching it
with
up.
The max person jump showdown, clutching it out.
Getting that one there. GG's to Cody, who was able to stay on target, laser focused, making sure that he beat everyone else. Well done to Cody Saurus and the Qual guys for making it through. Big wins to them. Abso-freaking-lutely. All of the wins to them. Well done to him and his chat. That was huge for the Qual guys.
And that's a good feeling to end on your 3 games for today, at the very least. You know, there's a chance that they get the max points. There's a chance that they can make it into the next round now, because that's a at least, you know, something to feel good going forward on.
Oh, 100%. And the fact that they were able to max out, getting a perfect score of 9 on that, it's definitely going to make up for the other games they had prior that did not do so well. So we'll be able to see how the next group of teams coming in, Golden Drifters, Bean Team 6, and Unknown Generations with the boys as well coming on through. It's going to be a wonderful culmination of other teams coming in here as well. And I believe that all of them are on the screen ready to go. I see Professor Panda from Golden Drifters. Bean Team 6 is ready. Unknown Generation seems to be ready to rumble. And it looks like we have the boys as well. Spark City is on the screen and ready to go. So I'm gonna switch on over back to the main four now that I can see that they're all doing well. Looks like Katana Prime on our other team over here is just finishing up a practice game, although I'm sure that Bean Team 6 will be able to rock themselves out at any given point in time. So mods, go ahead and give them the go-ahead to start up and ready up immediately. If we can get Bean Team 6, have them back out of their game so we can have them start to be ready for the actual tournament. This is going to be episode 1 for all of the individuals here.
Yeah, pay no attention to KP's Hexagon as he's actually backing out right now. Props to them getting themselves ready. They knew that we were ready and they got themselves quickly backed out. So we're going to have everyone looking like they're on very similar levels and they're all getting ready to start up right now as KP gets their stream snipe screen open. Spark has theirs. Everyone's getting their scenes set up to make sure that nobody ends up sniping into their games.
Which is smart, and I highly encourage all of the teams, especially since we have many of the people who are going to be coming up in the tournament watching this competition stream currently, to make sure that you have either your face cam or if you want to set up a specific no sniping screen for yourselves to do that, because that will eliminate the potentials for people to come into your games and screw with you, or to accidentally get into the same lobby as other people too, because we had that happen with Qual Guys and Baked Beans in the last bracket of 4, and if you can avoid getting into the same team as some of your opponents, then you definitely want to give yourself as much advantage for that as possible. Is he playing the piano?
Yeah, Spark's been getting very into just, you know, playing the piano in his free time. He doesn't even necessarily have music on with the game, so he kind of just plays the piano while he's waiting for games, or it's taking too long, or he's watching his teammates. He'll just kind of casually do that to fill the void. He's actually super good at it. As somebody who has been able to have conversation with Spark in the past, he's a really cool person, and I love being able to see him play.
That is incredible. I didn't even know that he could play the piano, so that is really cool and a great way to pass the time for waiting for qualifications to come up. It looks like we do have Golden Drifters in their first game going through on Seesaw, with Professor Panda being a part of that. So the thing about the Golden Drifters is that with the Bean Brawl, these individuals did not know each other prior to this tournament. They did not come in as a squad. They all signed up for the tournament as individuals, as drifters, wanting to be introduced to the competitive Fall Guys scene. And they all got assigned to a team together, and they've been practicing for the past 2 weeks as a unit to be ready for today's $1,000 qualifying competition. So I am very interested in seeing how well their teamwork has gone and how much work they put in to see if that pays off for them.
Yeah, it's really exciting to be able to see these teams that were formed literally just by being drifters and not having any interaction with each other, all of a sudden being able to play together, and it'll be interesting to see how they end up pulling off their games, whether or not they make it through the next round, whether or not they get the crowns. It's going to be an exciting and very interesting and honestly big question mark going into it, because you know, and when I say question mark, I mean just like they're going to be the biggest unknown, they're going to be the biggest wild card here, because nobody really knows what to expect out of them, because nobody's really seen them before.
That's true. That's a very good point. We don't know whether or not they've been practicing every day. We don't know if that's been they've only been doing it once a week. We don't know how good they are prior, other than the individual stats that they've had. So it's going to be very, very cool to see. It looks like they have all of their teammates having already qualified through, so they are showing that they are a force to be reckoned with. They know what they're doing. They have already gotten all of their teammates qualified through on this first round.
We got a gate crash finishing up for Unknown Generations here. Bean Team 6 loading into their hit parade here, as you see Triumph in classic Triumph fashion, mightily in first place, KP following up behind, and This is another team that you're gonna sit there and think if they don't get minimum 26 points, it's gonna be a weird game.
Yes, very much so. With how skilled the players are on it, it would be odd to see them perform any less for sure.
Definitely.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, these are specifically between the Bean Team 6 and the boys. Spark has won Fall Mania. KP and Triumph been in multiple Fall Manias, been to the finals of Fall Manias, won Fallapalooza. Like these are people who have very consistent performance and have been involved in the scene for a long time. That you really would be shocked if something as simple as like missing a jump input on a hit parade and getting disqualified kind of thing, or you're gonna be really surprised if you don't see anything more than them getting victories here.
Absolutely. It looks like Professor Panda on their Egg Scramble here is playing very aggressively for trying to keep all of their eggs in there. Is doing the strategy of holding on to the golden egg. What do you think about that strategy of holding on to it with rather than trying to actively defend against teammates that are trying to grab it?
So, back before they changed the egg physics, I think that it was an okay strategy. The problem with it being is that if you're sitting there holding and you're the only one there, well, you're holding on to 5 points, but that's probably all you're going to have potentially if you're getting attacked by 6 other people and there's no defense there.
I agree.
I like that. If it was in that sense, I would stand on the platform and play more of a zone defense. However, now that they've changed the egg physics and you don't even have to climb out of the basket to throw out the egg, I don't even bother trying to hold one of the eggs, and I just take the team whoever has the least at the start, and I just hard focus them and make sure that they don't have anything, because it's so easy to just throw away eggs these days that they're really the plan of defense is literally play where the starting spot is and just get the eggs as they come back out, because there really is no defense to be played.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I think that holding on to an egg is an old strategy of coming out when the first season was going on. People didn't know what was happening, and that it's going to be a lot better to simply zone it. But I mean, red team is at 0 points. They're dead. They're done. So they don't have to worry too hard on their egg scramble here. They don't have to get first. They just have to not be last, which is a very important rule in any team game.
Not last.
Not last.
The
That means
classic
we're
thing that
moving
you love
on.
hearing as you were the kid in middle school who probably got picked towards the end of the group. Anytime you were not last was a good thing. It was a victory.
Exactly.
And yeah, you say Jesus, the Spark City's wins. Yeah, Spark City has I think he has the most wins for any North American player, and he's in the top 3 in terms of wins overall. I don't necessarily know if it's top 3, but the only people that I know that have more wins than them are Crow Jirai and Kwai. So
yeah.
Like I was saying, be sure to keep an eye out on the boys here, as that team together probably has close to 5,000 crowns.
Yeah, they are. If Neko ever decided that she wanted to get out of just playing for funsies and go into a tournament format, the amount of people that would just swarm around her stream and want to secure them as a teammate would be immense, because them, especially if they could get their friend Jirai as well to do that, because they have over 3,500 wins.
Yeah, there's some of the few people that have all of the Crown Pass. It might be the only 2 that have the entire Crown Pass finished.
Yep.
I don't know if there's other people that do, but they're the 2 that I know of.
Yeah, and there could be others, but if they don't stream or regularly put their wins out there for the world to see that they are in fact the best at the game, then you could have an amazing player with 10,000 wins hiding in their mom's basement, but we wouldn't know. And it looks like
everybody's saying that they're unknown and not unknown generations, but that's just something to at least correct for ourselves.
Oh, interesting. They must have changed their name to Unknown. When they registered for it, they said that they wanted to be Unknown Generation, so if they want to call themselves Unknown, go for it. And if they want to register for future tournaments and eliminate the Generations part of that name, then they can do that too. As far as the Wall Guys goes on Team Unknown here, I think they were able to get all 4 of their teammates going on through, as they've made it through on that one here.
Yeah, definitely. As you see on the topic of all teammates getting through, all the teammates making it through as well on Bean Team 6 and their ski fall, so they're going to make it through. All the unknowns going to make it through. Crazy Peak coming up for the boys. They should probably make everything through here, so it'll be exciting.
With 17 qualifying as well, it's not even a rough go of 6 people qualifying and the pressure being on for all 4 of you to secure some of those 6 spots, you know? It's gonna be very, I think, easy for them to all have their 4 teammates make it through on this. Unfortunately, Unknown gets the thick bonkus variation of Tiptoe here, which you honestly hate to see, because I have had some very negative experiences with a thick bonkus Tiptoe.
You definitely just hate to see Tiptoe in general. Thick bonkus just adds a little bit more stress, so you gotta be a little more patient with yourself. However, what you hate to see is I'm pretty sure Professor Panda is eliminated right now in the Golden Drifters, so they're actually potentially down a player right now. We're gonna have to double check, as we actually see part of that Tiptoe for Unknown is pretty much figured out. Somebody took the yeet and they're just sitting there at the edge, waiting to figure it out.
They're just, if I was in that position of the grease there on the Tiptoe, I would be taking note of which platforms are shaking to be able to say, all right, 5 is definitely a no, 7 is a no, etc., so that we can communicate that information to the teammates. And a very good strategy on Tiptoe in general is to make sure that you aren't looking where you're at, that you're always looking ahead as well, so that you can tell your teammates, I saw 12 shake, it's not 12, and know which ones aren't worth risking the biscuit for, as far as experimentation goes, for making sure you can all get through.
Yeah, and on the topic of all trying to make it all through, they actually figured out the path right now is 3 of them are going to make it through. I don't know about their 4th teammate right now, but I know I saw 3 of them make it through on a Tiptoe, which is a pretty good likelihood of, you know, feeling good about it. As I can confirm, yes, Professor Panda is out right now. They're watching one of their teammates try to make it through on their Oopsie Heroes that they're on right now. They need 1 more to go in, and they do make it in. I see a 2nd teammate is alive, as there's 5 spots potentially left to qualify on, and their 1 teammate does make it in. So I see at least 2 alive and have made it through. I don't know if they had a 3rd one. There was somebody who qualified prior to me looking, but at the very least, they have 2 going into a finals. And on the top
That's
of
good.
The finals,
that's a potential
Mickey
7
Moose.
points.
Yeah, and on the topic of the finals, you have Mickey Moose coming in here on a jump showdown. I know you can't see it on the screen right now, but they have a jump showdown running in 10 people, and it looks to be that they have all 4 members actually in on there. So there's a good chance
That's very
that
good
Unknown's
odds.
going to take game 1 to be able to get a perfect game here. So we're going to have to be able to keep in mind as to how that continues for the next couple minutes, as the boys are finishing up a wall, guys, and Bean Team 6 is in
They're
a
sitting
very
pretty with
dominant Oopsie
115 points. Jesus fucking Christ. Can you show off some
Yeah.
more, please? I would like to see 200 points in Hoopsie Daisy, because 117 is not enough. My god, they dominated that. B Team 6 just leaving everyone on that Hoopsie Daisy in the dust.
Yeah.
Oh, and it looks like the Golden Drifters are going into a roll-off now for their finale, and are
so
having 8 people on that too.
Yeah, and it's 2 of them, 2 teammates there, so they're gonna have a chance of being able to get to 7 points here. As
It looks like
have a
3 of
2
their
versus
teammates
5.
are in on that
it
one
is 3?
there.
Okay, I
it's
couldn't
3
see over the
teammates.
camera, so yeah.
3 teammates that are in on this one, so 3 out of 8 are very good odds.
However, 1 just died,
oh!
so quickly down to 2.
That was an unfortunate ragdoll on that one there, but that's okay. Even though that one died, they still have 2 of their other teammates left, so they could still grab this potential for 8 points, which is a very, very good score to have for the first episode. To be able to get that would be a very strong presence to show that they mean business.
And on the topic of grabs, if we look back at this jump showdown here, we got 3 out of the 9 people required to be eliminated here. 3 teammates are alive right now, 4 unknown. But I'm not seeing those grabs. Come on, I know some of these people know me. I know they want me. Like, you don't want to disappoint me. I want to see those grabs as I immediately call for it. The pigeon does, in fact, grab one of them, eliminate them. It's down to a 3v2, 2v1.
And on Bean Team 6,
50-50 the sacrifice, and yup, there it is. They get the
Bean
perfect
Team
game.
6 was
like
able
that.
to get their win as well. So Unknown Generations and Bean Team 6 coming in clutch with their teammates working together to get the crown. Very well done. That is a strong way to have this go off for the very first episode. And we're looking like the Golden Drifters on Team 5 are fighting to be in on that very strong first episode grind as well, while the boys in the bottom right are working on a thin ice currently.
10-person thin ice. I imagine all 4 members are in it. Yep, I see all 4. No problem. So, you know, it's going to be a matter of who's going to be the one that gets left with the most space, and then they're just going to give it to that person. I don't think there's going to be any situation that, I don't foresee them losing unless somebody just trying to hard griefs them.
I agree. Unless, and with only 6 other people that are on this, for them to specifically go after those 4, I don't think is going to be a problem. I think that the boys should be fine here as long as they don't choke to clutch up and grab this victory for themselves. Doing well. I am very impressed. Whoever this blue platypus person is really giving a run for their money. And Golden Drifters
They
got the crown! Let's go! Well done on the Golden Drifters team. Doing freaking amazing. And being able to get that with 3 people in the final, that means that they have 8 points. And we're doing really well, coming out with a very strong first episode. The only team left now for the first is gonna be Thin Ice. And it looks like they've given themselves a really good divide on the real estate here with Thin Ice. Of making sure
cutting off this area to leave it down to himself here, and he's just kind of taking it slow.
Absolutely.
I'm pretty sure that the person over there is Essence. Essence is kind of just eating up the space with the other randoms, and at this point, it's gonna really just come down to this one other person that's over there.
Yeah, it looks like that chicken.
We're actually gonna be able to beat. It's gonna be very close here.
Ooh, it's gonna be if that chicken plays. Very smart. They might actually lose this.
Yeah, Spark is not going to be able to pull it off. That chicken had 1
If that chicken,
extra,
that means they do not actually win. That is unfortunate. That looks like they are going to be only getting 4 points on that one instead of their 9, and that's the problem with Thin Ice is there's so many different areas that you're trying to keep track of, and if the person has already cut off an area for them to just have their own island to themselves, there's not a lot you can do if you can't jump over to it other than just hope that they choke.
Yeah, definitely a very unfortunate circumstance for them there, as it was a tile difference was really all that they had there. So unfortunately they still get the 4 points. They do enough of the points that they needed,
which is good for them, and at the very least, they were able to get 4 points on that one. It wasn't quite the 9 that they were hoping for, but it's still, depending on how they do on these next 2 episodes, should prove that they can make it into the next one. And that also just goes to show that even if somebody has 2,500 wins, nearly like Spark City, that doesn't mean that somebody who has maybe 30 wins can't beat them as well, because with Fall Guys, while skill is a huge factor, there's also RNG, and sometimes we're human and mistakes happen and things don't always work out. So just because you're going up against very tenured players doesn't mean that you can't necessarily come out on top from them as well. And team games are a large RNG component of this. Everybody would hate to be a part of Hoarders or Jinxed in any situation. I've been in Jinxed in squad tournaments before, and it's the bane of my existence.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not much to say about Jinxed outside of it. It's probably the last level that you want to see in any sort of tournament environment. So
absolutely,
you just hope for the best.
Yep. And as far as the other teams dropping into their second episode, it looks like B Team 6 and the Unknown Generations are going into their first rounds, while DoorDash is going to be the first one. That you love to see DoorDash on the first round, because as we saw with the Baked Beans getting some people eliminated in the last bracket of 4, DoorDash coming up first means that it will never show up in your episode again, and that you don't have to stress about it potentially coming up to haunt you on a round 2.
Yeah, there's really not much more to say about that. You know, you don't hope for DoorDash in general, and you know, getting it round 1 is at least gonna feel better than getting it round 2.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. I mean, you're hard pressed to funnel yourself through it at any point in time, but round 2 always just adds an extra layer you don't need. It looks like everybody on Unknown Generations has been able to qualify through on their Tundra run here, which is great, and Golden Drifters is going into their own version of Tundra run. Up. And a little random Santa Claus falling off on Unknown Generations there. But with all of their teammates going through, that's not a bad position to be in. As long as they don't get DoorDash on their second round, then they're doing really well.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to be looking like they're going to be pretty okay here. Spark is actually fitting himself just narrowly into the front here. So it's looking like all 4 people on this DoorDash are going to make it through. I don't really see any worry for them. Yep.
No, it looks like
Alright,
all of them
so-
were able to make it in just fine.
Yeah, and Bean Team 6 is going to get a slime climb here, which if anything, we shouldn't be worried for them. We should be worried about the other Beans in this lobby, as
I agree.
all of these players have a potential of just being able to be like, I'm just going to eliminate everybody here. So we'll see. We'll see what the course of action here is. They're probably just going to qualify because Triumph is much more of the I want the gold than I want grief. So we'll see
Yep.
what ends up being the case.
Yep, but that's could be a very valid way to play. There's two different ways that you can really go into the tournaments like these. Is you can either go in as somebody who is hyper aggressive and wants to make sure that they have the least amount of people in the finales as possible, and so they go for the grabs, they go for the eliminations, regardless of what medal that puts them at, as long as they guarantee that they're also qualifying. Or you could play the safe route of, I'm just going to show up as go in as fast as I possibly can, make sure that I qualify, and just guarantee that at least me and my 4 teammates make it in, rather than trying to get rid of other people on the map.
Yeah, and you do see that exact situation. It was like you're saying, they're just getting in, they're just going to worry about, qualifying, no problem. And you see 1, 2, 3, 4 as all 4 of Bean Team 6 makes it in.
Absolutely.
Just like anybody would have expected there.
And I don't think that they're going to have any problems, especially on a slime climb that they've done how many times now. It's that difference between complacency and comfortableness that you were talking about before, and I think they're in that realm of comfort versus complacency. They know not to risk it, they know how to play it well to make sure that their team gets through without any issues.
Yeah, exactly. And on the topic of getting through with no issues, you see the boys making it through their Tundra run, no problem. You see one of the members of Unknown still trying to get through on the seesaw, as Golden Drifters are also loading into a seesaw of their own here. So we got a few different levels going on here. Some waiting on their teammates to make it through, some just waiting for the level to end, but we're starting to make it midway into Game 2 at the very least.
Oh, absolutely. And I was hoping that at least somebody who has Seesaw today, whether it's in this bracket or somebody that we're going to be seeing going on further, is going to employ the strat of griefing the lobby if they get the vertical seesaws by having their teammates forcibly have the seesaws go up high enough so that none of the rest of the lobby can get on top of them to eliminate as many people as possible. I was able to see some of that action come in from Drew Crew yesterday. He was practicing that strat with his team, and it was very fun to see because you don't see it very often. Where then after their seesaw had finished with the verticals, only 16 people qualified because of them purposefully trying to time out the lobby so that they could go into a round 2 finale. It was a 16-person thin ice. They went straight from seesaw to thin ice because of that strat.
Yeah, actually, there is one thing that I want to point out. It looks like that Professor Panda is actually not in this round 2 seesaw because he's spectating and nobody else is qualified right now. So they must not have made it through round 1, unfortunately. So they're gonna have to be trying. They're waiting patiently to make sure that all their other 3 teammates can make it through. So all 3 are gonna make it through, but it is something to keep note of is that they only have 3 people moving into this game, this round 3 for them.
That is a very good point.
2 teams are actually going into a freezy peak here with actually the same. They're not. No, they're definitely not in the same game. No.
No, they're not in the same game. Not at all. They had
qualifying
completely
numbers.
different initial rounds. They just both happened to be
Yeah.
on a 20-person freezy peak, which is very interesting. That
just
their games did it that way.
coincidental, same number of qualifiers. It looks like Spark is actually going to go opt for the play of waiting out to make sure that their final teammate can make it through. He was looking potentially to probably grief somebody and push them back. Really heads up play to make sure that his teammate can make it through, as all 4 of them are going to make it in, no problem.
Very smart, and that's always good to have somebody on that team who's willing to make those risky ones, that's confident enough in their griefing skills to make sure that if a teammate is struggling, that they can eliminate the competition that was ahead of them from the map so that they can get through and secure those 4 points by getting into the finale.
Yeah.
It looks like the 4 teammates on Unknown Generations was able to get through on that as well, and that's Bean Team 6 is now moving into their finale for episode 2 of a Jump Showdown.
Yeah, and I'm going to imagine the only player who might be aggressive here would be Chewy. KP and Triumph, we have both seen on numerous occasions go into the situation of they are very willing to just jump it out, time it out, and not really go for anything too crazy. And I imagine we might not even see any of them even, but if there is somebody who would go for the aggressive plays, it's going to be my friend Chewy, who I know wants
Yep.
to be is very aggressive as a player as well.
I can see that, and I
Oh,
am
actually,
I only
I
seeing
didn't even
3
notice
people.
Triumph is actually out right now.
I was
so
gonna
there's
say I
three
only
of them
see
here.
3 teammates who are in on this
Yeah.
jump showdown for the finale on Bean Team 6. So they're looking for a potential of a max of 8 points here, rather than that perfect score of 9. But if they can still clutch that 8, that's a very good score to be able to get. With only 5 people are left on the, or 6 people left on the map here, it's a 3v3 situation. They should be able to do just fine. If Chewy wants to go for that aggressive play, these are going to be the times when it gets down to these last 2 platforms to make that happen.
Yeah, definitely. As they catch a tight cycle and everyone actually ends up being able to make it through there, it's looking like nobody's looking for this grab right now. They might be waiting for it to speed up a little bit, but I expect this to pick up a little bit. I don't really know as we end up running into it. KP
Katana!
goes for it.
He did
Yeah,
not
so KP
get
ends up
the...
and gets caught. Another
Oh,
2
he
people
got
go
it.
down though, so it's a 2v1. It's still
It's
it's
a-
okay.
oh,
it's okay.
and they
take the
clutch it.
50-50
Let's
and they
go.
end up getting him. Yep,
Very
alright,
well
no
done.
problem.
Even though Katana was not able to get that, unfortunately. Is he picking up a bunny? That's adorable. Oh, that
yeah, I'm
Ori.
pretty sure
that's
that
Ori.
ninja, based off of process of elimination, I don't know if I'm pronouncing their name right, but Lus, like, they ended
Yeah.
up being the person to finish off that 50-50 there, so good on them.
Well done to-
secure them the 8 points.
Yep, well done to Bean Team 6, because that, like you said, means that they're going to be able to get that 8 points on the board, and now they can just practice at this point and time it out if they would like to. Well, it looks like Unknown Generations are going on into a thin ice, and without it being a hugely maxed one, it's going to be double digits
And the boys
here.
are also on a Fall Mountain, so we're going to have to keep a note of that one as they look like they're slowly working their way up there.
It
Spark is
does.
the furthest person in on their team, not in first, but there is a little bit of Ragdoll, a little bit of Decent coming on here,
a
so
little
they
bit.
might be
It
able to
looks like
squeeze through.
Spark
It's
was able
looking
to
like he's
clutch
got
it
a
out
good
front,
crown
and
cycle.
he
Can
gets
grab
it!
And he gets it. There we
Well
go. That's
done.
what Spark needed to do. He needed to clutch it out. They didn't have the greatest of round ones as they unfortunately just narrowly lost. So getting that clutch win on that Fall Mountain really helps push them and give them what they needed there.
Absolutely. That was very, very close, and the fact that Spark was able to get in front of that toucan, which seemed like it was going to beat him out, was just a great boon for him and his team. And they absolutely needed that after that first round for sure. GG's.
It was the perfect crown cycle for somebody who was a little bit behind there. He was able to just, like, because the thing about that was that the toucan was there first, but that toucan stopped moving. So
It did.
when you're trying, all of a sudden they don't have their momentum, and they're trying to react to the crown moving, where Spark never stopped moving because he had to play catch up. So because of that, he had the advantage of constantly being in motion comparatively to the other person who did not.
I agree, and that's something that a lot of new players make a mistake of, is if you stop moving and you lose that momentum, you can't get it back until you've started to run again. So if you are thinking that you're going to have the same speed, be able to get the same distance that you had before you stopped, you're sorely mistaken. And on not jump showdown, on a Fall Mountain like that, having your momentum, especially for that crown, by rotating yourself in a rare char movement is absolutely everything.
Yeah, and on the topic of, moments of deciding right here, you see Mickey Moose is actually in, like, this intense grab-off right now with these two Doom guys.
Oh, yeah.
As he's the only one on this side here, trying to hang on. He's
Oh,
running
and
out.
he just eliminated
that's
one
a
of the
nice
Dooms!
push right there. That's a nice move. So now the real play is he going to try to kick out the Doom guy, or is he going to leave the Doom guy that space there?
I think he's going to leave him the space.
Yeah, personally, I would have tried to take out the Doom guy, make sure that you have as much space as possible there, especially because you have those extra tiles. But it's looking like the Doom guy is the only person that he's really going to have to compete with, as I see two other teammates jumping around next to each other.
And fell
Mickey's
on that
out.
one.
Down to a 1v1. All of a sudden, everybody just died there.
Everybody
I don't
just
know who's
fell.
gonna win.
But his teammate
Oh,
was
and-
able to
you
get
know-
the win.
All right, so they get at least
Thankfully.
8 points, might be 9 going in from unknown. Good for them.
Well
And
done.
The Golden Drifters actually are going to load into a hexagon right now.
It does. It looks like they're going into their final. I'm not sure if they were able to grab their all three teammates into this finale, but I guess we're going to find out here in just a moment. It looks like that really good platypus player on their team is the one that he's currently watching.
Yeah, they're not switching over, so I don't know how many of the players are there, unfortunately. It looks like he's kind of just sitting there. I don't know if he's comment or talking to his chat right now, but you really should focus. Hopefully he is, in fact, talking to his teammates, trying to tell them what's going on.
Yep,
you know,
I just
try to
saw
give
that
them-
samurai fall
Yeah.
down that had an arrow on it, so we know at
Too.
least 2 of the teammates are in here currently.
Yeah, and ooh, their blue teammate right here just takes a nasty ragdoll, falls down
Mhm.
2 levels. So they're on middle blue right now.
Yep, which is all right for them. It looks like they have a okay area, but that crocodile could pose a problem there, depending
Yeah,
on how
if
they
you're-
want to do. Oh, and
If
that
you-
teammate
and
is
teammate just
taking the
runs into
same
them,
real
yeah, you really
estate,
gotta
which
start
is
communicating here right
yeah,
now
that's
because they're
not
trying
what
to
you want to
talk
see.
each
That's
other.
bad team communication.
Yeah.
I did see the third teammate
and
though.
he gets Boomba stomped and falls down into the yellow.
Yep, I did see that pink bean in there, so they do have all 3 of the same people who are in this on this finale, so they could get a potential of 8 points here yet again.
Okay, so they can at least get to 8. That's a very promising setup for them right now.
Absolutely.
And
Oh,
you
that was
see
bad team
as all of
communication.
their teammates are unfortunately running into each other right now. They need to make sure that they give themselves more space.
Oh,
go-
that pink did not have enough time. I'm not sure what the samurai is doing, running aggressively. They should be slow hopping
I
here.
think they're cutting off the area so that they can only be alone there. So they definitely
could
have
be.
made it so that nobody else can get to them. It's just a matter of nobody's calming right now, so I don't know if they know where the other person is, as it's a 1v1 right now. They can slow themselves down a little bit more, but they definitely had the most space.
And
as
they
you see,
win it! They clutch the crown, the samurai did. Alright, the camera movement wasn't there for me to see how the opponent was playing or not. But very well done. Golden Drifters, the samurai on that one there, was able to get their team that victory with another 8 points. Very, very solid. And it looks like Professor Panda's been having a hard time. He got eliminated on round 1, I think both times now.
Yeah, I definitely think that. Sorry, I look really weird right now. I'm trying to get I'm all tangled up right now.
Oh, no, you're
yeah,
fine.
I think Professor Panda just needs to have it so that they can just recompose, move on, like be able to move on. You know, game 2, your team still got 8 points. Didn't matter when you got eliminated. The point is that your team still managed to make it work. So good on them being able to secure the 8 points, make him probably feel a little bit better knowing that his loss wasn't in vain.
Yep, that's very true, and I think that's a very very good point. It seems like all the other teams are loading up into their games for the 3rd round now, and that will be seeing how well they're gonna do for moving on in. It looks like Dizzy Heights for 2 different teams. So even though Bean Team 6 and Unknown Generations have the first Dizzy Heights, they are in different lobbies together, which is good to see. It looks like Professor Panda's trying to change up his cosmetics to see if that might get him a little more luck on this 3rd episode that they're going on into. Maybe a change of skins is gonna
Just a little change.
make it a little different, you know? Exactly. When you've gotten eliminated on round 1 with the first 2 times, you know, you might as well change it up, see if it has any effect or not, even if it's just placebo.
You do what you can, because at this point there's really, you know, you want to feel good, and maybe, you know, some fresh clothes, some fresh fit, gonna make you feel a little bit better.
100%. And I think that would be, I mean, worth it. At that point, everybody else is all set up, ready to go. We got that bubblegum, we got the platypus, the samurai, and now a changed up Professor Panda. And yeah, it looks like it's definitely different lobbies for Unknown Generations and Bean Team 6 for the Dizzy Heights, in case anybody was worried they got into the same lobby. You can see that only 42 are going to be qualifying on Unknown Generations, whereas Bean Team 6 had 43 make it through on theirs. There we go.
Alrighty, so all these teams are slowly loading into their final games here, as
Yep.
we have a Tundra Run coming in for the boys. Golden Drifters are not hiding their screen, but they're going. And
They're going.
They're going. And you have Mickey Moose and Unknown here slowly moving forward through their Dizzy Heights as their level is about to finish up, moving into the next round.
Absolutely. And Tundra Heights is going to be a pretty simple one for Spark City and the rest of his team on the boys to make it on through. Big Fans. I never call it Big Fans. I call it Only Fans, because that's the only name that is ever fun to say when you get that level for the other ones there.
Yeah, I mean,
I
what
think
else
that's
is there?
great.
It's gotta be OnlyFans. It's the only way.
Right? Absolutely. And then you could just make so many good innuendo jokes for it. It's too good to pass up there. Although I do have to say, I will take Skiffall over OnlyFans anytime because I enjoy the momentum that you get, especially with the ice mechanics, which is the same as the slime mechanics they had before. It's just blue. But it gives your bean speed that you don't see in any other map other than Skiffall.
Ooh. Spark actually ends up not getting the Superman fly, but gets the perfect fist timing so that he flies straight forward. It might have actually been faster than going for the Superman entirely. As
Yeah.
he zooms forward and gets that nice first place for himself.
The fact that he was able to time that so well is incredible. I haven't been able to get the timing down for the Superman consistently whatsoever, and the fact that he was able to do that is great. Apparently, on Frozen Peas, who we're gonna see coming up here and competing in the next bracket of 4 when these teams are done with their 3rd episode, there are some people in there who have gotten that timing down as well, so it'll be interesting to see if we get any Tundra runs with them to show that off.
Yeah, I'd say once we get further on into the people who have signed up and we get deeper into the bracket, you're going to run into more of these players who have more experience with going for something such as that. I know that even myself, I can probably get it. Not so much. I'd probably say I can get it maybe 25% of the time. Nothing too crazy, but you know,
That's
you
still
are
better
going to see
than
people who are going to be
it being
going
a
for it.
fluke. Yeah, because that's the skill level that I see a lot of players at, where they get it once and they're never able to replicate it. So if you're even able to replicate that strategy 25% of the time, that's a lot better than most. I'm interested in seeing Professor Panda qualifying on this one. I'm really hoping his skin change made it so that he could make it through, and he did! Oh, he's so excited!
Yeah. The happy days. They
The
made
happy
it through.
days.
No problem. Never worried.
Let's
You can
go,
see
Golden
even in
Drifters.
his chat, they're all happy, and you know, they're trying to give them some positive vibes right there, as you should.
As
All
is
supposed
tradition.
to be helping out and being there for each other. It's nice to give a little extra support to each other.
Absolutely. Very, very well done on that one, because now they have all 4 teammates potentially being able to move on into the finale. And with Hit Parade, as long as they don't lose their momentum on that upward slime, then it should be pretty easy for them to do.
Yeah, and we actually have a jump club right now. So one thing to note, and I don't know how many people actually know this, if you get a jump club, you're guaranteed not to have a jump showdown coming up. So that's one final pretty much already that they won't be seeing here, as they
Oh.
only need 5 more people to be eliminated here. But so just something to keep note of, as jump showdown's probably one of the best ones to get as a squad. So seeing a jump club definitely does not make you feel as good, but they end up making it through. I don't know how many of them are okay. I think that they should have all 4. But
I
just
think
keep
all
in
4 are
mind-
in, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I haven't been watching them as closely to see whether or not all 4 of them were able to make it through to that one. I really enjoy Jump Showdowns as a team final, especially in a squad format for a tournament. So the fact that they had Jump Club, like you said, it not being in the cycle of a finale anymore is something you don't want to see.
And they actually end up going into a team game here of an Egg Siege.
Yeah.
You know, just showing my personal feelings. bias
Saj.
towards that level.
I'm always sad when I see Egg Siege, so
Yeah.
I completely understand your feelings on that.
And it looks like they only have 3 of their members here, actually. So
I see
there's
that.
a maximum of 8 points that they're going to be able to get at this round here. It truly is Sag that they're on this Egg Sag, and they only have their 3 teammates. So they're
But
just
they
gonna play
are
it out,
employing
be
a
up-
very good strat of throwing the eggs up there and having one teammate responsible for throwing it in, so they don't have to waste time going up that ramp, which is a
Yeah, again,
great team strat for Egg Siege.
Yeah. And again, as I was mentioning it when we had an egg scramble earlier today, that the egg diving mechanics has been changed so that you can just literally chuck the egg as if it's a football. You see that as
Oh,
an implement
yeah.
that you're just throwing it in.
It's a
So
lot heavier
it's a
now.
lot easier to just kind of throw the egg and just get it into a position where your teammates can secure it easily. So
Absolutely.
being able to have that one person catch the eggs as the other people are just throwing it up definitely minimizes the amount of time that you have to hold the egg or walk with the egg. And now they're just going to probably play 3-person defense here.
Yeah, since yellow is down to 8 points, it looks like yellow and blue are probably beefing it out because they don't have any yellow. They only have that one blue bullet over here on the red side, which they don't really need. So they're looking like they're in a good position. And speaking of team games, you can look down and see that the boys are on a yellow team trying to get that ball down. They they were guaranteed to get that through. So fortunately for them, despite it being a huge rock and roll, they were able to make it through just fine without any worries. And it looks like a freaking Bean Team 6 is on a hoopsie daisy as well for the team games.
And then
oh
not
my
only
gosh.
that, they're also dominating this one too with an 83, and yellow team has 43. So
Wow.
you know they're not going to be able to hit their 115 plus, but they are getting into the situation of being able to run away with this one.
Oh, absolutely. And the fact that they're just doing so well. 90, I mean, it's not triple digits, of course, but
Only 92?
Still,
Come on, you
only
can do better
92.
than that.
You can do better, being Team 6. Now that's amazing, and you love to see teams that know exactly what they're doing, can communicate, divide the map up so that they aren't running over each other's territory, and can just dominate their particular side of the map. That's how you get those high score points, is by making sure that everybody's talking about where they're going to go and knowing what hoops they're going to go through when.
Yeah, and they're actually, after that hoopsie, they're going right into the thin ice here, so a good chance of being able to get more points. And you actually have Unknown running into a Fall Mountain here, so we have two finals being loaded in right now.
Yeah, a
And
20-person thin ice. Oh no.
you love to see it.
Oh,
You
that's
don't. You
disgusting.
don't. On one hand, they got all 4 members in, so it's a guaranteed 4 points, but just play another game.
Yeah.
Mediatonic, why do you have addition? Alright, Mediatonic. Oliver, I've been in your DMs. You listen to me, okay? I need you to talk to your audience, because I'm gonna be real. You need to stop putting additional weight onto new games. You make a separate game mode already for these game modes so people can play them.
Yep.
Just leave that open for longer. Stop putting the additional weight onto these games so that we don't see thin ice
Oh
as much as we are.
my gosh, that poor Mickey Moose was getting beat to death by an RNG ball on Fall Mountain here. It's gonna be close. Oh, he missed it!
Oh, everybody missed it. Though. There was like 6 people there. He jumped a little too early. This horse ends up getting it. I don't think the horse.
The
was
horse
part of
is
their
not
crew.
on their team.
Yeah.
Oh no, that is sad. He got a little greedy, and Mickey dove for it a little too soon, and
Yeah,
that
and
cost them
you
the win.
And on the topic of fun, is the boys have another thin ice of their own. Fun, and
They do.
actually, it's looking like it's coming down to the near end as Triumph and actually, yeah, this is the win
Yeah.
for B Team 6. Triumph and Chewy are the only ones left, and Triumph ends up getting the win. So
There
they're gonna
you
get the
go.
max
They
points
secure
here.
that with a max score of 9 points. That is beautiful. Well done to Bean Team 6 getting that victory. And it looks like Hexagon is the game of choice over on the Golden Drifter side of the screen here.
The horse, and we're being told that the horse is actually on their team, so it looks like they.
Oh, the
did,
horse
in
was
fact-
on the team!
Yeah, it is. It's Triforcer. So Triforcer ends up getting the crown. Good on them. So they end up actually being able to hold off their win. It was really hard to tell from the camera angles to know who it was. So I apologize for not knowing, but good on Triforcer.
Yeah,
to be able
well
to
done
clutch out
then to
crown.
Triforcer. Heck yeah, going in and securing that for the Unknown Generations. I was worried that horse had nothing to do with them, so thank God it was Triforcer or whomever on that team. Well done to them. And I think the Golden Drifter, because we know that Bean Team 6 secured their victory there. Not sure if the Golden Drifters were able to grab the win on that one. I wasn't able to see who was actually securing the crown, but we'll see that updated here on the bracket shortly. If you guys want to know who on which teams have the most points and how the bracket is looking so far, you can always do !bracket in chat. The moderation staff is working very, very tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure it's updated and accurate after the end of each episode. They did not end up winning. Okay. That was
And
only
we
going to be
actually, on
a
the
few
topic
points
of
for
a
them.
win, though, we are going to, in fact, have the boys win here, as it's down to their two teammates, and they
Well
jump
done.
off, secure the win, so it's going to be another perfect game on their end. And I'm sorry that I misspoke. 8 was the one that got it. I'm sorry that the one time I decided to listen to chat, Chat deceives me. I'm gonna put the blame on you. I was reading chat and I saw multiple people say I saw Triforce, so
I
I'm
saw
sorry
people
that
say
I
it was
said that.
Triforce. It was Triforce, so I
Yeah.
just went with them because I can't check right now. Oh, it was 8. 8 themselves is in chat
Yeah,
saying
no,
it was.
yeah,
So
yeah,
well
exactly.
done, 8.
So I want to apologize, but I also want to say that's what I get for trying to listen to chat.
Yep. That's why we can only focus on one things at a time. So well done to those 4 teams going on. I know. God damn it, chat. Just how dare. We're gonna be
Making
taking
me look
a.
bad? Oh my god.
I
what?
know. Ugh. It looks like we are actually a little bit ahead of schedule, which is wonderful.
We love that.
You love to see that, especially with Qual Guys having their DCs and issues going on with the bracket. I think that is great. That's going to give some time for us to actually take a 10-minute break. We can go ahead and come back here at 3 to give us some time for me to talk with the staff team and make sure that everything is accurate, updated, and good to go. So we will be back here in about 10 minutes. Chloe and I will continue casting, and we will talk about the teams that are going to be coming up with the Fantastic Four, Big Utis, Team 11, and Frozen Peas.
So I gotta get through it, and the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I want no fake love, I want the real stuff, everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once, I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad, I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back, yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one, working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah, rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun, shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I fall, yeah, always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it, and the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing, never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it, never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving, yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine, yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine, yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline, yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different, man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro, don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon, and I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming.
There's no way that you make it, and maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fight back.
too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore. I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to hit south.
Never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Aren't you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Or will you fucking fight back? Yeah, she's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors all around say her body is fantastic. All natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a latch. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated. But that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated. But she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah. You got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. You're undressed. I heard you like to get away. I heard you like to stay out late. I heard you had a couple boyfriends. I heard they didn't treat you right. I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, 'cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah, they say she's too hot, they say she's too cold. Where she came from, nobody really knows. They say she looks young, but say she acts old. From everything I've heard, she gets out of control. And all the boys say she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that this girl is a blessing. She's got the devil's eyes, and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession. Got bad intentions. She got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me.
back. Welcome on in, everyone. Hopefully you were able to stretch your legs a little bit if you've been sitting down and watching from the beginning of the tournament and get yourself a little, yeah, beginning. There you go.
Sorry, gotta get those in when I can.
Of course, as you've been here since the beginning. And yes, all of the things. X-Fun is here for you, Chloe.
Yeah, I see a bunch of people throughout the day that I've been that are from my community that are here. And in fact, on the topic of people from my community and other communities, that's pretty much the entire team of Mallet Master, Space Rodeo, GTR. Like, all of those people are just stream visitors that are very frequent to all of our Fall Guys communities, and it's super fun that they all have sort of formed together a team here, and they're going to be competing together. So it'll be fun for me to be able to watch them for the first time after they spend all their time watching me.
Well, there you go. And yeah, Mallet Master and all of them are going to do it. I do see Mallet Master currently in his beautiful sweater, which I know you also have, Chloe, that Fall Guys was officially selling from their merch store. I didn't snag myself one, but I definitely need to because it looks adorable.
It was definitely worth it. Super cozy, super comfy, and actually like nice material used.
There you go. I like that. And as far as the scoring goes, if you guys were curious about how the last 8 teams have scored, if you do ! bracket in chat, you can go ahead and look at the bracket that our wonderful production team is keeping up to date with. You'll see that Bean Team 6 and Unknown Generations are holding up the top of the bracket currently with scores of 26. Endgame is in 3rd place right now with 23. Chonky Thonkers and the boys are tied at 21 points. 4th and 5th place. Baked Beans is at 20 points. Golden Drifters doing all right at 19. And Qual Guys is in the last bracket right now at 15 points, which means that in order to do better than the teams that have played currently, that all of these upcoming teams need to score at least 16 points to at least push one team down below them. But I think it's going to be a game of who can get 21 points or more personally for who is going to be able to make it on to the finals on Sunday and really compete in some sweaty games for that money.
Yeah, I mean, what the fact of the matter is that we still have, what, about roughly 12 other teams that need to go. Like, 19 isn't going to keep you safe. 20 isn't going to keep you safe. 21 is going to be that, like, number where you might start to see it being a safe number. But you still have, again, teams like Gas, like Positive Vibes, like Uwu, that are very much experienced people who you can, you would assume are going to be able to crack into that grouping. So you really need to be on your A game right now to be able to put up at least 20, 21 points here, I would imagine.
I completely agree. And Llama made a very good point as well that none of the teams that have gone up yet today, of the 8 teams that have participated so far, have gotten a perfect score, which would be a perfect score of 9 for 27. Although having 2 teams get very, very close to that with 26, Bean Team 6 and Unknown Generations, it's going to be interesting to see if anybody's going to be able to squeak out a perfect score of 27 for this first day.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen one yet, especially with some of the teams that we had in that last round, so I'm hoping that we can at least see one before the end of today.
I would hope so. I think we're definitely going to see some tomorrow at the very least, with some perfect games or near perfect games when the adrenaline kicks in and people know that they need to be tuned in for making sure that it is ready to go and happen. And I'm getting the okay from my crew that everybody is ready to queue on in, so let's go ahead and switch on over to the main 4 and watch as the Fantastic Four, Big Eatus, Team 11, and Frozen Peas compete for all of their beanie glory in episode 1 of the round. I think it's a smart idea to have the Don't Snipe Me screens on as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. And these are, again, there are a lot of other people who I feel like you might see them around Fall Guys communities, maybe not as streamers, or not maybe have them as known as a streamer, but they are people who you are familiar with. I know, like, for example, GoPack is the Fiery Red Dragon. They're a name that I'm very used to seeing around in other communities and other games. I know when I see them, I know that person specifically. So I've seen these players, I've seen some of their names, I recognize at least them when I see them, but haven't personally had like interaction outside of like stream or viewer. So it's going to be really interesting to see how some of these players can perform in the tournament environments.
I agree. It's going to be very interesting to see how it goes. I do like the beautiful cosmetics of Frozen Peas, how all of them are yellow pink soda cans except for one. They decided to go on in there. I think between coordination, I would have to say that Chonky Thonkers did very well with their team colors. They were all plain beans, but they had the same skins except for their leader Jinsane having their one particular different, but was still keeping the cohesion with the same pattern. I thought that was very well done. Most everyone else has just been kind of a random mishmash of whatever their favorite costume is, but it's always fun to see when teams try and coordinate together for dropping in. I think that when teams do that, though, they can potentially put themselves at a disadvantage because it's very easy to tell when a team is obviously a squad because they all have matching outfits, right? So it's a risk of coordinating your teams together for that. Also, the professional anti-snipe screen.
I'm sorry, that just kind of broke me. I couldn't hold my composure in because I just saw that pop up on the screen. Mallet is someone who is very new to streaming. They don't have graphics that, like...
Yep, I think that's... I can't think of a better... I think that's beautiful. I don't think Mallet needs anything else other than that. That's amazing. Very professional, super profesh. Will not get any of the snipes, so I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, who would want to mess with somebody with that professional of a setup? On the topic of professional, we have two teams professionally going into their game here with Frozen Peas and Big Yeetus loading in on a Hip Parade and a Whirly Gig, respectively.
Yeah, it seems so. And I know that QFM and all of their team on the Big Yeetus Team 10, that they have been practicing almost every day in preparation for this tournament. I've seen them in the Discord talking, hey, are we gonna coordinate today at this time? And I'm free to do this. And even if all 4 of their teammates couldn't do it, at least 2 or 3 of the members are practicing every day. So very, very excited to see them perform on this because of how much prep they've spent getting ready for this tournament.
Yeah, you love to see that. Even if these teams end up not being able to make it into the next day, or they make it even further than you would expect, it's just nice to see the commitment to them. These are the kind of fresh faces that the Fall Guys community needs to have in order to, again, maintain its competitiveness. You don't want to keep the same old. You want to see the new young blood. The people who, it's funny because I forget. Somebody mentioned it to me a couple weeks ago. I think it was actually Miggy. If for people in chat who might know Miggy, it was after their Fall Mania. They were like, yeah, you and all those people were probably the first generation Fall Guys players, and it's weird to consider first generation in such a in a game that only has been out for 6 months.
Yeah,
but
since August.
It kind of is an accurate thing where these are the people who were in the Twitch rivals. These are the people who got to do the Fall Manias early on, and the people who had all these more sanctioned tournaments, whereas they are seen as the pillars or the people who you've seen more often than not, comparatively to some of these newer faces that are slowly starting to come into things. So it's really interesting. And on the topic of people who have been practicing, you can't really practice for...
You can't practice for Jinx! I was just about to say, my god, the poor Big Yeetus team just getting the don't fucking touch me
you're
game.
About to have here.
Yeah, this is sad. Now, I know you personally like to play aggressive. When you get a Jinx game, you go after the guy who has the cooties and actively then tries to attack as many other people on the opposite team as you can rather than playing the don't touch me game.
Yeah, my logic behind team games is what can I do to put my team in the best chance of winning? And I personally feel like my best chance is not trusting my teammates to tag other people, but making me be able to tag them. Because I think I can stay alive, but after a certain point, you're not going to be able to stay alive long enough. So I'd rather put myself into the situation where I know I can at least tag people. And at least be able to provide more of a usage to it. It's in a lot of other team games, I have a very similar thought process. Rock and roll, I don't like to be defensive in terms of pushing the other ball backwards. I like to just get my ball going because I feel like there's too many people who like to be the hero. So it's there's a very big mental aspect in team games that gets very underrated, and it's the way of being able to minimize risk and RNG that I think some people don't look into. That is a very big factor, and from my perspective of things.
I agree, and I think that that's a very good point that not a lot of people take into account. They're just oh, it's all RNG, and while that's a very big factor, being able to minimize that as much as possible is what's going to put you apart from the other competitors and what's going to take you to the level you need to be in order to compete and stay up to date with all the other people who know what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
And I would
And-
also be happy if I was QFM celebrating over there that they made it through the dreaded jinx into the next round. That's absolutely something to celebrate.
That's honestly huge, like, momentum swing. Like, even if it's only round 1, you feel good knowing that you made it through that jinx, no problem. Like, yeah, they're, like, sweating, they're breathing, they have a breath of fresh air, but they're feeling good about themselves, and they know that, you know, they made it through one of the hardest things that you can have in a tournament right now, which is that jinx.
Absolutely. And it's now they're going into a tiptoe. They can't catch a break, Chloe.
No, but hey, something what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Yeah, if they make it through this all together, and it's a decent chance that they can make it through as they have 12. So, you know, 12 qualifier, then they're gonna look to make it through. And there is a yeet. It doesn't look usable, however. So
It
very
doesn't.
disappointing,
It's at
as
a
most of the course is
position-
Yeah, and
Yeah.
actually most of the course is already starting to be figured out as 3 of them are playing the front. Gopak is sitting there,
It's not
nicely
4.
placing himself in the front.
And that with
One
that
person-
most
Ooh,
difficult
go back
part
to
is when
the
there's that
ball.
clump of people, because you can, just like what happened to Ku, get easily knocked off because the horde is
Yeah.
just too large.
And they
And-
lose, I think,
yep.
2 people, Ku and one other person. I think they just lost there, unfortunately, because of all the desync. So there's a little tactic that you can try to go for in those situations. It's I think the original name that I would have called it was the anchor, where
Yeah.
if you're trying to hold on and you're avoiding the desync, you just grab onto somebody, use them as like a weight to hold on and anchor yourself down. So if you're in a situation where people are constantly bonking you around, try to just grab onto somebody, not to push them off, but just use them as additional weight to hold you down.
That is a very good point, and even without desync, that is my strategy always. I am constantly holding on to another person and just shaking them for dear life to make sure that I don't fall off anytime I get tiptoe. I am, unless I'm basically running for the finish line or hopping onto another platform, I'm never not holding on to someone, because the risk is just too great to get eliminated, like unfortunately what happened to that Team 10 there. And it
Yeah,
looks like
really.
Balto, who's on Team 11 here, is in their team game, and they're doing pretty well in first place, but it's not by a whole lot. Usually we've been seeing the teams that have gotten into Hoopsie Daisy dominate with their scores, and it looks like their blue team is having kind of a hard time hanging on to first place with red team going on there, giving them a run for their money. But the yellow team, as long as they continue to stay subdued, like we've said before in team games, you don't need to win, you just need to not lose.
Yeah, and on topic of not losing, Ku and the Big Yeetus team are struggling to do just that, as they only have 5 points here on this egg siege.
Oh
and they're
no.
they're trying to just scrape as little points as they can together right now.
Yeah, this is a really bad situation for Big Yeetus to be in, unfortunately, because if they get eliminated on this team game, that's not going to be a good look. At this point, one person has to be hardcore trying to grief yellow, since they're the second lowest team point, and then have somebody who's defending their own nest from potential other people who would want to be bad actors in this, because yeah, and that looks like is what their team's trying to decide to do, is both run with and steal. That Santa is not happy about it.
Yeah, and you actually are. There's a third team game going on, a snowy scrap. Actually, I think it's the first one we're seeing with Ramaki's team.
Oh, you're
as
right.
They're rolling into that, so we have 3 different team games all happening at once right now. So really interesting to see if all of them can manage to pull out a chance here, as it's looking less and less likely. Oh wait, they just stole the gold. They just stole
Oh,
the
wow,
yellow team, so
they
they're up by
did!
1.
They stole that gold and are able to. They're trying to defend that
Can
with
they
7
hold on?
seconds to go.
They have the gold in their basket, but red team's stealing from blue. Red team,
Oh,
what
it's
are you
gonna be
doing?
so close!
Oh no!
Oh my god, that was down to the wire! Oh,
my God, they couldn't hold on.
Oh, they were. If they could have kept that golden egg in the nest in those last 2 seconds of the game, they would have done and been able to stay in on that. That is a big goose egg, unfortunately, for Team Big Yeetus, with 0 points on the score for the first episode.
Oh.
And that's why you hate team games. In squad tournaments, team games are the absolute worst.
Team games are.
Yeah.
No. You hate to see it for Ku and her team.
Absolutely. Mallet with the clutch. I was not watching Mallet. I was far more concerned with Big Yeetus over there. But Fantastic Four is going into their own team game here on Rock
a
and Roll.
different team game. Everybody's had different team games going on here.
And in the worst ways, unfortunately, with everything going on. Balto is, and their teammates are doing pretty well. It looks like there's all 4 of them still in the game with Team 11 on their block party. So they are sitting pretty with all 4 potential teammates being able to make it into the finals here. Very nicely. While Rumaki's team, the Frozen Peas, are going into a wall, guys. Now, I know that Rumaki is not a fan of this level and has had trouble with it in the past, so seeing whether or not he's going to be able to qualify is going to be interesting here on this one.
Yeah, and you can actually see in terms of the qualification for the Fantastic Four, they're pretty much gonna make it through, as blue team has yet to even make their ball fall down on the final area, as 2 people on blue team are trying to grief them.
Yep.
What are I know that they are ahead, but like you really should try to grab one of them there. Mallet's kind of just AFKing, chilling, and minding his own business. They did make it through, but Mallet, you don't want to be sitting there doing nothing there, buddy. I want to see you grabbing. You know,
You want to be playing an
you
active
know how to
role
grab.
in your own fate.
Yeah.
Yep.
And on the topic of grabbing, Rumaki's character does not want to grab and not want to pull up, as they are narrowly trying to claw themselves back into a potential qualification here, as they were in the last place position for a little bit. They're slowly climbing up that last wall, or the second to last wall, trying to get into position, as 2 people are already in. They have the straight line. They just need to be able to grab the wall, and it looks like Rumaki will have a chance of being able to make it through.
It looks like he is actually going to make it through. Thank goodness. I think that is going to be all 4 of their teammates making it through that wall, guys, which... Oh, no, they still have another teammate left.
So no, they lost one of them.
Oh, that is sad. That teammate was not able to make it through that wall, guys, so now they only have 3 people going into another round here. Unfortunately, it looks like Mallet Master's team for the Fantastic Four had an internet issue, so that round is going to have to be a disconnect for them, which is fine. It's not going to penalize them in any way. They will just be able to get their friend back in whenever their internet comes back on, and they'll be able to redo...
It looks like they lost GT here, and Team 11 is on a thin ice right now, so we can at least focus in on that 14-person thin ice.
Absolutely.
Actually, Frozen Peas
There's
are also
another
getting
thin
a thin
ice
of their own.
I mean,
So we
they
got
like
2
being
thin
frozen.
ices.
So this will be a good map for them, hopefully. You can't have a name like Frozen Peas and then not be a god at thin ice. It just doesn't work that way.
One will hope, as they have 12 people in this thin ice, so slightly less than Team 11's here, as they both are kind of just moving along. There's really not much to say at the start of this. They're kind of just trying to build space, cut off. I see someone's making a giant ice chasm.
Yep,
just,
they
giant
are.
Ice hole for somebody to fall into. Ooh woo. But,
Yep,
you know,
they're just trying to see if they can keep that real estate for themselves, which is smart. Cutting the map in half, or at least cutting it into fourths, is a great way to make sure that your team is going to be fine. It looks like Doomguy is giving one of Balto's teammates here on Team 11 an issue over on that other side.
So that space is definitely has the most, and the situation that should have happened is that Balto should have been trying to make sure that nobody else could make it across. As he sees, he pretty much just lets 2 people casually make it across there. He could have minimized the risk and given his team a better chance of winning. We're not gonna have to see. I don't
think that person was on their team. We're gonna have to get confirmation from the mod staff there, but I'm pretty sure that that is a loss of 5 potential points for Team 11. And the way that Balto's reacting right now is making me believe that that was not a teammate of theirs, because he seems very disappointed.
Yeah, so it was one of those things where your teammate had the space, and your best bet is just not playing it slow. You need to play aggressive and minimize the chance of other people making it over there. And they ended up letting that polar bear make it over there, because we knew Doomguy was there. So if it is the case, that means the person who made it over there, it could have been completely mitigated by Balto. But heck, you still got the points of making it into the final. You might have even gotten the win, and we could be completely wrong. And on the topic of getting the win, can we see if Team Frozen Peas gets their win here? It looks like it's about to end. And
it looks like
I think that's a teammate?
No, that's not a teammate.
Oh,
Frozen
okay.
Peas was not able to get that. That is gonna be only 3 points for the Frozen Peas, since they had 3 teammates getting into the finals on that, if I remember correctly. That is unfortunate. Looks like the teams have been just having a lot of problems coming out here, with Big Yeetus not being able to have a good first episode, and Team 11 and Frozen Peas not having the best of beginnings as well. But that doesn't mean that their next episodes for 2 and 3 can't be absolutely amazing and make up for their rough start.
Yeah, and we're still over here waiting for Fantastic Four to get their fourth member back in GT, so we're slowly trying to get them. They still have to play their first game, as the
Yep.
other teams are slowly moving into game 2 here.
Absolutely. Not sure what's going on with Fantastic Four's team. I know that they said that their internet, their person on their team with their internet shut off. So if their teammate can't get their internet to come back on in a somewhat timely manner, then unfortunately they might have to be DC from that, which would be really sad to see. But I'm gonna give them a good amount of time. If they can't get it back up in the next like 10 minutes, then I would be very surprised.
Yeah, and it's looking like that Frozen Peas, they did have the one bear member that might have been the bear that won. So, I mean, there's a
It
chance.
could have, maybe. I don't remember the
Yeah.
green middle of them. I'm not sure.
We
Whoever's
don't
the
have
mod.
confirmation yet of whether or not they won, but maybe we can give Balto and their team some hope.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember whoever the mod for Frozen, or not Frozen for Balto is. We'll have to see.
We're
I don't
trying
remember.
to create some positivity.
All right. Oh, it
please.
was Krampus who won. Oh, rip. That's true. It was Krampus. Oh well. That's okay. That's okay. It was a good one on that one.
I tried to be positive.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, it's just the first game, right? You can wipe it off, clean palette it, say, yo, we had a bad first run, we're gonna just laser in, focus, and destroy it for 2 and 3. Which I would love to see for these other ones, because especially just with that mental aspect, if you had a bad first one, you're just gonna have that haunting you in the back of your mind for the next 2 episodes, which is honestly the hardest part of being a competitor in these competitions, is psyching yourself out. That's why I know that you, Chloe, don't like looking at the bracket of the score sheet while the tournament is going on, because you don't want to know how your opponents are doing. You want to just focus on you and your team and only have that be where your energy and mental focus is at.
Yeah, again, I very much preach the mental side of games, and I know that being able to not put yourself into a situation where you're thinking you have to play differently or you have to do something different because you know that the other team has more points than you, especially if it's like a head-to-head format, you don't really want to worry about that, because then you're going to obviously start playing it slightly differently than you normally would. Whereas if you just play out your game, you typically are going to run into the situation where you're going to be in a better shot of just being able to play the game normally and play how you're used to.
Yep. And that, I think, is honestly the biggest part of it. Besides, obviously, making sure that your skills are there when it comes down to it. The mental part of it, you can be the best player in the world, but if you're psyching yourself out and you're the only thing you're thinking about, I sucked on that first game and I have to make it up this time, and you're putting that extra stress, you're not going to perform as well as you would if you were loose and relaxed and just going in at it thinking, all right, I'm going to play well, I'm going to do how I always do, and we'll just go from there.
Yeah. And on the topic of just playing as you normally do, unfortunately playing as they did in the previous game, Koo's team and her are losing again on another egg siege for the second game in a row. And
Although,
they're trying their hardest to grief Red.
They're
There's a minute
trying.
left, so they still have time, but her team again is just not in the best of situations.
Oh, she's trying really, really hard, and
Yeah.
unfortunately, she's it's looking like Egg Siege is gonna be the Big Yeetus's kryptonite today. Although that was a sexy, just ringer through the hoop there. Holy cow!
Straight
Straight in
right
a
through.
second time in a row. My God, Koo is doing great. Holy cow, that was incredible there.
What's that game with wickets and the mallets that you do?
Cricket? Croquet.
Croquet, yeah.
Croquet.
The expert croquet player perfectly getting it through the wicket there.
Exactly. Even if this tournament doesn't work out, then she might have a great time as a croquet professional after seeing her performance here. 100%.
Definitely.
With only 7 seconds to go, this is not looking very promising for them, and I think they're gonna get another goose
steal
egg.
a gold last second, maybe.
Maybe?
Nope, in fact, the
No.
other team got a gold. Oh no.
Oh no, that is an unfortunate. Another round 2 for 0 points for Big Yeetus.
Yeah, definitely not the way that you want to go, especially for a team that's been practicing as much as they are. It's definitely a big feels bad, but you know, just try to have the positive vibes, try to have some good spirits, and try your best on this game 3 to at least get yourself some points and make yourselves feel a little bit better, because I know I've been in those situations. I've lost tournaments. You know, you can't say imagine losing multiple team games at a squad tournament. It's literally team games are a
It's
very
out of your
difficult thing
control.
to manage. And at the same time, I know personally I've lost multiple team games at a squad tournament before with people like Fire Dragon, like Sleeping Bear, who have won Twitch Rivals and Fall Mania. At the end of the day, it is, you know, some days you play worse, some days you run into situations that team games are just unlucky, and sometimes the day just doesn't want to go your way.
Yeah, I mean, it's out of your control at that point. You can only mitigate RNG so much, and on the team games, when you don't have control over who your other random assigned squad mates are, that's about what you can do. Although, on a happy note, Fantastic 4 has all 4 members with internet going into the round 1 of episode 1. Hey!
Look at them. Slowly but surely, they're getting their first game in.
That is great. Also, thank you guys very much for all the raids. I know that we haven't been able to properly thank everybody who's followed. I've seen some people that have subscribed and other things as well. Thank you guys for bringing your communities on in here and being a part of the Bean Brawl and making it a fantastic tournament. I've been having a great time casting here with Chloe and seeing the teams just put in their best towards all of this. So it's great to have you guys here as a part of this experience.
Yeah. And it's looking like we have Balto's team just holding on to their lead. They're a little over halfway through at this point, and it looks like blue team is going to be the unlucky team that gets punished here, which thankfully is not them in this situation. So they're just trying to play defense, minimize the RNG, minimize the chances of them making it out, but they should be able to hold on here, as blue team really doesn't look like they have much going for themselves here.
Absolutely. It's looking like they should be just fine. With how many people are standing as just a giant wall of cheese on Balto's side for Team 11, they're doing just fine. As far as Mallet's team over here with the Fantastic 4, I think all 4 of their squad mates made it in just fine. Although with 40, you hate to see a number divisible by 2 going into the second round.
I feel like we're going to see right here, actually they are loading, so...
Oh, it was!
You know what? That's on you. That's on you. You
That's
cast the
not on
first
me!
You put that on them, Lekka.
It was on their game! It was divisible by 2
You
on the second round!
You pointed it out. If you didn't point it out, maybe it would have been okay.
Don't put
You
this juju
evil
on me, Chloe.
them.
It's fine. It's fine. You can see it on Mallet's face. He is lasered in. He is focused. He is also pissed off because he hates.
Yeah.
You hate to see it.
Mallet has yet to change his facial expression throughout this entire time that he's been on screen, and honestly, I give him props.
Mallet feels all of his emotions internally. He just keeps a very poker face, very professional, so that the people watching have no idea how he's feeling, which is great, because that means that he can just look cool and collected through all of it.
Yeah, and on the topic of cool and collected, he's got that cool and collected glacial music note skin that they got. It's no hard to
I
see
love
on
that
blue
skin.
bean. But if you ever see that majestic leaping koala in your game, you know that that's our friend Mallet Master, the stream visitor, the stream homie, the whatever positive stream sniper terms you got there, as he's trying to make it through with his team in the first tournament I ever get to see this person in. They're currently they're tied actually right now, as he's trying his hardest to grab
he's
these
trying
people.
so hard to grab Mr. Beast, which he did, thankfully. It is 4-4. It is down to the wire now. 3-3. Oh, this is going to be so
They're hunting down
close.
one right now. Can they get this one person?
Yep, they're
going onto
hunting
the
down
spinner?
that one naked bean with the little doggo tail.
Yeah.
Trying hardcore to see. I'm trying to see where their other teammate, or the other 2 people are on there. Oh, you hate to see it. Oh, you hate to see it.
You wish you didn't have to see, and the answer is that. Unfortunately, Mallet couldn't get the grabs on those people sooner, and unfortunately, his team just couldn't hang on, as that's their... The beauty is, though, that's only their game 1, because they've had some DC issues.
That's true. So they can just immediately start squatting up. He can put that professional anti-stream snipe screen back on for all of us to enjoy. And
in terms of squatting up, Team 11 squads up all together, sitting at the end of that slime climb, so all 4 of them are going to make it through, no problem.
Beautiful. I'm not sure where Frozen Peas is at with their second episode, but we can see here going into Penguin Pursuits, if they know about the continual jump strategy, to see how all of that is going to go.
Do they know the lore? That's the real question.
That is. If they know the lore, they'll be fine. If they don't, oh, we only see 1, 2... Nope, that banana over there is not them. And it looks like they only have 2 people going into this second episode here.
Yeah. Doom Guy has it. Doom Guy knows the lore. All right, so Doom
Doom
Guy's
Guy
jumping
knows.
around. Mine and oh wait, no, maybe
Nope,
Doom
nope.
Guy, you gotta hold that jump. Keep doing it. You were doing fine with those jumps before. Keep up
was.
the lore.
Yeah, it's confirmed they only have 2 people with those arrows on their head on their red team here, unfortunately. Yes, jump!
Rumaki knows the lore. Oh,
He
but
knows the lore.
Unfortunately.
No! Rumaki knew the lore but got ragdolled. Oh, that's very, very unfortunate to see. But, you know, it's okay. Rumaki is trying his hardest to secure that penguin. You can do it! You can do it! Oh, no. This is gonna be, I think, a very good round for red team, though, because they're sitting pretty at 45 points, but with 70 seconds left on the clock, a lot can happen in that amount of time.
Truly, and it looks like Ku and her team is finally loaded into their game 3 as they have a Dizzy Heights. There's also that's one of 10 people that's in front of them. Because that's a majestic mouth skin that I have. And that was only so Ku is unfortunately in a situation where she and her team might be running into, let's say, Fur, let's say Nightwalker, let's say
they might be.
There's 9 people potentially that could be right now because I'm not playing.
Right. There's and that's kind of the hard part is teams that are waiting to come up in our bracket in the schedule, because we still have several other teams that are going to be participating in the Bean Brawl today. They're practicing right now. You know, they're getting in their games before they're live, and then their games actually start to count. And so you could potentially get in a lobby with like Team Owu, which you would hate to see.
Yeah, you truly would hate to see it.
Absolutely. But you can help mitigate that as much as possible with a professional anti-snipe screen.
I'm trying to do my best to go through the list of people that I know that have the skin and trying to see if
you can narrow it down.
If I can figure out who it is with that mouse skin right now.
Because you're like, I know exactly who. That was a very limited edition skin.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm sitting here like, who on this list of gamers could it possibly be here? Because I feel bad for them.
Yep. No, I agree. Yeah, it's I'm not sure who that might be. But we do see Frozen Peas going into their finale here with a hexagon, and it looks like Team 11 is going into their other final here now as well. And the 2 people on Frozen Peas are in here, so they can try and net a maximum of 7 points, while Team 11 is going to be going into a roll-off with 8 people.
I got confirmation it was Fur, and Fur did just back out knowing that he was in the tournament game, so...
Okay, that's good to know.
That situation has ended up being mitigated.
Good. I'm glad that Fur was kind enough to realize that he was in the same game and back out so that he didn't have any sway on that.
Yeah. And I mean, that's something that a lot of us do. Obviously, it's completely incidental, but I know that personally, whenever we, like myself, Dangers, all of us try to, you know, play the game despite the tournament happening, if we run into the same game, especially because it's hard to tell when you have 4 different teams going at the same time. They could be on different servers. You don't know what server they're playing on. Yep. So there's going to be times where you're just going to accidentally run into the same team. And thankfully, there are people who are able to inform sooner than later, and you run into a situation where you're less likely to feel awkward or feeling like you're impacting some other team's performance when there's no like ill feelings towards it.
Absolutely. That's a very good point. And the fact that people are willing to do that is great, because I know that not a lot of competitive communities would do that. They would see that as a potential to try and net their team an advantage by knocking out somebody else if they know that they're in the same lobby, because they could essentially be in a great position to stream snipe them. But that's one of the things I love about the Fall Guys community, is there's not a lot of assholes in it. It's a lot of just very cool people who just say, GG, well done, good luck, have fun, let's play our best, and put on a great show.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's funny because as somebody who enters a lot of tournaments but also doesn't play well most of them, my mentality is always just be the entertainer, be somebody who you have other people that want to watch you, be somebody who puts on like a nice show for you, because I know that at the end of the day, like, you don't want to ruin the experience for somebody else. You don't want to be the reason that the game doesn't go in somebody else's favor. So just enjoy it,
Absolutely.
and try to,
Well said.
you know, be there and support of others.
Frozen Peas did not get the crown on theirs, but you can see Balto over here smirking because all of their teammates on Team 11 are on this final for roll-off.
Yeah,
so they have
it's gonna be a
secured
perfect
that
game for them
9-point
and the
perfect
win.
game. Which is exactly what they need to do and see, because they had that rough first round, so getting a perfect score is going to be a huge morale booster, and, of course, a great thing for them to have on the bracket as well.
Yeah, definitely. Especially going into these later halves of the games where we still have some very scary teams to possibly have to go up against in terms of the point totals.
Absolutely.
And we're going to look at Ku's game in the classic OnlyFans fashion as it times out and not even 29 people can cross the finish line there.
Which I don't understand how people have such a hard time with OnlyFans. It's so easy. You just
sign up on the website.
You just sign up
Oh, wait.
and you're good to go. I don't understand how people have such a hard time with it. It makes me think that boomers must be in your lobby whenever you get a game where your OnlyFans times out. But at the very least, none of Ku's teams was able to be a part of that boomer generation. So they were all able to make it on through.
Yeah, and on the topic of making it on through, they're gonna have to make it on through here on this slime climb here, and let's see. We want to see some positive points. We want to see them get at least something on the board. We hate to see them go out in a negative way. So let's see you get through this slime climb. Let's see you get some points. Let's see you keep up the good work.
100%. And Mallet going through that beautiful glacial skin, making it through like it was nothing, like a hot knife through butter, just crossing on through that slime. And I'm watching now Ku try and do her best to make it across on slime climb. She's playing very well as far as the speed strength goes. She knows the route and is playing it in a good, safe way. I'm seeing a lot of cat jams in chat as well, and I highly approve. I do like the cat jams. I wish that Twitch would allow GIFs or animated emotes, if they want to call it that or whatever, for people to add to their channels without us having to use a third-party extension. I think that would be so nice.
It definitely would be, but at the same time, at least we have something.
That's true. That's true. We can all enjoy Cat Jam and Party Parrot and run guys together. Oh, she's just making it look easy. Good on Ku.
No problem.
All right. And I think that's the last teammate that needs to go through. All the other three I saw made it through the finish line as well.
GoPack is just slowly taking their time. And the GoPack's getting griefed by the Doom guy. Oh,
Doom guy
lordy,
being
lordy.
an asshole
GoPack,
over here.
Nope. Doom guy, you're gonna have to just stop it, Doom guy. Stop it.
Doom
GoPack,
guy
retaliate
really wants
back.
that Dragon's Head. No! Oh my
There's no way.
gosh!
He's got to GoPack got a teammate.
GoPack, go! GoPack, go!
To the hammer.
Oh!
That's what we love to see.
God, that's
Team
so
play.
close.
You love to see it. The instant karma. Oh my god.
So
GoPack.
close. Very well
GoPack
done
gets
to
saved by their
GoPack.
teammate. Ku's sitting there smiling as all four of them are about to cross the finish line here.
Absolutely, unless
Oh
that
my
Doom guy
lord.
tries to grief the unicorn, but they're not gonna get the
And
chance.
another Doom guy gets the glitch. I like to call it the dick glitch because it's always a dick that waits at the end, and sometimes if you're the last person, you end up not being able to cross the finish line.
Absolutely.
So it's kinda
If
like
you're
that's
gonna
what
be
you
an
get for being a piece of shit.
Exactly. If you're gonna be an asshole at the end and just try and grab people because you just like to throw fucking entropy that's unnecessary more into the game, then you deserve to not make it through.
Exactly. So,
Yep.
true karma passion right there. But unfortunately, karma's not on Ku's side as they get the block party, which you can see the frustration in her face. And honestly, this and perfect match, surprisingly enough, are the two levels that are the bane of my existence in terms of tournament play. I hate seeing this level, and I just get like borderline traumatized whenever I see it.
Yep. I'm with you. If you have a good variation, because there's one part of Block Party where I don't mind it. It's where in the final 20 seconds where you have access to both sides and the middle and you just kind of go back and forth in a weavy fashion, that I find it just fine. But when you have any of the ones where it's trying to funnel you like these, it gets a lot harder and you can get pushed to the back quickly and not in an easy way. So Block Party is not what you want to see, especially after the rough go that poor Ku and her team have had so far. It's not great. Speaking of poor times, Mallet is just getting repeatedly bopped over here on.
And not only that, it's an 8-person tiptoe here, so you really need to be careful. I see 3 teammates. I don't see GT here, so I don't know if GT is still on here. So they have at least 3, and it's looking like it's looking like they only have 3 here. So let's see. Does Mallet go for the yeet?
I'm not sure
Nope.
if Mallet's gonna go for the yeet or not. But with Ramaki's team, with the Frozen Peas going on into their 3rd episode, it looks like the only team we have now that's on the 2nd one from that internet delay is Fantastic Fours. So they really need to get their 3 teammates in on this and be paying attention to those last shaky tiles.
Yeah, and Mallet's hanging on there, Micro's hanging on there, Space Rodeo's just coming back up right now as he walks forward, and they're slowly starting to figure out the path here. This person goes forward, there's 8 spots, and Mallet just gets whacked. All these people are taking hits.
And, go for it, Mallet! Oh, got body blocked! No!
Space Rodeo's down too. Everybody's falling over. There's still only 2 spots, though. Nobody's been able to qualify here. This is getting so hectic.
This
it's
is
just
intense!
Gonna start to be a race. 4 people are in. Mallet
Go,
takes the
Mallet,
front
go!
now. Mallet's gonna make it in. There's 1.
Oh, that was an incredible clutch on Mallet.
Micro falls over though, so we don't. I don't know. I don't think Space Rodeo's in yet either.
I don't think they are. I think they're all having a hard time. These bonkuses are giving Fantastic Four a hell of a go.
Actually, it looks like Space Rodeo's in, so they got 2 there. But this is such a crazy end of a tiptoe here. As Space Rodeo and Mallet are the 2 that end up making it through out of their 3. So it could have been bad. It could have been really bad, but they got 2 there. They got 2.
At the very least, they were able to get on through there because, oh my gosh, they were able to just do that. Also, can we get, like Junsane said, some Pog Champs in chat for all 4 of Big Yeetus's teammates making it into the final on Hexagon there? Let's freaking go.
Guaranteeing some points. Let's go. Get
I
those
think
little
I did that
Pog
wrong, but
Champs
there it
in
is.
there.
You love to see it. If we can have them get a crown, that would just be a great way for them to end that 3rd episode. After the way that their other games have been going, the fact that they were able to get all 4 finally in, this is how, of course, they wanted to play the other 2 episodes. So I am very glad to see that Ku and her team were able to finally get the game that they definitely deserve.
And they have a lot of space for a 15-person hexagon. Like, this is a very surprisingly, slow-played game, and she's doing a great job with her tile efficiency here, really trying to make sure that she plays the map to the best that she can with what she's being given. And she is running into the situation where a lot of people are running towards her, but she's ending up holding off. There's only 2 people that can potentially reach her right now as she's taking her time, really just being smart with her dives and cutting off people. I think she's in a really promising position, especially if she can get over to where her teammate just fell.
Absolutely.
And it's looking like, it's going to end up being that. So it's going to be down to her and her teammate, and it's going to be at least a 9-point game. So congratulations to them getting 9 points, ending on a positive note for them.
Absolutely. They just guaranteed themselves the crown, so GG's to Big Yeetus with getting that win there.
You can see the smiles in her face. She knows
and
that
she
they finally
deserves
did it.
They
now
did
just make
great.
sure that you don't die at the same time. Okay, there you go. And she got the win.
They tried. And now looking over to Fantastic Four, they have only 1 teammate left. Mallet unfortunately fell through a crack and was getting griefed hardcore by that samurai that their wise-crying vampire teammate is currently trying their best to avoid at all costs because that samurai is very handsy-grabby.
Although I think samurai just died, so it's but Space Radio just died too, so there's no one left.
Teammate. That is sad. They were not able to get the crown on that, unfortunately. It looks like one of the rando NPCs is going to be getting the victory on that, since they're the only 2 there now remaining.
You hate to see it.
Hate to see it, but good job to Big Yeetus.
It's one of those tournaments that's just truly hitting them with the unluckies, as they got that jinxed after playing well and making it pretty far into their game 1, and then the game 1 gives them a jinx. The game is just not out for them today.
Yep, and it's just the way it goes sometimes. You can get out on a jinx and get a big goose egg and have an unfortunate 0 up on the scoreboard, or you can play amazingly and have a perfect score of 9 because you have the team games that make it so that you and your 4 teammates are the majority of the team, so you get to mitigate that RNG as much as possible. It's just really random there. But Team 11 is heading on into
RNG,
Thin Ice.
Look at this RNG. Wow, who would have thought?
Thin Ice!
You
as
never
a final?
see that.
I don't know, Oliver, because I know that you totally know who I am and are watching this right now. I have to second Chloe in suggesting that we please not have a high increase. What she said with the suggestion of the fact that we already have another potential optional opt-in for shows and having increased rounds and stuff for that is great. So just keeping it on to the same percentage so we can feel it and not feel like we're smothered by it every time we see it and just sigh would be fantastic. Because I feel like that's definitely killed my motivation for Thin Ice hardcore. Anytime I see it, even if it is the exact same percentage of what you're able to get for a final now, I'm just like, ugh, again? Because of how long we've played it.
Yeah, I think Fant and Velhart both said that they have like exactly like a 50% appearance on Thin Ice compared to the other finals from season 3. Like it's quite ridiculous just how much they actually get that.
Yep. And it looks like Balto is playing very well right now, trying to make sure that he's controlling as much of that area as possible so that he can stay on and discourage any other teammates from being over where he wants to be. His teammate is over there as well, and looks like they're going to kind of be able to keep their own areas. Oh, their Doomguy teammate fell into the ice. It looks like it is... Oh, just him and a rando.
And another Doomguy, and the Doomguy misses their jump, and Balto pulls it off, so good on them.
Balto gets it!
You know, Doomguy had more space, so Doomguy just made the
Doomguy choked.
bad play and ended up giving Balto the victory there.
Well done to Balto on Team 11. Being able to grab that and Doomguy just absolutely choking. You can see that he's so relieved. He's like, how did that happen? But you know what? You don't need to question it. Just allow it to occur. Well
Paid
done.
actor strikes.
Absolutely. Oh, and now it looks like I believe Frozen Peas is finishing up their episode 3, and now we have Fantastic Four after their internet issues going on earlier, going into their first game as well. It seems like they might have another issue going on with
it looks
a
like
disconnect.
They're trying to do something as Mallet's AFKing here.
Yeah. We're going on through, so they might need some more time to
but Mallet gets the Superman.
Oh! I'm
Look at him go. He gets the Superman after just coming back casually. He's like, all right, hold on.
Let me just type a little dissertation real quick and let me just casually fucking qualify anyway. The Superman across
I don't
there.
know about qualified anyway. He's actually gonna miss, as does his teammate GT here.
It's
so I don't know if they're playing it out right now because they ran into a situation, but
I'm not sure what's going on there with that one, but I do know that Balto and on Team 11 and Big Yeetus have finished up theirs.
They're saying that they're pretty sure that they're in Big Yeetus' lobby.
Okay.
Which it does look like that, even though they're kind of just playing together, because isn't Big Yeetus done?
Yeah, Big Yeetus is done. I'm getting confirmation from the mod for Fantastic Four that they did get another disconnect, so they're just waiting on the other one there, so they backed out. That makes sense. That is perfectly fine, and within the rules to do that so that they don't have any potential going on there.
Yeah, so they're gonna back out and they're gonna redo their game again, I guess. Once,
Yep,
because
and that's
two people
perfectly
didn't
fine.
qualify, so they're trying to get everything all set up here.
Yep. Which works out as they're going on into their third one now. And was Frozen Peas, I saw a couple people say that that was their fourth one for Frozen Peas going on into their last game here, but I think this is actually Frozen Peas' third game that they're going into currently. So this is going to be the end of episode 3 for Team 12 now.
No, I think the 4 is in relation to Jinsane's question of how many allies were in the finals for Team 11. So I think that we're doing pretty alright in terms of Ramaki and them having their game 3 here.
Let's see, and that would make sense. And it looks like they have at least 3 of their team. All 4 are in this final, so if they could get a perfect score of 9 here, if they can have one of their 4 teammates clutch this win, which would be huge considering their first 2 games did not go as well as they would have liked.
Yeah, definitely. So look, things are looking positive towards this level right now, as they already have 3 people out of the 11 needed to be eliminated here. One of the cans is running next to Ramaki here, and they really just need to make sure that they're stop getting to each other's space right now, and make sure that they're doing their best at just mitigating the other areas' spaces. Like one can is just literally causing a havoc and running around constantly. And actually, Ramaki goes for a grab on this egg, but it looked like Ramaki was pulling backwards instead of pushing forward.
It
So
did
they ended
seem
up
like
not
that.
actually getting a successful grab off there.
Oh, but they got rid of that ninja, which I don't know if that was
the ninja,
intentional or not.
I think it was a server ghost that knocked them down. As
Yeah.
It looks like Ramaki's gonna choose to sit on this side here. If I was Ramaki, I would be trying to just eat up this real estate here, make
Same, so
sure
that
there's a less
Doomgay-
spot, and then being able to give your team the best chance here. But
That
it looks
way
like
he didn't have anywhere to go. Oh, good. If he can jump
Yeah.
over to that other island. Oh, yeah, he is going to be in a final here with... Oh! If he can just
It's gonna be
slow,
close.
just chill and hang out, he should be
and
able
he
to clutch
pulls
this.
it off. So good on Ramaki.
Ramaki!
Really clutch play, good dives, being
Very,
able to hold off and
Very
be
well
able
done.
to pull off the victory for them. So at least they were able to secure some more points.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. Well done to Rumaki and the Frozen Peas being able to get that win, which they desperately needed, clutching themselves a perfect score of 9 points on that third episode. You love to see it. You love to see it. And I did see some pea emotes in chat earlier. And look at that, he even unlocked a nameplate for grabbing that victory, just to add a little sugar on top.
Crown
I
rank
love it.
14, Pogyu.
Woo! Well done, well done. So now we are just going to be on Mallet's screen, it looks like, for seeing what's going on there, because the other 3 teams have now all finished their game. So I'm going to move us on over here to the final 2.
Yeah, you do that. I'm going to start opening up this tabs for the next set of games, so I have those all ready, as I'll keep Mallet's screen open. He's currently in first place, running through this Tundra run here. Just
Absolutely.
trying to get some positive points, you know, end on a high note, just like we keep saying. Space Rodeo's hanging out behind him.
Yep.
Let's see, can he get the Superman again? And he
I don't know.
successfully does it 2 games in a row. And
He
Space
does.
Rodeo pulls it off as well. So look at these 2 gamers.
The
Getting
fact-
this Superman fly, making it through. They're gonna get the 1-2 first, second place.
They just make it look so easy, getting the
Yeah.
Supermans, where I can't do that accurately. Like you said, you can get it 25% of the time. I can get it like 5% of the time. It's really just up in the air, and I've not been able to replicate that easily at all. So it's
Yeah.
not an easy thing. And so well done to Mallet for just nailing that down to a science. What is
The
going
gamers.
on with these beans? They are just having a hard time flipping over and making it through to qualify on this Tundra run. But thankfully,
look.
everyone that matters on Fantastic Four's team has made it through on the Tundra.
Springus Flingus is a very difficult thing to master.
Springus Blingus.
Flingus.
Flingus. Ah, is that its
That's the
official
name that
canon name?
No, that's the name that I dubbed it for.
Oh, okay.
That is
I
the
think it
name
makes
that
sense.
I said we should give it.
Well, I mean, it flings you, and yeah,
It
yeah.
fits the naming convention. Like, I'm just saying.
Springus Flingus. I am going to forever and always call it that now. So thank you for introducing that term to me.
Yeah, no problem. I'm trying
It
to
is
get
much better than
Oliver in
floppy
my
thing.
DMs again so that he can take that, but he also won't. You know, Mediatonic won't take Hoopsie Hero, so they won't take the Springus Flingus.
Aww. The fact that they won't change it to Hoopsie Hero, even though a lot of the community really wants that to be the name change, is unfortunate.
It's not even just the community. It's literally the what's it called? Like, even some of the people that work there have said that they want it. It's just whatever the guy's name that made, like Joe Walsh, I think, or something like that. I think he's the one that's like doesn't want anything to do with it.
Oh, gotcha. Just kind of very hands-off
Yeah.
approach with it. I would not know. I'm not very familiar with
Oh well.
Joe or the ones
You know
on
what
there.
I am
I'm more
familiar
so
with,
the
though,
social
is
media
Mallet
people.
Master and this gate crash as they're getting through here. No
Get it,
problemo.
Oh, beautiful, sexy. You love to see it. All 4 of them going on through, just sliding on in. Easy
Yeah,
peasy,
nice and
lemon
easy.
squeezy. Getting on through just fine. Which is great. They were able to avoid that second round door dash, which you never want to see. And now that they only have 33 people, I see... Oh, it's actually 31. I was going to say, it's going to go into a team game because Mediatonic can't help themselves when it's divisible by 3. But since they have that odd score of 31, I'm not sure what we're going to see next year. as it
Yeah, it's
goes
gonna
onto
be
them.
really interesting, and it looks like they get a fruit shoot. We actually haven't had many fruit shoots today.
Not really. We
so-
haven't seen a lot of fruit shoots at all.
Yeah, so we're gonna be able to have one with the yeet. So let's see. I know that they all will go for it, but will they have successful yeets is the real question.
That's true. Also, will it be sporting equipment? Will it be bananas? Will it be all regular fruit? Okay, it looks like it's gonna
It
be
looks like
a
it's a
vanilla
normal
variant here.
variation in terms of what is being thrown at them.
All right, get
and
it,
Mallet
Mallet.
gets a pretty decent yeet, but he ends up bouncing off the bouncer. Somebody else gets in front of him.
Yep,
There's
it
two
looks like
people, three.
a lot of people were able to get that yeet successfully.
Yeah, it was a rather similar yeet too. Like everybody seemed to have just missed the bouncer part of it and
Yeah.
kind of just threw themselves back a little bit. Mallet's not gonna get the first, but he gets in. Kudos don't matter at the end of the day, so they're
Nope.
gonna vibe as Micro gets through. Space Rodeo is just about to get through, and it looks like all 4 teammates are through here already.
Absolutely. It looks like they're just making short work of that, making it look very easy. It goes to show how important it is to yeet yourself when you're in a situation like that. A lot of people feel very tentative when it comes to the yeetus on Fruit Shoot because they know that if they don't hit it, that they then immediately treadmill down off the map. But if you don't do it, it puts you at a major disadvantage, and it's just too much reward for the just small risk you have to take in order to grab it, in my opinion, to not go for it when you're in any kind of situation, whether it's a small amount qualifying of only 6 people on Fruit Shoot or a large amount like 18.
Yeah, definitely. And on topic of like small qualifying numbers, we have ourselves a 3-team game in this small little game of Penguin Pursuit.
Oh, little Penguin, but does Mallet know the lore? He better fucking know
Oh,
the lore.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Considering
He
how much
watches-
we've played together, and he's...
Yeah.
If he
Mallet
doesn't hop
knows
with
the
this,
lore.
I'm gonna be very sad.
Well, first he has to get the penguin.
Yes, that's the first step. But if he can take it from the sparkly little yellow narwhal, we should be good. Yes,
And
jump!
here, yeah.
Jump!
Yeah, yeah.
Oh! He-
So the unfortunate thing is that when you
Oh.
drop down from that top area, you always seem to drop the penguin. There's really
Yeah.
no way to fix that. It's again, in terms of fixing things in this game, you really need to fix that there. As
Mhm.
yep, there he goes. He's just
Get it
jumping.
and
He's just
just
gonna
hop.
jump and all right,
He's-
that's
yep.
it. Congratulations to Fantastic Four for making it through into the next round.
Yep, absolutely. That's it. He is basically golden ticketing his teammate straight through here, as long as he doesn't get ragdolled by any of the other teams, which they all seem to be going after the other penguins versus the penguin that he currently has. That Mr. Beast is trying
Yeah.
so hard to grab him, but I don't think they know they have to try and dive into him. Now, if you were on a different team, if you were seeing this as an opponent, what you would want to do is, instead of trying to grab them because you'll never be able to do it, you want to try and go up onto the middle for those ramps and dive onto the other person, jump onto the head of the person that's hopping, that's holding the penguin, because that is going to make them falter, it's going to make them fall and drop it, and then that's your opportunity to try and go in and grab it. It looks like that ice cream teammate has the other penguin too, so they're just destroying points on the board right now.
Yeah, Micro's holding on
130.
to the. We're gonna call that one Bart over there, and this one's Bert. As Mallet's fighting for Bert, and
Yep.
slowly trying to get it. Nobody can seem to hold Bert. Bert's learning how to walk on his own for the first time, but people are very
Oh,
afraid
no.
of Bert walking on his own.
They don't want Bert to get hurt.
Papa Mallet's holding on to Bert, making sure that he is okay for the next 15 seconds.
Yep,
you don't
and
want to
then
be
he'll be
walking
ready to
too
fly.
long. You only got one foot there. It's gonna be very difficult for you to hold on. So we want to make sure that you're safe and sound, as they have actually all 3 penguins up until the very end, getting a nice 211,
Ugh.
12, 13, 14 points.
You know that you're in a squad team situation when you have a score of 200 on a penguin. You don't see that kind of teamwork from random NPCs on a team together. It just doesn't work that way. So well done to Fantastic Four on getting through with over 200 beautiful points for this
See,
final one here.
that's the Fantastic Four that I know. Those are those players that I know. Those are the ones that I recognize. Those are the ones that I know that they can play the game well, and they did it, and they are playing it well.
Chloe, it's a thin ice, and I'm shocked. Yep. Going in with 12 people, I believe.
way.
Yeah. Yep, 12 people, thin ice. But they have all 4 of their teammates in here, so they have 33% of the lobby secured to their team, which is really good to have for making sure that they can try and secure that perfect 9-point game that they're just sitting in a good position to try and get right now.
Whoa. Did you just do math? Streamers don't do quick math.
I did.
Quick math is non-existent. We have chat to do the quick math for us.
Oh, sorry, chat. What's the percentage you think of possibility that Fantastic Four is going to be able to dominate this win and get a perfect score of 9 on this thin ice? There you go. We'll have chat do it for us. 69%. Hey, that's the chat I know and love. Perfect.
Exactly.
Amazing.
You gotta go fast. Gotta make sure you get those percentages in correctly.
If the percentage is 69, you're not doing it right.
Truly.
Ooh, Logan wants it to be 169%. Not only are they guaranteed it, but they guaranteed it so much that it's going over there. Or 42069. Auntie, that's very, very true. Their teammates are all still in on this too.
Yeah, and Mallet's doing what I probably would prefer to do in this situation, which is kind of just play the middle, let other people run into each other, and then you see what the best course scenario is, which is going to be right here. Is actually going to be cutting off this path, and then making it so that it's just him and this one other person. And Micro is doing a great job at cutting off the other person.
Absolutely.
GT's on this side as well. So if GT can stop running and actually grab this person,
yeah,
they're
if
in a
they
really
can,
good situation. It's actually
all
the
they
last
need to do,
person that they need to kill here.
All they need to do is kamikaze. That's it.
Yeah.
They need to be communicating to each other and talking and saying, hey, that's the last guy. Make sure you grab
I'm
him
sure
and
that
we
they're
guarantee
communicating
ourselves
it
the
here.
victory. And then they will be sitting pretty with that. And it looks like,
Just like
oh
that,
no,
they're cut
the
off.
other rando is
Well,
still in.
Yeah, they're in, but they're cut off. So it's a win for them. So congratulations.
Oh, good.
They ended up getting the 9 points here. Mallet's just gonna vibe it out. He's got the PSA grade 8 ice
Oh,
killer
yep.
that he's gonna find.
There it
every
is. I
break.
was going to say I couldn't
Yeah.
see from the camera angle, but you are right. It looks like him and his teammates were able to clutch that. So well done. They definitely had that 420, 69% going on from chat. So, you know, GG's to chat for guaranteeing their victory on that one with your percentages. And good
You
job
gave
to
them that
Mallet.
win, chat. Good job.
You did. You be proud. Be proud, chat. Which is wonderful. That's a great way to end that third episode for the Fantastic Four. Well freaking done to those teams. And with all the other ones done now, it looks like we're going to be moving on to the next bracket of teammates that we have moving on in, which is going to be the teams of Delete Hoarders, Gas, Crown Chasers, and Positive Vibes. Where it's Positive
While we
Vibes
get
and...
all of them set up, I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Absolutely, go for it. A very well-known team within the Fall Guys community. For those of you who are newer to the competitive scene, they know exactly what they're doing. Same with Gas. Gas is the only esports team I know of that has a section specifically for Fall Guys players, and so they are entered in any kind of competitive tournament that you see. And Positive Vibes, and Gas expect to do very well. Of course, we can't sleep on the Crown Chasers or Delete Hoarders whatsoever. There's no perfect runs yet, Angel. Interesting. So there's still room for some team to blow us away with a perfect score of 27. It'll be interesting to see if we can actually get that to occur or not. But it's not a necessity as long as the teams are beating out the other ones that have played. That's really all it is. The most interesting thing of all is that these episodes for the teams that are coming up are going to be what really matter. Because now that we've had 12 teams compete and put their scores up on the brackets, we now know exactly how many points the remaining teams need to beat in order to secure themselves the victory for moving on to Sunday and competing for the rest of that I was gonna say $10,000, $1,000 prize.
$10,000.
$10,000!
Oh
I don't know where the other 9,000 came from, but hooray! No, not yet.
Surprise donor.
Surprise $9,000 donor. I wish. No, maybe in the future if this grows into something enormous. But for now, it's 1,000. Maybe 10,000 later on.
Lekka won the lottery last night. She's just being modest.
$10,000. Shit, let me sign up for it, right? Moderation staff all leaves because they're like, well, giggity
$10,000?
goddamn.
Wait, can I get some money for this cast?
Right? At that point, you might as well. Let me make sure from my other teams that the teams we have coming up are going to be ready to go with my staff for communicating on there.
Yeah, we got Coriano's team sitting here too busy dominating a fall ball instead of getting themselves ready. A little
They're just too eager to take over with everything else going on there. All right.
Yeah.
And it looks like everybody is ready to move on into the next one here. So instead of episode 3, these are going to be the first episodes going on in for the Crown Chasers, Elite Hoarders, Gas, and Positive Vibes. So let me make sure that I actually have Jack of All Games muted. We are going to be watching for Delete Hoarders here. Also, can we just take a minute to have a huge fucking shout out for the moderation staff and the production crew? Do I still have the shoe?
Spam this shoe for the production crew. Hang on, I'm getting
I
it.
do!
I'm getting it.
Spam this shoe
There we
for
go.
the production crew. This tournament would not be able to go on without their help. They are doing an amazing job of making sure that any questions or DCs or issues that happen during the tournament are taken care of, being the point of contact for everybody, making sure that chat is being held down and having questions answered while Chloe and I are busy and focused on the games that are happening. So everybody, please spam this shoe for the production crew, for all the mod love, for them doing an amazing job keeping the Bean Brawl running and going. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And as soon as Jack of All Trades is in there, I'm not sure why his screen is black. It looks like we'll be able to get everybody to be readied and queued up, because we are starting a little bit early. We are ahead of schedule by 4 minutes, which is not what I expected. But
yeah, especially considering we've had multiple disconnects, we're doing great on time.
absolutely. So if I can have the moderation crew go ahead and let everybody know to back out of any practice games they're currently in and start up, they can immediately get going. I do have to say, I like Peroxide's Ike BRB screen to hide behind for stream sniping. I think that looks beautiful.
And I'm a personal, like, I very much like Peroxide. Like, so for those who don't know Peroxide, not that this has to influence anything, but Peroxide is Danger's little brother. They've been in numerous Fall Guys tournaments. I've actually played against them in Fallapalooza. I've had interactions with them in the past. They're a super nice person, and honestly, like I love being able to see them and being able to commentate and being able to, you know, support them as I can. So
Absolutely.
you know, it's nice to be able to see them in tournaments.
I was completely unaware that Peroxide was Danger's little brother. I just knew Peroxide as a kind other person in the Fall Guys community. So that was an interesting tidbit. Also, Mallet, thank you for the raid and bringing your community on over here. I'm glad that you and your team were having a good time participating. And your third stream ever didn't show because you had the most professional anti-stream snipe screen I've seen in this tournament so far. And I never would have known that that was
the most professional
your second
beard
time.
out of anybody there.
100%. So very well done. It was fantastic. And it looks like everybody is on their swiper don't snipe me screen,
Sniper, no swiping.
which is great. So, and we are
and
back.
we have
It
our
looks like
first
Delete Hoarders
game
is going
loading in. We got a hit parade coming in with the Jack of All Games and
Yep.
Team Delete Hoarders. My stream is unfortunately a little laggy right now for them because they don't have quality options and I can't lower it, so I'm going to be a little bit behind with their POVs. I'm going to try my best to keep up with them as I can.
Okay. I doubt it should be
Yeah.
too much of a delay. They aren't even having their countdown happen yet, so they're going on in. It looks like Peroxide is back and ready with their team dropping on in. It'll be interesting if Peroxide's team for Crown Chasers makes it into the finals with Team Uwu for that family rivalry to occur. I think that would be fantastic.
It would be super cute. I would love to see that. Yeah, it looks like actually 3 of these 4 teams don't have quality options, so I'm trying my best to keep up with them. I might have to watch it from the mainstream's POV.
That is perfectly fine. If that has to happen, you do what you need to do. Coriana with the cat jamming. I freaking love it. I am excited to see you
Coriano.
guys and your positive vibes team go on in there. Coriano is a great personality in the Fall Guys community. If you guys want somebody who is an all-around great entertainer, I highly recommend clicking on Coriano's name in chat and following them. And if you have enjoyed anybody's streams and gameplay that you've been watching today, don't be shy. Twitch is a big place, but it gets a lot smaller when you start to make those connections, hang out with everybody, follow them, and build yourself in with their friendships and communities. So hit everybody up with a follow that you like and that you vibe with.
We try our best to have a very tight-knit community here. Be sure to, you know, drop them follows, support, you know, everybody around here. We try our best to just build this community together, and following each other is such a simple but like if a follow is something that definitely might seem like something insignificant, but to a lot of people it means the world. So I
Yep.
personally am always just like, if I can make somebody's day with that one follow, it's always like a positive influence.
Absolutely. Very well said. Delete Hoarders, I got confirmation from the mod team that they did have a DC, which is fine. If that happened, they're just gonna be redoing it. It looks like, Jack of all games is like, it happens. All you can do is
just to kind of accept what you can at this point.
you can only do so much. Internet can be just complete shit sometimes, and that's why we have that built into the tournament rules so that it doesn't penalize any teams, because I've been there myself with having DCs, and it's never an easy time. It looks like AAA for Gas's esports team is going to be going on in, and that AAA is playing as the new Doom Guy skin. That's the first person that we've had the POV of playing the new skin that just came out today.
Not Master Chief, the Doom Guy skin. It's
The Doom Guy.
Yeah, I don't know if they people just call him Doom Guy. I don't know if there's an actual name for him. But you know what I do know is that there's a name for the level that the Crown Chasers are on, and they're on a dizzy heights right now.
Yup, that too. I do have to say I like Coriano's little moose, his emotional support moose that he has next to him every game in the bottom right corner there is pretty freaking amazing.
Ever since Fallmania US versus Canada, I feel like he's embraced his Canadian even more, and I love it.
As you should. If you enjoy your heritage, you enjoy your country, you might as well. Just go straight in, pour maple syrup on it, just go for it. Go full Canada, dude. You'll love to see it.
It actually warms my heart to see Coriano doing well. I remember back when a bunch of us are in a friend Discord for Fall Guys, and Pooh is in this server. So I remember he was like, "Hey, I still need to find another Canadian. Who should I ask?" And I was sitting there. I was like, here's somebody. And I was like, I recommended Corey, and then Nightwalker, who's his teammate, was like, "Yeah, I would vouch on that." And Corey got his chance, and he was able to get top 3 in the finals. And I'm just very happy for him, because I know that the guy's been working very hard, and him being able to get chances and being able to show his skills is such a cool thing, and I'm very happy for him. And
absolutely,
cool things that just happened. Peroxide just got the massive yeet.
Yeah, that was incredible to see. What a way to get airtime. Holy shit, he's just giggling over there. He's like, yeah, that was me. Just flinging myself across the map there. Ooh, so apparently the Doom skin is a canon, either called Doom Guy or Doom Slayer, officially.
Oh, okay.
So Doom is a part of his name. He doesn't need a name. He's just the Doom Guy.
Alright,
and
well, that explains why everybody says Doom Guy.
With 39 people, I'm thinking that Gas is going to be ending up in a 13-person team game here coming up. Yep, it's going to be 13 Egg Siege. Anytime you see a number that's divisible by 3, Mediatonic can't help themselves, y'all. It's, there's just no way. Oh, almost getting the Superman Coriano trying to just fly. Oh, he got cupped by that middle glove.
Trying to channel his inner dragon.
He did.
It's American Dragon Jake Long and not Canadian Dragon Coriano.
And that's why.
It does, yeah. There was no Canadian Dragon in the show, so you're not going to be able to fly.
That's why I wasn't able to go on through. It looks like
end up at least going on through into this next round here.
That's all he needed, as long as it went the inner dragon there for Escasa 100%. It looks like Red Team is dominating. Gas is just destroying anybody's hopes and dreams of doing well. It shows how well they work together as a unit. Being an esports team,
and that's a team that has
they are solid.
Played together.
Yep, they play together, I would assume, almost every day, if not every day. You don't join an esports team and not expect to play with your teammates so that you know each other inside and out. You know where each person is going to go. And it really shows in their teamwork with their scores when they just dominate a lobby.
On topic of domination, I'm seeing right now on this Freezy Peak for Team Crown Chasers, as 3-4 of their teammates are all up at the front of this top 7 roughly here, as they should all be making it through here, no problem. And the cool thing about the Crown Chasers is one of their teammates in particular, I know his name's Coco,
Yeah.
Jobro or Coco, and it's actually their first Fall Guys tournament they've been able to be a part of. So
Really?
it's a super exciting moment for them, and I know that they've been trying to get into these tournaments, and I'm happy that they finally get their first experience. Let's see if they can have a good showing for them.
I really hope so. I hope Coco Jobro and everybody else. I mean, we had that team of entirely of drifters, the Golden Drifters, who played earlier today, where it was all of their first time doing tournaments as well, and it just warms my heart to see more people being interested in competing in the Fall Guys like professional scene, because that's the only way you're going to be able to have a game that you care about stay in perpetuity, is by having new blood come into it on a regular basis. And that's a great thing. Speaking of, if any of you who are watching are interested in joining future Bean Brawl tournaments, these are going to be tournaments that happen monthly. You are more than welcome to join the Discord if you do !Bean Brawl in chat. The Discord link for it will pop up, and you can go ahead and join that. We'll be making an announcement when the next tournaments will be opening up for their availability for registration, and you can sign up by yourself. If you have 1 or 2 friends that you want to join in but don't quite know a whole squad, you can sign up as a partial team, or if you already know 3 other people that you just want to link arms with and go into the brawling beaniness of glory to, you can sign up as a full squad as well. It does not matter, so if any of you are interested but have always been scared because you don't know a full squad, that's not an issue with our tournaments.
You know what I do know, though, is that all my homies ate tail tag as Jack of all games, and Delete Hoarders is currently sitting on one, and unfortunately having to play out this right now.
Yep, and I am seeing a 16-person Freezy Peak as well going in for Team Gas, which I think they're gonna not have any issues with at all, especially since it looks like their entire squad populated in on the same side. They're just gonna be running the same route over there. I'll be very
It's also
sad.
the third Freezy Peak of just this episode, as the Positive Vibes and Crown Chasers have both had Freezy Peaks as well.
Yeah, they are just really enjoying this one for whatever reason. Although Wall Guys is one we haven't been seeing a lot of, and Coriano's team here with Positive Vibes is making quick work of it.
Here.
Just running around. He's not gonna be able to make that jump. It's just too far. So we'll have to see how they do. With only 11 people qualifying, it's gonna be getting very, very down to the wire and close. He's gonna have to go a long ways around in order to get up onto that platform that can actually net him run across that finish line. Oh, there we go. I think one of their teammates has already gone through. So with that pink boxer going on in, and then Coriano securing in as well, I think that's all 4 teammates that made it. So. Yep, that's all of their teammates making it on through, which is great. Wonderful.
So good for them, making it on in through, no problem. As I would expect, again, some of these are very veteran people, so I wouldn't be surprised if they make it through. It's just a matter of when they make it through.
100%. And it's with these teams that have been going on a little further as they registered later for the tournament, so they had some of the later time slots that they ended up registering for. There's a lot more veteran people. It was interesting to see mostly drifters and new people sign up initially to grab those first time slots. So we were seeing a lot of the new fresh blood come on in, and we'll see more of the veterans as this competition continues to go forward.
Yeah, it was definitely exciting. It felt like there was a lot of people who were very interested and excited to be able to play, and I think we noticed that as well, even with Fallapalooza as well, where the signups for that were filled up nearly instantly. We had half the teams fill up early due to early signups, but there were just so many people ready for more Fall Guys tournaments, and it was really exciting to see there.
Absolutely. I know that I was able to be a part of the Fallapalooza that I'm going to be participating in with my friend Beastie Fro in Danger's tournament on the 31st, because I was able to be a part of that early sign up for it. Although if I hadn't, I would have been right there ready for the tournament app to drop so we could put our hat in the ring, because I wasn't able to be a part of the first one because it filled up so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, even Fi-Fi had no idea that the signups were happening, and he wasn't even able to get himself a partner in time for signups. Like, he just had to straight up sit out of it, and that's the guy who took second place.
Absolutely. And, you know, sometimes that happens.
Unfortunately misses the crown. He ends up grabbing a Doom guy instead of getting his jump input. So they end up missing the points there. You know, they'll at least get finals points, but it's unfortunate for them.
That is, they're not going to be able to get that perfect score, and that's going to be down first round for Crown Chasers. It looks like Positive Vibes was able to finish their first round as well, and I'm not sure what the situation was for them for their final score, but we can see that Delete Hoarders is on their finale here with Thin Ice. Only 6 people on Thin Ice here.
We love those low number Thin Ices. At least they're tolerable in some way.
They are. They make it a lot easier. Better than Thin Ice, though, is a
However,
Hexagon!
I can confirm that there is at least one member not in this right now as I open up Karum's POV, and they are spectating right now, so they're only going to be able to get a maximum of 8 points here as Team Gas loads into a Hexagon with 9 total people.
Absolutely, and the fact that they're one person down, but having half the lobby controlled because being a 6-person is still a great position to be in. They just can't get cocky. They have to have good team communication, and they'll be able to get that solid score of 8. With the way that the bracket is right now, as long as the teams get 16 points or more, then they will be pushing other teams down further into the negative for not being able to qualify, which we'll be able to determine from more of these here. It looks like the Doom guy on here, AAA, is doing a great job at keeping control of their upper platform here, but it looks like they're going to lose their position and drop down here onto the yellow with everyone else.
Yeah, I will say I opened up Bean More Royals because I was able to get quality options there. And right now, he's just trying to be a nuisance on this middle blue level, running out the area. If there's somebody out, if there is a random that falls on this level, they are just grabbing, they're running, they're trying to do whatever they can, being a nuisance to the other people, which is honestly a very smart strategy, especially when you have your entire squad here, as he kind of just runs and cuts off. And yeah, he's literally just giving his team the best chance. And he actually decides to drop off here. And he's going to drop down and give 2 people, one of them being AAA and their teammate, the best chance of being able to survive. So there's some very selfless play being had on multiple POVs from their teammates here.
Which is wonderful, and that's how you know that the team is somebody that works very, very well together as a unit, because you cannot have a team of 4 people who are playing because they want to be the all-star. You need to have people who are like, oh, I have a position where I would fall onto you and ruin your real estate, so let me just jump off and eliminate myself from that situation so you can have the best chance to win as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, you have people like Be More Royal, who I know for a fact has over 1,000 wins. AAA is almost at 900. Like, these are people who have hundreds of wins. I don't think one game is going to change them very much. As you see, it's actually a 1v1 right now with Be More Royal hanging on against, I don't know if it's their other teammate or what because of the camera angles, but I imagine it's another teammate there.
I would think so, and with the way that it's looking right now, because they are just doing nice slow, kind of hanging out, I think that Gas has secured themselves. Yep, that is an arrow above their head. They have secured themselves the win. It looks like they're going to try and time out this Hexagon.
I mean, you have a lot of yellow space here, so I don't blame them for trying to time it out here. Might as well. I mean, you even see Royal is going for the really, I'm going to stall it out by going for the dive standing still. It saves you about like 1/10 of a second when you go for these dives, so like 1 out of every like 5 tiles you're going to save by doing this, but it can add up.
It can over time, especially when you're just trying to time it out as much as possible, and at this point, why not practice? You have to do these really pro plays, which doing the dive that AAA is doing right now is just a great example of that. Or who AAA is watching, the teammate that's playing this flower pot currently.
Be More Royal.
Yeah, Be More Royal.
Yeah.
Royal's doing a great job at showing off just how good that strategy is.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they can time it out. Granted, I don't know the tile situation for the person who dropped over there.
That's true.
But it's looking like that they're gonna. They have gamer jumps to make, but they can make it across there. But otherwise, it's gonna be Royals win if they don't make it across here.
And it looks like Delete Hoarders was able to get the crown on that Thin Ice. That was a teammate, I believe, that just got that victory there. So well done to Hoarders, being able to get that victory. GG's to them.
Yeah. And their Be More Royal and Gas, their teammate did make it across there. So I wouldn't be surprised if this time's out here because they have so much space to work with each other and they're doing a tremendous job. So if you haven't seen a Hexagon timeout before, be ready for it. Oh, never mind.
No! Oh, Royal, we were just hyping you up. Oh, that is an unfortunate situation. But I mean, they got the win, so that's
Yeah,
great.
they
But
got
I
the win,
I
but
really wanted to see the freaking timeout from Gas. That would have been the first time that I saw a hexagon timeout.
I did that to myself. That's on me. That's on me. But you can see, I'm looking at Royal's face. He's all smiles and laughter on that. He knows.
He was like,
knows.
I fucked up. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's good. It is what it is.
And if
Which
we take a
is
look at
good
some
to
of the
go on
other
there.
teams here, we got the positive vibes going on this here whirly gig, and all of the teammates are slowly getting themselves in here. Corey is kind of, I don't know if Corey's struggling or messing around.
I think he's messing around because he's Corey, but at the same time, he's just giggling his ass off right now.
Yeah.
I think he was memeing. So
Like, he was still playing a little
yeah,
bit of
it was questionable. It was definitely questionable on how that worked out there, but you know, he made it through and that's fine. That's all that really matters in the end on that one.
Yeah, exactly. Kudos don't matter. So, you know what?
Exactly. And I've never been a fan of kudos tournaments. I mean, I understand how and why people use them for someone, just because it's a, you know, way to keep track of it, but it's too much RNG, in my opinion, to be truly fair to people, because you could have a round 2 finale versus somebody who had a round 5 that then gives them more kudos. So
I don't mind kudos in duos formats. I can understand the frustration in a squads format, but I think duos format is fine for kudos.
I think
personally,
duos is
because
fine.
At the same time, like, the teams that you're going to be against are all getting in the same levels as you, so it's
Exactly.
not like that changes too much.
in that situation, I completely agree. Kudos is perfectly okay. I guess I should have specified that I was talking specifically for squad tournaments, that kudos become annoying because you can't factor in that every team is going to have the same amount of rounds as you to really show what's better. So in order to just kind of make sure that all of that is the same, eliminating that from my tournament, and if we end up having to have any teams face off together in tiebreakers, it'll be interesting to see, because they'll actually be going in a 2v2 if, for example, two teams tie, head-to-head format, where we might see some very good griefing action, which would be interesting to have notes. So far, though, the scores are so varied that we might not need
right
it.
there when you said grief.
Yep. Well,
Just the eyebrows pop up.
Just
my grin just. I get the Grinch grin all of a sudden. You're just like,
Ooh, I know. It's much more interesting to watch people try and throw each other into the Pepto and the clutches of death than have kudos be counted up for at least the squad tournament. It'll be nice to see whether or not we have any tiebreakers today. There might be some tiebreakers that have to happen tomorrow, with how I expect the teams to perform as we
it'll be really
get lower and
interesting
lower
right
down.
now, because we're pretty much at the point where the middle of the scoring right now is 20-21.
Yep.
So with you still having about 10 teams or so to play, 20 really doesn't feel that safe. You're going to want to get at least like 22 to give yourself like a really like solid chance of being able to make it through into the next round.
Absolutely.
And we still haven't seen the perfect 3 games yet come out from a team. Positive Vibes can get that, and Gas can get that, depending on how they go. However, we still haven't seen a perfect team yet, so it'll be really interesting to see if we can get one from these 2 teams, or
Absolutely.
you know, any team by the end of tonight.
I think that Gas owes us a perfect game now, since they didn't allow us to see that timeout of Hexagon. So the least they could do is give us a perfect score across all 3 episodes to make up for it.
I agree. And you know, they have a chance of being able to continue on the perfect score because they get through this round 1 DoorDash successfully. So that's one stress off their backs now as they move into their next part of the episode. As the Crown Chasers move into a block party, Elite Hoarders has the round 2 DoorDash, as we talk about what you don't want to see.
Yep, that's not a position that I would want to be in if I was on the Elite Hoarders team, because we have seen that completely destroy other teams earlier today, getting a round 2 DoorDash, getting completely trampled on by Black Friday shoppers, and just not being able to have your teammates make it through, when at this point it's going to be very critical because like Chloe was saying, you want to make sure you're getting into those 20s or above in scores. Technically, with the way the bracket is right now, you only need a score of 16 or higher to make it with the 4 that have happened. But if you want to guarantee yourself that high position so you know you're guaranteed to go on to Sunday, you're going to want to get a much higher score.
Yeah, definitely. And you see Delete Hoarders is just slowly trying to get through that door here, and it's going to be super close. Can they get all 4 teammates through?
Delete Hoarders, he was 28 out of 29. Poor Jack was, he just had to take a hitch in his breath there. He didn't know if he was going to make it through or not, unfortunately. But thank God he was able to clutch that up a little bit and make it through.
Yeah. And if we take a quick look again over at the Crown Chasers, I see at least 3 of their teammates sitting around on this block party here. Will I spot the 4th one? I still can't tell based on camera angles.
I don't think the 4th one is in, from what I'm seeing from the camera angles as well. So I think that they are going to be just trying to go for a score of 8 potentially on this second episode rather than being able to get a perfect score of 9. I think one of their teammates has been eliminated since we only see those 3 pink arrows.
Yeah, backing up now, it's looking like a 90% sure that they are. And they're going to get the jumping variation, which is probably the middle of them so, in terms of its difficulty. So let's see if they can make sure that they all make it through here. At least you see Peroxide is
Oh,
ragdolly, and Peroxide's going to unfortunately get stuck there. Yeah, the positioning that they were in right there wasn't in the greatest of spots, as they kind of just were stuck in the middle with everybody, so they weren't able to ever like keep their footing.
Yeah.
Your best bet is honestly, like, when you're wrapped up like that, your best bet a lot of the time is going to be wanting to just run with the area or like the jump where you have to go, because if you're going to be trying to get out of it by jumping or walking into it, you're going to be running into the situation where you're not going to be able to fight it. But if you can go the other direction, you can end up at least getting a chance of desyncing out of it.
Yep, and that's the way that I've always done it as well. With, like you were saying, you have to run with the direction, which seems counterintuitive, especially if you're a new player. You might not think, in order to save myself, I need to run the way it's trying to push me in order to be able to jump up and go against them. But he wasn't able to do that. Strat Peroxide's a great player, so you know that he knew that that was the meta you had to do in order to get out of there. But he just ragdolled, so he wasn't even standing up to be able to have the input to run, which was the reason he wasn't able to make that there. But his teammates are still in. They're going to be trying to get this disgusting 16-person thin ice and make it on through.
You got 2 people in on this big thin ice here. Positive Vibes have 14 people left on theirs, but is their game going to continue? Is their screen frozen? All right, they're moving on to the next game. Let's see what they end up getting here.
Fruit
as
Shoot!
They load into a...
We'd see that Positive Vibes is going into Fruit Shoot with only 14 people that are going in here. It's probably going to be 6 or 7 people qualifying, which is 8 people qualifying.
8 people, yeah.
Oh, and with only 3 people that they have going on in. So we are not going to be able to get a perfect game from Positive Vibes because they only have 3 people who are in this Fruit Shoot currently. Oh, messing up the timing on that Yeetus that they were trying to desperately go for, especially on the sporting equipment. With the way that the balls get bonked and the footballs and the soccers and everything, it's just goddamn mayhem. So, there.
However, one person who avoided the mayhem is Nightwalker, as he's in first place. His teammate just barely behind in second, so they're going to get 1-2 here. Let's see if Corey can end up being their third one to make it through. And Corey's going to be in no problem,
just fine.
So they're going to more than likely move into the finals here, as they have 3... they have 8 people total, and 3 of them are on their team, so... That's
pretty good. That's good odds going into whatever this final is going to be. It's not going to be Royal Fumble, but if we could see a Jump Showdown, which we haven't seen a Jump Showdown for a finale in a long time. So, if it's the
last one might have been during
Bean
Team 6's games.
Absolutely, and I was not watching Crown Chasers to know if Peroxide's team was able to clutch that or not, so that'll be on the...
I do not think they were able to clutch it out.
I'm
However,
not
what I
sure.
do know is that the Positive Vibes are loading into a Fall Mountain right now.
Oh man, and Delete Hoarders is loading into a Hex as well.
Yeah, and 2 of the Positive Vibes have paid their parking tickets, so they're going to be moving on in right now as Nightwalker and their teammate are side by side in the desync land of going the right side up there.
Yep. It looks like they're doing well. Nightwalker is just trying to get rid of this Elder Dwarf and just doing the best he can to take his tiny little arms and run ahead of everybody, which he's doing a great job
Yeah.
at. Nightwalker is just taking complete command of this situation right now.
Yeah, Nightwalker's gonna go for the best case, which is just kind of go there. He doesn't need to go for the style points, the yeet. And so you see the pineapple goes for the yeet. Nightwalker
Oh,
tries to get it and
Nightwalker!
misses.
Go, Corey,
Nightwalker
go!
went too early. Oh no, but I think Corey gets it.
Corey did get it. They did very well on that.
Oh.
Even though Nightwalker went too early to get that crown, their Grease teammate, I'm not sure which one that is, was able to hold on to the Elder Dwarf so that Corey could go in and have no issues waiting for that crown to come into a perfect position to grab for the team. Very, very well done for Team Positive Vibes, showing off a great amount of teamwork there. That was wonderful communication. Very well done.
Which teammate that was, whether it was Endo, whether it was somebody else, but all I know is that there was some great play overall, and they were able to secure at least 8 points.
Yep, which is very, very good. We're watching now,
the
it get
scary
down to the
thing is
wire
that
on
there's a-
Hoarders.
Yeah, you watch that. I'm watching the 6 qualifying tiptoe for Team Gas here.
Oh
As
god,
one
I didn't
person
even
knows they know where to go. They already know because somebody yeeted to it and they know it's row 1, so they just need to get to row 1 at this point.
Right, they're like, okay, it's row 1, but how do we get there? And they're thinking that maybe
Yeah.
it's just a path all the way to the left, but as soon as someone figures it out, it's game over. So they're trying to play this very, very strategically. And while
Yeah,
that's
and they
going
have
on,
all 4 teammates still as well, so they can still get the perfect game if they can get 4 out of the next 5 as their team.
yep, it looks like it's gonna come down
Oh
on
no,
the weak
and then
Hoarders.
the Royal falls over.
Oh no! Can they get back in time? That's the question. They know it's number 1.
Yeah, they know pretty much the entirety of the path there. The one person
Oh.
who didn't know is alright, so Royal's gonna be out, so no perfect games from any team here, but they are gonna in fact get 3 people through there.
Yep, they are at the very least 3 going through that with. I'm thinking we're gonna see for the first time in this tournament a royal fumble
Nah, we're gonna get roll off.
as a finale. It's gonna be royal. It might be. I have not seen royal fumble since it came back into the game. Apparently it's back,
Let's
but
keep
I
it
haven't
that
seen
way.
it in my eyes.
Oh, well, there you go.
Hey!
You see it.
There it is. But see, this is a great
Yeah.
position for Team Gas to be in because they have 50% of the lobby to themselves. 3 of their teammates are on here, so if at least one of their teammates can get the tail, it's going to be up to the other 2 to play as aggressive as possible, being grief gods to the other teammates to make sure that their tailed person can just keep it as much as possible.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those levels where we're not gonna care for the next minute or so, and
Yeah,
so I'm
it's,
gonna sit here and talk
yeah.
about this DoorDash that the Crown Chasers got.
Which means they're not going to get it round 2, which is wonderful. And it looks like everybody's
Yeah.
going on into their 3rd game since this is going to be the last episode for Team Gas here on number 2. So we'll go ahead and load up onto the 3rd episode on the screen here. It's looking like they're playing that strategy you were saying where they're just kind of waiting for it to get closer down to the timer before they're actually making big plays. Now with
Yeah,
half the
AAA
time,
just doesn't really feel like there's a reason to play. You know, you can't
Yeah.
go out of bounds, and even if you could, you can't do it in this tournament. So
exactly, yeah, and you couldn't do that anyway. So, and with 45 seconds on the or 30 seconds now going on, it's definitely time to play more aggressively.
I think you can sit here right now based on how the level is in terms of like you can just start. Yeah, like right here you see that AAA doesn't have to run anywhere. He's very much just like trying to maintain. As you see, the tail currently goes off to a thundercloud, but the polar bear on their team ends up grabbing it and they break free. It looks like it's pretty much going to be on their. It's going to be for their team as they go down. Yeah, all right. So Gas is going to get the 8 points here, no problem. They did a really
yeah.
good job of playing defense and securing the win for them. So, you know, even though it's a royal fumble, even though you hate to see it, they at least get the win. And the brave blue baller, aka Crazy Train, takes home the victory.
Absolutely, and they did well on that again, just showing the immense amount of teamwork that they have for being in unit and going in, making the calls on that. They did well in being able to secure those 8 points. And it looks like all 4 teammates on Crown Chasers was able to get through that DoorDash as well. So they'll be going into this second upcoming one here with no issues.
And we have the lead hoarders loading into this Tundra run here, so they're at least gonna start up their final game here.
You know what? I just realized we haven't seen once this tournament the entire time is perfect match.
I'm okay with that.
Yep. Not even vanilla perfect match, not the death-bringing perfect match, but
You
just
don't want to see
any.
perfect deathmatch in a tournament. We
You
might
don't.
wanna
You
see
don't
it,
want to
but
see
those-
perfect death
yeah.
match.
You as the competitor, no, you don't want to see that.
Never. I mean, yeah, it's fun for us to watch as the casters, but that's about it. You
Yeah.
hate it. It's because you could just get an unfortunate spawn if you get a perfect deathmatch version of that game, and you could be set right next to the little wacky stick, which is the professional term for it, and
the wacky
just be
stick.
fucked because as soon as the game starts, the wacky stick moves and you get yeeted off the edge. You don't even have time to move or go over it.
The wacky stick. That's a name that I've never heard it called. I just call it the spinner.
The spinner. I mean, yeah, you could call it a spinner. I don't know. When I think of it, I'm like, it's
Yeah.
a stick that moves.
But
Technically,
yeah, you can't spawn next to it anymore during Perfect Deathmatch. They patched that after Season 3, so at the very
they
least
did.
you have a second to spawn. Yeah.
Okay, well then good. Thank God that that's no longer a thing. I'm glad that they did, in fact, fix that, because when I saw it a few times, I haven't seen it a lot, but when I've seen my friends get into perfect match, death,
Yeah,
ones,
both variants, you now spawn off to the left and the right sides the whole
Oh,
time.
good.
So
it's
yeah.
just split like a middle school dance. Wonderful.
Yes, it's split like a middle school
Yeah.
dance.
Well, the boys have cooties and the girls have cooties, so you can't possibly be on the same side. And it
You
looks
know,
like...
I had no idea how to respond to that at that point.
I didn't actually give a shit when I was in middle school. When I was at a dance, I was there to dance, and so I danced. But other people I know go to it for like social mixers and shit like that, but that was never my experience growing up. Whenever I actually attended any events or functions, homecoming, all of that, I was always the one that was requesting Cotton Eye Joe and Thriller so that we could dance on the dance floor to it.
Yeah, that sounds like something I would expect out of you, honestly.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, that's me. That's I don't go to do it. If
and
I'm
here
at a
you
dance,
go.
it's
You
to
bring
dance.
up
Damn it.
And you get it. Yeah. It's
100%.
vanilla, but it is a perfect match. See, you are just the caster curse. Please tell me what you want to see somebody suffer with next.
I want to see somebody suffer with a perfect match, death match. I want that entertainment for the people watching. Thank you very much.
All right, well, positive vibes. Unfortunately, I think you're about to get a perfect death match next because you're the team that's gonna more than likely get it.
I have said it, and so it shall be true. All of the
blood
big gays
god
in
requires
chat for
her
the good luck.
sacrifice.
If you guys want to counter my caster curse, you can spam big gay in chat for all of the rainbow hamsters to make a wall of positivity to defend against it. And I'm honestly half expecting positive vibes to actually get the perfect death match.
Yeah, me too now. Me too now.
No, it's ski
They
fall.
got a
All
ski
right.
fall. They got a ski fall. All right, you're off the hook. You're off the hook.
It was chat. They put up a wall of the wonderful rainbow hamsters.
You also know who's off the hook. Peroxide and the Crown Chasers, as they are in a dominant fashion on this snowy scrape. Both teams that aren't them
Oh,
are
wow.
in the 40%, and they're at 96%. So they're gonna make it through here.
Easy.
No problem. They could honestly, like, you could stop playing Peroxide. Yeah, you don't have to. You already made it through.
Oh no, Peroxide's just like, let me just put down the controller here. Who cares? At this point, it's fine. It is what it is.
I like
Yeah.
how the closed captioning stopped me from saying snowy scrap.
It,
Like,
it says
it's-
it says it right there. Snowy scrap.
No, it didn't want me. It put asterisks next to it when I said it before.
Maybe it thought you said ass instead of scrap.
I
But
don't know.
I don't know.
Apparently, I'm from New Jersey. We don't speak good.
Apparently. Sometimes the closed captions is a finicky bitch and just decides to stop what you're saying for no reason. Especially when I just get really southern for no reason. It does the same thing to me, so I feel you.
Yeah.
It happens. I'm wondering if they're gonna go after the snowy scrap straight into a finale, which I'm thinking that Peroxide's team on Crown Chasers is going to do after the yellow and blue team decide that they want to actually play the game. It's gonna be close on blue and yellow team. Not that I
Yeah.
actually care
92
who's gonna go
to
through, but
90% right now. Both balls are moving
Oh,
forward.
yellow
92,
made it.
100. Oh,
Mhm.
the blue team. Now you know what team we do care about seeing that's on yellow team, and that's Team Delete Hoarders, as they're on yellow team for this egg scramble.
Absolutely. They are trying really, really hard to keep theirs up because they're in a really shitty position right now. They are in a tie for last place, which is not where you want to be. It looks like they were able to grab a golden egg from somebody else's nest, though, and are trying to turn that tide. They have 1 minute and 20 seconds, though. So, I mean, they're doing
time.
pretty well. And
Although,
turning that.
instead of going into a finals, the crown chasers get tail tags.
Oh! Of course, you
Smile.
hate it. You hate to see
Yeah.
it. Oh my god. Ooh, spam these big gays for Lekka and Bay. Hell yes, friskiest.
Big gay. That's me.
Yes, that's also me. It's perfect. This is an LGBTQ plus friendly community, and I also really like that basically everyone I've seen for Fall Guys is very allied with LGBT as well, which you
it's
don't see a
actually
lot of
one
as
the
well.
yeah, truly, like, this community is like such a LGBT or like plus positive community, and there's just so many of us that are also a part of it, not only being allies but just like actual people in the community. So
Absolutely.
it's super comforting and super inclusive.
Yep, and that's just another reason that I love it so much, because you don't have people coming in and harassing you for being who you are, and if you lose,
Well,
people
I
say
do, but
GG.
not necessarily as often.
Not enough. Oh, well, you unfortunately
Yeah.
do, and I have people that come in and do that to me as well, but it's less because of the game. More so what I'm saying is if somebody loses and is salty in a competitive format, the community for Fall Guys is so chill that they're just like, oh, GG, instead of being like, oh, I hate your face. And they use your sexuality or your gender identity as a way to try and attack you. That's just not a thing that we have to worry about here, which is wonderful.
True. And you know what else we're not going to worry about is whether or not Peroxide has a tail at the end, because it looks like they're doing a tremendous job at making it, holding onto this tail as the G2 tries to dive and take it, but they end up surviving. And I do see at least one other teammate that has a tail here, so they're probably going to move into a finals now. Peroxide's feeling good knowing that he ended up holding onto his tail there.
He did. Peroxide is a freaking goat at tail tag, because he was hung onto that for a hell of a long time. And Coriano's here just big chilling with his arms out, with hanging on, just knowing his team is doing the absolute best. Yellow has 0 points. They have no possibility. They did.
And we got a
great.
hexagon coming in, and you can see Peroxide's got like emotion coming on right now. He's like, all right.
He's like, oh, we're here. Let's do it.
Yeah, we're here. We got this final. Let's do it. So
I
know at least 3 teammates are on this
Yep,
final.
3.
Let's see. Yep, 3 confirmed. So
this third episode for them could net them 8 points, which would be huge and definitely guarantee that they move on to Sunday.
yeah, so that'll be very exciting to see if they can continue on their trend here. They need this win to be able to give them the best shot at being able to move forward, and I know Peroxide would love to make it into the next day here. And you see, Peroxide immediately gives up the space for their teammates so that they have all of that blue, and now Peroxide's just trying to be a nuisance, running out the tiles, making sure that this egg doesn't have any sort of grounding for themselves. This egg is somehow just
very
managing
well
the
done.
deep thing, but yeah. Pulls it
Really
off, and
good
again,
job
he's
on
just
that.
going to go in for this mentality. Again, he's just going for it. He's trying to cause an issue for every other player that is on this bottom level so that his teammates have the best chance to actually be able to hold off the victory. Because he does have one teammate that is still higher up right now. There is 2 of him and one of his other teammates are on this yellow area right now, but they're going to drop down to blue. And actually, the one person that was going to go down there misses. So now Peroxide is looking really good with all of this blue as his teammate falls there. And he's just going to jump and...
it looks like, the monkey decided to fall so that Peroxide could have all of that real estate to themselves, which is a great decision. That's just another note of good teamwork going in, because you don't want to have teammates on the same team who are selfish and wanting to do that. It also looks like an 8-person tiptoe. Corey made it through, but his teammate is not going to be able to make it. And Nightwalker just unfortunately missing the cutoff on that tiptoe by 1.
Well,
I'm not sure what their final's going to be, but the struggle is real on any low qualifying tiptoes. And we also can see that
Peroxide falls and okay, just barely hangs on. Oh, but he doesn't get his jump input off. He tries to cut off the one person and ends up not using his jump ever instead of just dropping. So he ends up running into the situation where he just never gets his jump input and never gets a solid footing. So it's going to be up to his teammate, who This might be happen. I'm not 100% sure. As they're gonna try to cut off this last little bit of area and make sure it's gonna pretty much come down. He can't really run here though. Like this
He
is the
can't.
problem.
It's gonna be.
Yeah.
Oh, and the dwarf cut him off. Oh, and they were not able to get that crown. That's
dwarf
only
throws
gonna
the
be
game,
3
yeah. So
points
his
for
teammate-
crown
you-
chasers.
You needed to make that play a half a second sooner and make sure that that dwarf couldn't make it over there, and then he
Mhm.
probably has that win. Unfortunate for them.
That
But they
is-
are gonna get
is sad.
to 3 points. They're gonna get to 20 points, which gives them a shot at
It
making
does.
it through.
It does. That's a decent score to have on there. Coriano playing aggressive as fuck. He just griefed somebody off of there on the roll off, which you love to see. You
I
need
do
to
love
be
to
doing
see
those.
that, Corey.
You need to see those aggressive plays for making sure that your teammate is the one who are the majority of the board.
Yeah, so right now it is about a 3v3 in terms of the amount of people that are still alive here,
Mhm.
as the only person who did not make it on their team is Nightwalker, so he's watching as the Egghead is trying to make their best impression of me and trying to push people off. As
Oh,
the
and
other
Corey
two
got ripped by
teammates-
Doom Guy! Oh,
yeah,
no!
but this witch, how is this witch alive?
How is
Oh
that
my
witch
God.
alive?
That
What?
witch is literally
Oh, and the
using
witch just got
witchcraft in
eliminated.
there.
Well
Okay.
done. Freaking GG's to Positive Vibes, finally getting
Yeah.
rid of that witch. They were struggling to just have eliminated, and they secure the crown for themselves on that one. Oh,
Yeah.
gosh.
And Elite Hoarders also seeming to get themselves a victory as well.
Well, very, very well done.
Yeah.
It looks like the last team that we have then to see how they do is AAA, which they finished their semi-finalist round right now, so they're going to be going into their final here very shortly. Yeah, the witch turned on straight rocket boosters against Positive
She
Vibes. They
forgot-
were like,
She forgot to turn them off though.
nah, not gonna happen. 100%. Also, can we talk about the fact that Corey has 875 crowns just chilling?
Yeah,
waiting.
Corey doesn't spend his crowns at all.
He doesn't. He's just like, it's fine. I'll just use my actual money
Yeah.
to buy DLC cosmetics like the Fiery Dragon and wear that instead.
I mean, I buy everything, but I don't change my costume at all.
Right. I buy everything even if I hate it just because I want to be able to say that I have it.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. Just to say that it occurred. And I'm very surprised that after Snowy Scrap, they actually aren't going into the finals. It looks like AAA is going in with his team here to a Wall Guys.
Yeah, it must have been a 30-person Snowy Scrap there, so when it
Yeah.
lowered it, yeah, no, that would make sense because 55% of the 20 that would have been left would have been 12. So yeah, that's why it was a very large Snowy Scrap level, and they're gonna have 12 here, and then from 12 there's a chance of going into a final there. But because it was a large Snowy Scrap, they ended up not. And there's actually somebody trying to be the doofus and being the asshat who's gonna try to push this block backwards and make it very hard for 2 of the members of Gas to be able to even grab this ledge right now.
Yeah, it's looking like that's gonna be hard because of how many people are griefing, but AAA just said, nah fam, I'm gonna find a long way to go around and get to it despite your griefing efforts.
Yeah.
And he's playing
Now,
Watchdog up there, trying to push other teammates off so that he can buy them more time to get up there to try and guarantee that all 4 of his teammates make it on through.
Yeah, as
Oh,
you
but he
see-
lost his position there, unless he can jump back
Yeah,
up.
well, it looks like all 4 of them are, all 4 of them are up here right now, so they're going to make it in. They're still going to have a shot
Yep.
at being able to get 9 points and really cement themselves, almost a guaranteed placement into tomorrow.
Absolutely. The way that the score sheet is looking right now, they are sitting in a really good position with a perfect score of 9 from the first episode, and only missing 1 teammate going into the finale with 8 for the second one. They could be scoring themselves another perfect score of 9 here and guaranteeing that they make it on to Sunday.
Yeah, they would give. There's a chance of them getting 26, which would tie them for first place here. And also, props to Positive Vibes and the Elite Hoarders getting 25 and 24 respectively. bringing
Wow.
them just there into like that upper echelon of the teams.
That is amazing. Being able to get those very, very high scores. That's
And here's the
Yeah,
finals, and
huge.
it's a thin ice for Gas, so they have a very, very good likelihood of being able to get this crown, get this 9 points, and
Absolutely.
guarantee themselves a nice placement going into tomorrow. Feeling good.
these teammates that are coming into the games here, because we have 6 teams remaining to play. after we take a short break when Gas finishes their final team here with this episode. They're gonna have to play hard. The scores that we've been seeing go on up there are incredibly well done, and if you're gonna want to guarantee yourself going on into Sunday's vibes, the teams that are coming in are gonna have to be laser focused.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, the scores that we're seeing out of the teams that have been here right now.
On the first day, too. I was expecting scores like that on Sunday, because obviously that is the best of the best teams competing for those $1,000 worth of prizes. And to see this on the just qualifying day on Saturday is absolutely insane.
Yeah, definitely. Like, and again, we were talking about it. I know Chewy was expecting high scores, like needing 25 to advance. I don't think you we're at that point right now.
I don't think you're gonna need 25 to advance.
But
That's a Sunday thing.
You might need it tomorrow.
Yeah,
but right
100%.
now you don't need it.
Oh no! Triple missed and fell down.
However, we're currently I'm on my POV of Royal here. Royal's fighting this pirate here, trying to have this tile supremacy, trying to make sure that he has the best chance of being able to win here, as it's pretty much going to come down to him versus this pirate. He's getting real aggressive.
He is. Royal is just being an. And Gas lost
Ice Physics.
all of their teammates. Oh no, and they lose out on a potential 5 points there. So their team is only going to be getting 4. That's going to put them potentially in the possibility of not making it through to Sunday. Not securing that win could mean that we don't see Gas compete tomorrow. It's all going to depend on how these other 6 teams do coming up here.
Yeah, it's going to be very scary for them, as, you know, Thin Ice Smile, that's all you can say.
Thin Ice Smile.
Ice Physics are the sole reason why they ended up not being able to pull that off.
Oh my god, that was intense. Royal was trying so hard to be aggressive against that Doom guy.
Yeah.
And it was just not working out in their favor. It's Ice Physics, which, I mean, are basically taken over from the you know, slime mechanics that we had going on there. It's a lot. With the teammates from Gas putting up that score of 4, it looks like they're going to be having a score of 21, which is still really decent from what they were able to do, but having a perfect game and only 1 point off perfect game for the first 2. And my moderation team, the production crew, is working on recording those and having everything be prioritized bracket-wise. So when we come back from a short break, we'll be able to see exactly how that goes. We'll come back here at 5:10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So we're going to be taking a break for 13 minutes while I talk with staff and crew and we get the final 6 teams prepared and good to go. The tournament is getting very spicy, and it's going to be very interesting to see what's going on here very soon. So we'll see you guys back in just a moment.
All this fake shit, living in the real life, living for some real times, talk about the real climb, passionate in real rhymes, steal time back from my 9 to 5, taking back my fucking life, I just wanna feel alive. And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I'll get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna get it.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bruh. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Yeah, I never give up. Fake it till I make it. Motherfucking take it back from these haters. Playing tracks for the traitors. Got the passion and depths when it happens. Factions take actions. Drafting their captains. It's happening. I'm raising my status. Facing the madness. I'm out gaining traction. Avoid the distractions. I'm snapping. No captions. Attracting reactions. Adapting. Attacking. Commanding the masses. I'm practicing habits. I don't fucking ask it. I just fucking grab it. I am never static. Massively active.
Girl, you got me shook from the way your body looks. Got me riding hooks, got me feeling like a rook. I don't do it by the book, but for you I'll take a look. Don't know what your mama took, sweet and spicy like a cook, yeah. I'll keep it real, let's make a deal. Buy you a meal if you just let me feel. Get out your heels, grab on the wheel. Back to my place at the top of the hill. Don't have regrets, I know what's next. She need a fresh, I'll be back in a sec. Look at them legs, don't make me beg. Back to the room, let me show you my bed. Yeah, your body feels like taking on a drug. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. Everything you do, I can't seem to get enough. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. Touching on your body feels like taking on a drug. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. Everything you do, I can't seem to get enough. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. I could look at you all day, watch the way them hips sway. Love your body, so I pray, don't you dare take it away. Can't control what I say, lost my mind cause your frame. Hey girl, what's your name? Lit me up just like a flame. Body in motion, I feel the commotion, beyond you like lotion. I'm honest and broken, I flow like the ocean. I feel you were chosen to fix me, I'm broken, my heart that you stolen. Hey, stay with me, play with me, lay with me. Hate to see when you leave, chemistry feels like it's destiny. I just want you laying next to me, and I really don't want you to touch me. On your body feels like taking on a drug. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. Everything you do, I can't seem to get enough. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. Touching on your body feels like taking on a drug. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. Everything you do, I can't seem to get enough. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb.
Yeah, let's go. I'm unstoppable, do the impossible. I'm irresponsible, shit, I'm phenomenal. I got an arsenal, I'm dropping bombs, you know. No, I'm not stopping, no. Conquer the obstacle. To the top, here I go, think I'm chosen to be the king of rock, think the people have spoken. I can hear the tick-tock of the clock, I'm in motion. So now I'm gonna pop, causing all this commotion.
Yeah, sometimes I think that I'm unstoppable. Yeah, ready to go, man, lock and load. That's right, I swear to God that I could drop you, bro. Yeah, I got a shot and I ain't stopping, no. That's how I know that I'm unstoppable. That's how I know that I'm unstoppable.
Yeah, let's go. I don't care what they all say. That's right. I'ma do this thing my way. Let's go. They grinding hard on it all day. Okay. We work hard, then we all play. Yeah. I'm addicted to the grind, man. That's right. So I refuse to waste time, man. Yeah. One day it all will be fine, man. Let's go. Gotta commit to the climb. You know we're back with the Guinness, setting records every minute, every track, in addiction to the fact that we're winning. Still we lack, something's missing. Need a track that is hitting, making racks, making millions. If you ask, that's the mission. I don't waste time, no, I make time. All these people wanna hate, fine, I'ma make mine. While you sitting there complaining, I'll be training. While you sitting there just waiting, I'm creating.
Yeah, sometimes I think that I'm unstoppable. Yeah, ready to go, man, lock and load. That's right, I swear to God that I could drop you, bro. Yeah, I got a shot and I ain't stopping, no. That's how I know that I'm unstoppable. That's how I know that I'm unstoppable.
Lights, camera, action. Another day interaction. All being cashed in a actor, act up YouTuber reactions. Apparently it's the fashion to be lacking in compassion. Require a guy to balance and then fire at him with cannons. We will smile through the pain, then climb up and start again, living someone else's game as we tumble to the ground, planting faces in the pavement for a stranger's entertainment. No one said when chasing fame that the direction would be down, and so we fall. All we've ever known is being on TV, so we fall. Our only home is neon BBC, and so we fall. Never downward chasing crowns we'll never see, and so we fall until the day we choose to rise to the mantle, straddling stacks of tangled ragdolls, forging forwards on the trampled backs of comrades round our ankles. It's a constant uphill battle against logs and giant apples for some unknown cable channel. We just pray the show gets cancelled. Face first at the door you've chosen, hoping it's the one that opens. We've no noses to be broken, but our spirits feel the sting. One more baton to the face at the back end of the race. Never ending fall from grace. Second place don't mean a thing. We fall. All we've ever known is being on TV, so we fall. Our only home is neon BBC, so we fall. Never downward chasing crowns we'll never see, and so we fall until the day we choose to rise. Start a union, fight these vertical atrocities. It's hard to organize a terminal velocity. We won't stand for being herded for your novelty. Stranded in a technicolor rubble purgatory. Another gunge would plunge into a void, and so we fall. Another 100 flung into the void, so we fall. Another bludgeon done through spongy dungeon toys, so we fall until the day we choose to rise. All we've ever known is being on TV, and so we fall. Our only home is neon BBC, and so we fall. Never downward chasing crowns we'll never see, and so we fall until the day we choose to rise. In this world of color, we ain't no scholars, but we know that one of us has got to win. So it's time for me to unleash my power and the Leckakay within.
Yeah, we at the starter line. Everybody come on, tally boo. When the whistle blows, better know I'm coming after you. Dodging all the fruit, now you see I'm following the dude. I'ma tell the truth, I'ma make them fall into the goo. Now you standing around like you acting nervous. You about to fall down cause you lacked your courage. Scratching, attacking, and I'm about to crack a nail. Get smacked in the back cause I'm about to grab your tail. All of these itty bitty bands and beans dance between these frantic scenes. Advance their schemes for the crown. Keep it bouncing like a trampoline. They can't believe they fell, so they scream on the ground. Bean in the house. All you rookies soft, I do a side roll. If you try to push me off, I take the high road. Everybody drop me low. They can only be 159, it's got to go.
They drop like flies, it's no surprise, but I'm shining before their eyes. In this world of color, we ain't no scholars, but we know that one of us has got to win. So it's time for me to unleash my power and the Leckakay within. It comes naturally, we fall as we please, but I really need that master ninja skin. So it's time for me to unleash
Alrighty, everybody, we are now back for some more Bean Brawl action. Hello, Chloe, and thank you again to Beginning, Chloe, my beautiful caster here, and to all of the production crew for coming in and helping make this tournament amazing. We are down to the final 6 teams of the first day of the qualifiers for the Bean Brawl before we get into the finals tomorrow to see who are going to come out on top for those thousands of dollars in cash prizes. If you guys want to participate in future Bean Brawl events, you can click on the link there in chat, join the Discord server, because this will be a monthly endeavor. If you have always wanted to get into Fall Guys competitions, or if you have a friend or two that you want to, even if you don't know a full squad, that is okay. You can join in, sign up as somebody who is just a drifter, aka somebody solo, as a partial team, and we will get you connected with other people who are interested in getting into the Fall Guys scene so that you can be a part of competitions like this as they go on. So make sure that you join the Discord if that's something that sounds interesting to you. Also, hi, Bay.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I just finished up eating. I literally ran upstairs in the middle of our intermission, grabbed some food, and was just like, I need to get something. It's 8 o'clock here. I needed to eat some dinner.
Very fair, very fair. You know, time zones are definitely a thing, so I completely understand that. We're actually running...
I'm getting a little tired right now.
I can understand that. We're running a little ahead of schedule, which is not what I expected, but is fantastic. The production crew is doing a great job at letting the teams know that they need to be ready to go for starting a little bit sooner. So we'll be starting the teams here in the next 3 minutes. And I would love for you guys to spam this shoe for the production crew. Show the mods some love for being absolutely amazing. They're all doing this out of the kindness of their hearts of wanting to help and get the experience of running a larger tournament. So I am very, very happy that they were willing to help out with this, because I wouldn't be able to keep track and score absolutely everyone and cast and do everything else if it wasn't for them. So freaking huge shout out to this amazing Fall Guys community that we have here. And also, if you guys haven't, Beginning, her name is literally spelled there on the screen. She's been doing wonderful casting, so go spam and blow the fuck up her channel with follows, because she absolutely deserves it. She's not only a caster, but she is a coach for Fall Guys. She is a competitor for Fall Guys. She plays Pokemon, which how can you not love that? And is just amazing all around. So absolutely go show her some love if you guys have not.
I'd like to get partners sometime soon, and by in the next couple months.
Yes.
That is my only thing that I say. I'm like, follow, please, so that I can try to potentially push for partner. I'm not at a partner push yet, but that's the only thing that I say.
Oh, you will 100% get partner this year. I believe in you. You have a great community behind you. You'll be able to do it. My favorite thing about partner is the emote slots, I'll be honest.
Yeah, that's really the only reason I want it right now. Like, in
100%.
all honesty, it's that, and then if there's ever a TwitchCon when the pandemic doesn't exist, I want to go to the partner party. Those are like the only 2 things that I want it for.
Exactly. Same. Everything else is just kind of like, eh.
Yeah. As a partner, I could have 17 emote slots instead of 5.
Right? It makes it so that you can add more things. And I myself am also a Pokemon fan, so I was like, I need those emotes so I can add some Pokemon and Fall Guys to my mix of things that I have here. Thank you very much.
Instead of having to add things to BTTV, I can actually add them to emotes, and everybody can use them in more than one chat.
I know. Talk about freaking awesome. That would be really the only reason to get partner. I mean, yeah, it's also like, oh, I have a check mark, but like, nope. Okay, yeah, cool, you have one, but emotes.
I mean, I think the partner in itself is definitely a big, like, just a goal to push for, and I never thought I was gonna even be at this point. I mean, I never even thought I would be commentating Fall Guys. I didn't know. I literally wasn't streaming before August, so the fact that I'm at where I'm at now is just such a like surreal thing, and being able to do something like this, I never thought I was going to be able to do.
Absolutely, and that's a really good point. That's what most people started doing. I know I started out as a YouTuber. I was making Let's Play videos, and I just wanted to make somebody smile and laugh and have a fun time. And then somebody said, hey, you should do streaming as well as make videos. And I said, what's streaming? Because I had no idea. I'd only ever watched YouTube videos my entire life up to that point. And so then I just kind of fell into it and was like, this is pretty neat. And now I make content full time. So it's very similar to a lot of people's stories.
Yeah, exactly. So I want to keep putting in the effort. I wasn't ever gonna bring myself up. I wasn't ever gonna bring up my stream. I was gonna let you if you wanted to, but I'm very much just like I want to keep working at this, and I haven't actually been working at something like this in a while. So
Yeah, and I know you'll be able to get that. And mods, make sure that the teams know that they're going to be ready to start here soon. We'll see there. I see that Frozen Scouts team is ready there. Bean Apocalypse, I believe Beanie Babies and Team Awu are ready as well. And I think we're going to get the okay here on Gryffindor in just a second. But yeah, I see Dangers is on just changing up his cosmetics. And as soon as I get the okay on Gryffindor, we'll switch on over to the other scene for that here in just a sec. I do love the cats, which I will say there are some amazing cats between Pink Dolphin's team with Beanie Babies and Danger's Kitty, who's growing up. They're just pretty freaking awesome. Not gonna lie, it's the cat cams, pet cams of any kind are just amazing.
Kitten is by far one of the most beloved pets that I know of, and everybody just loves Danger's cat.
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
just look at that.
All
Look at
right.
that.
I know the team, they're so cute. All right, let me go ahead and transition
Yeah,
over
let's put it on for
literally
everybody
just
else to see
for the cat cams.
Yeah.
Simply for the cat cams. They're
I mean,
so
just,
cute.
Just look at Kitten.
I love it. All little pets. All the little pets. It's like,
Pink
oh.
Dolphins giving them pets. Oh, well, now Dangers has to give them a pet. It's the only you can't let your cat be one up.
I know. I don't know that he's listening, but if he is, you should definitely give the kitty just the tiniest of touches. But mods, go ahead and tell the teams that they are okay to start their first episode of the stream to go on into the tournament here. And if you guys are curious about the schedule of who's coming up when and who is going to be competing, we do have 6 teams left. We are having Bean Apocalypse, Beanie Babies, Gryffindor, and Awu play right now, and then we're going to be seeing Blackjack and Chum Guzzlers afterwards. Oh, I see the kitty! I see Frozen's
it's dark,
kitty!
but there's a cat on screen.
There
Frozen
is. You can
literally
see
got
its.
up to
You
get
can
their
see its
cat.
eyes. Oh, I wish that Frozen had a webcam so we could see the just full face cam of Frozen's cat as well.
All the kittens, thank you. I'm sorry, I had to interrupt you to point out that there was another cat there.
There was. It was just shrouded in darkness, as black cats usually are.
And we got our first game loading in.
Yep, and it looks like the Beanie Babies are going into their other one there, and also just shout out to Pink for making sure that the cat cam is still on screen, even in just a tiny format over on the right side of his stream there.
As you do, when you have a cat cam, you gotta make sure that the cat can stay on screen unless they walk away, in which case that's not in your control. Cats are very wild creatures who just want to run around and sometimes have the zoomies, but when they're sleeping like that, there's an obligation to put the cat on the cam. I'm just saying.
Exactly, it's too cute not to.
Yeah, it's like when you adopt the cat and you sign the contract, part of it is if you are a streamer, you must show cat on stream. Like, it's just it's just a part of, adoption.
Exactly. I love all the cats. Why can't Zeus do that? Llama is one of the mods we have on the production crew, and she also has a beautiful kitty cat who never sits still for anything. So she can never show him off for longer than like 2 seconds on her streams.
And it's looking like we have a potential of, I think that there are different teams in the... Yep, that looks like both Uwu and Frozen Scouts team are on the same game, so they have the right to back out if you so choose to.
Yep. I would absolutely encourage one of them to back out and the other one to continue playing the game, knowing that they're in the same lobby with one another, because that's just not a good situation. It looks like Bean Apocalypse is choosing to leave without penalty, and that Team Awu will probably continue going forward, which I think is in their best interest. The last thing you want to do is make your games even more difficult by putting yourself in a situation where you're actively choosing to be in a lobby with 4 other hardcore sweats in Fall Guys.
Yeah, I actually just, I'm because I had Danger's stream open, so I just informed him, like, all right, you stay. The other team left, so don't worry about that. So hopefully he reads that and he's at least under the understanding right now, so they should be okay.
Absolutely, and I hope that they do that. It looks like he is keeping his team going on with their match, so I think your message was able to get through, thankfully. And we have Gryffindor's team as well coming in here. Some of the creative names that people have come up with for their things, like when I read Gryffindor, I was like, that is so clever. Very, very
Fuck
well
J.K.
done.
Rowling, but it's very clever.
Yes, I love that. Also, they haven't competed yet. They're going to be one of the teams coming up, but Chum Guzzlers, I almost choked on my drink when I opened Discord and read that that was going to be their name.
Very uncomfy name, but
Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. It's fantastic. It appeals to the lewd side of me. But speaking of lewd and balls,
my
hoarders.
semi-innocent brain goes, oh, you want to guzzle the chum from the chum bucket? Ew.
Of
gross."
course you do. The innocent part of your brain, I have lost that long ago, so I wouldn't know what that's like. But Hoarders is doing a great job here with Beanie Babies, keeping 5 balls in their area, and I don't think they're going to have any issues. They still have 37 seconds on the clock, so I mean, a lot can happen, but they're doing a really good job of keeping the pressure in their favor on this one here.
Yeah, I mean, it's Hoarders. You could literally have the entirety of the balls up until 5 seconds left and then lose them. Such is Hoarders. And
Yep.
Dangers gets a massive yeet forward as one of his teammates is actually forward. I'm gonna assume that's Fur based on the little tail that I saw.
Yeah, I saw the tiny tail too, which, you know, Fur is a little wolf puppy dog thing, so I would think some canine of some sort. I don't know what the fuck his little mascot is. I just know it's a dog.
I'm sorry, I can't.
You can. I believe in you. So I'm assuming that was them. And looking all cozy. It's fine. Frozen Scout is doing well on his team with Beanpocalypse going on through, getting through Night Fever, which is honestly the easiest course in Fall Guys. So I would be shocked if any team got Night Fever and none of them were able to make it through.
Just for that, I'm gonna show you that I can't make it through.
You know what, Bay? That's fine. You enter my next Bean Brawl in February, alright? You
Alright.
purposefully make yourself not qualify, and you tell me how your teammates feel about it.
I'll just pay them off.
Like, alright, here, I'm gonna give each of you $50. Let me just fuck with Lecka. It's fine.
Whoa. I'm only an affiliate. I don't have $50 to give out that easily.
Oh, okay, alright, there you
I
go.
don't make money from any of this stuff.
That's fair, very fair. It looks like we have another 16-person Freezy Peak. We've been seeing a lot of 16 Freezy Peaks today. Same with 16-person Thin Ice. There's just something with the number 16 that Season 3 maps seem to love.
You know, I'm okay with the 16-person Freezy Peak. I'm not okay with the 16-person Thin Ice. Pink Dolphin gets desynced into the flipper, but the snowball saves him, so he's looking like he's going to be okay.
Yep.
One of their teammates is waiting there with them. They're going to make sure that they don't bump into each other, and they're both going to make it through the punchers.
Absolutely, that Tomato was doing a good job of making sure that they were able to get through and do what they needed to do to make it on to the next round, which is very good. Looks like Dangers is jamming out to his own song down in the bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, he's got to cat jam every now and again to the music.
Absolutely. Cat jams are necessary, especially with the cat cam.
Yeah.
Oh, and speaking of Freezy Peaks, it looks like Gryffindor is going in on their own, although this one is going to have 18 people qualify.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a higher number, but again, the more that people that you see on this one, the better you feel about it.
Absolutely. I completely agree. And with the only thing is, when you have numbers that are divisible by 3 with 18, for example, if somebody backs out, then you're fine because it's 17, but you know that you're going to be going into a team game next round because anytime a number's divisible by 3, Mediatana can't help themselves. They're just going to force you into a team game.
You're going to get Thin Ice because Thin Ice.
Yeah, that too. It's like, oh, we can max out a Thin Ice? Bet. We'll make it happen.
Speaking of things you don't want to see, DoorDash round 2.
Oh no! Oh, this has been the bane of so many teams' existence in the qualifying rounds today for the Bean Brawl. It's not something that Beanpocalypse is happy about. You can see it on Frozen's face. He's just like, I hate everything. But
please just get them out of here. And then the worst part is that if they qualify, it's 30, and 30 could just be you get like quarters after this, and then just hate your life even more.
Yep. Oh, wow! Frozen getting on top of the other one. They're completely avoiding the other doors. Although with DoorDash, you don't want to be in the front. The best strategy is to make sure that you are behind others so that you can just make
Unless
sure
you're
you're
doing
over it.
what Frozen's doing, which is just going to constantly hop over them, in which case then you don't have to worry about every other door.
But it only works for so long, and then you get pushed into the back mask, kind of like what just happened. It's a good strategy for the last few doors, for example, but it's not a reliable one earlier on in the match. Although Frozen's in a great position. Him and another Doom Guy teammate are definitely going to be qualifying through on that second round DoorDash, thankfully. I'm not sure where his other teammates are. It looks like they qualified because I didn't see it automatically snap to his teammates' cameras.
Yeah, I'm going to believe that too. And actually, Danger's team with 30 seconds left on this egg scramble, they're kind of close. Like, they were losing for a second there as they're starting to take all the golds out of blue and make it at least a comfortable lead for themselves, but they're not out of the woods yet as 4 people from blue team are in their basket trying to take them out.
Very, very interesting. It seems that way. It looks like they're doing great having 24 points. I don't expect them to have any problem with that.
They started, they caught back up and they were able to maintain the points that they were taking. Instead of grabbing and throwing the eggs out and letting blue team get them, they were walking the eggs back and they were able to consistently get the gold points there. And Frozen, as I mentioned, with that 30, they got a team game, so they have a 10 people, 3x10 snowy scrap.
Oof, that's a lot of teammates. Well, the problem with 30-person snowy scrap is it's not only a lot of people that you don't have control of on your team, it's a lot of people you don't have control of on the other teams that could potentially grief you and make your life hell.
Yeah, honestly, on 10 team snowy scraps, I typically don't even bother touching the ball because there's just too many people pushing it. However, we have multiple finals starting right here.
Holy cow.
Uwu and Dangers is on Fall Mountain, and Smoke and Dabs and Gryffindor are currently in a jump showdown here. And 3 people on Team Uwu paid their parking tickets.
They did.
Really
they were able to
them.
be in the
and
front.
This is a large Fall Mountain of about 13 or so people.
Which is disgusting, and you hate to see it. So having those parking tickets paid is definitely just even the tiniest of advantages that you want to be able to nab, for sure.
And it looks like David fell backwards, Fant fell over, so Fur's the only one in front right now as they're slowly
but Fur just got knocked over by an
Fur
RNG
does
ball.
Fall over too. So it's gonna be really close as Danger's just trying to catch back up.
Get it, Fur!
Yeah,
I think Fur got it.
Path. I think Fur gets it. I think
yes,
Danger
well
has his
done.
hand up in his air, Fur gets it.
Whew.
Okay.
Yep.
That Bean took a very weird path and tried to take the inside track on that hammer and just got themselves blocked off. So that's a 9-point round for Uwu going in after game 1 here.
Yeah,
and
that
now
is
if we take a little
crazy.
look back over at Smoke and Dabs here and this jump showdown, as they have at least 3 teammates all playing the front. There's a few people rare charring here.
Yep, I mean, if I'm gonna be on a jump showdown, I'm gonna be rare charring. Alright, I don't care that they took it out.
I saw Grief.
Yep, and it's doing grabs. Making Chloe proud. Chloe is the encourager of all the griefs. Of all the things and such.
And give them the grab. Do it. Come on, I want to see more.
Yes!
There's another one.
There's
Excellent.
another. Smoke and Dabs is doing a great
All right,
job
that's
at
one.
being a grabby asshole. Giving I mean, their name is Gryffindor. If they aren't going to be griefing, then they're just giving their name a disservice.
All right, you're going for the grab. That's your whole. There you go. The tap grab. All right, that's 2.
Beautiful.
There we go.
And another successful grief.
3.
Smoke and Dabs is eliminating the whole lobby, but unfortunately they
Including
ended up
themselves,
dying on that
but
one
they got
too.
4.
Oh man. Oh, and I think that Beanie Babies was able to grab the crown on that. That looks like their tomato teammate. So Beanie Babies doing a great job at securing their victory on that.
And a topic of securing, it looks like there's going to be a pretty good shot for Gryffindor to be able to get this win here, as it's down to the last couple people, 2 of them being their teammates, maybe even 3.
Yeah, and it's looking like a really good scenario. I mean, if I was them, I would grab the Doom guy, because you're going to guarantee yourself victory. So I'm not sure why the other 2 teammates, because now you're in this situation. They could have avoided that entirely if one person had chosen to kamikaze themselves
and they
straight into the Pepto. Doom guy went for the grab but fucked himself!
So let me teach you a little lesson, chat, about why that was a bad grab. So what happened is that they grabbed the person from behind. Grabbing
Yes.
from behind, you never want to do, because if you're just gonna grab them and they're gonna get hit, you're just gonna fall back too. Like,
Mhm.
you need to grab parallel in order to get the best grab possible. Like, the poor form on that grab, honestly.
Yeah, that was a terrible grab from Doom Guy. He did not know what he was doing, like, at all. It was very clear that he just was being desperate to try and be the last one on it. But again, that entire situation could have been avoided if Gryffindor had gotten rid of Doom Guy. Because if you're in a 2v1 situation like that, not choosing to eliminate the rando is just a bad play. I think
they
that
still were, but they get the points, so it
They
doesn't
did.
really matter.
100%. Griffonomics with Beginning as your professor. It looks like Frozen's team for the finale is going to
They're gonna
have
lose.
a... Oh, no,
They
they're
lost
going into
one of their
Penguin
teammates.
Pursuit.
Yeah.
Well,
They
alright
actually,
then.
Frozen lost one of their teammates there, so it's only gonna be 3 into this Penguin here.
Really? Well, that is unfortunate, but they can still get 8 points potentially going on into whatever
Yeah.
their final round is. It looks like Dangerous team was able to successfully start their next round here.
Yeah,
I'm more
as they
interested in
load
seeing
into their
how
Conjuring.
Frozen's team is going to manage. Oh, almost
Frozen
getting.
knows how to
Ooh.
jump. Okay, they know the lore. There you
They
go.
do.
They have all 3 Penguins, as neither team, the other teams, have any points.
Absolutely. That. Oh my God, their team is destroying everyone else. Okay.
You love to see it. Yellow finally got on the board.
Yellow held
Red
it for
team's still
2
missing
points.
some.
Red got 1 point.
Red's
This is
on the board.
this is a
Congratulations.
bloodbath. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
And I mean, just look at Frozen's face. Like, I know it's hard to tell, but they're just like, alright.
They're just like, ah, we
Because
got it.
this is Penguin Pursuit for you.
I mean, there's only so much. As long as you jump with it, you're essentially fine and good to go. It
Yeah.
looks like Beanie Babies is now loaded into their first round of their second episode as well and getting their score underway, while Smoke and Dabs is waiting for their team on Gryffindor to make it on in as well. And I mean, if they don't get 200 points, considering they're already at 130, as far as moving back up to Beanpocalypse here, I'm gonna
more
be upset.
interested if they're gonna break the current score of the day of 230.
I would love to see that. If we could have
If that would
over
also break
230,
my PB, because my best is like 231.
100%, that would be absolutely incredible. I mean, they're completely dominating. They're holding the only 2 Penguins on the map currently. Didn't
There's
you call them Bert and Bart?
Red
Bert
team-
and Bart are
Red's-
being
Red's
just
got one. So
coddled.
There's 3, yeah.
Oh, there's 3 on there. All right.
Yeah, Red has 1.
I think they're
And
gonna
Red
do
might
it.
have a chance. Yeah, but the real question is Red gonna have a chance of making it through? They have 223.
Oh,
They're
God.
gonna easily. This is the highest score I have officially ever seen on Penguin.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Can they-
240
The real question is, can they hit
points.
250?
Can
They're gonna
they?
hit 250.
Oh
my
my
lord.
God.
It's not even fair.
260 points. Frozen's team with Beanpocalypse destroying everyone else's hopes and dreams.
Just leave the game. Just leave the game, y'all. You already know it's over for you.
At that point, hell yeah, you should, because Jesus, there's no way you can come back from it at that point. I mean, at that point, you're essentially just trying not to lose. There's no way you're gonna get first, but holy moly, that was a lot. 326 is the highest you've seen from it. My gosh. I can't imagine. You would have to monopolize all 3 Penguins
Yeah.
from the very beginning of the game and never lose them.
However, they got rewarded and were able to get themselves into a final with looking like actually 3 of them. Yep. So
Yep.
they have 8 points potentially here.
Yep. It looks like we have a really non-griefy start. Hey, there we go. I want to see more people grabbing, especially when it's this slow on roll-off. You can do a lot of good griefs here before it gets too crazy.
You can, but the thing about it is actually it's more dangerous because everyone's expecting it at this time. The real play is going to be going for it when it's sped up, because you don't have to push the person nearly as far, and you catch people off guard because they're not ready for it to be people grabbing when it's at a little bit more of a faster speed.
I could even see a micro grab being just a mental play when it's going faster as well. Grabbing another teammate to make them think, oh my god, am I gonna get grabbed again? This guy is a freaking crazy person going for it when it's going this fast, and yeah, just having
it takes
that
a lot of
having that
confidence,
happen.
and it takes a lot of confidence or stupidity, depending on how you look at it, to want to go for a grab when it's sped up. But
I agree.
most of the time, it is definitely the right play. And you see, actually, they go for the play on this Doom guy here, and Doom guy's going to roll and desync, but he actually is able to survive. So it's still only 2 out of the 7 eliminated here as they try their hardest to start taking down people slowly but surely. Looks like they're targeting Doom guy again as they all sort of walk towards them. And Snowman's going to just narrowly survive, walking across both ends. There's a big gap here. Let's see if anybody else dies. It looks like they have 3 out of the 7 still, so only 1 person has died since then, and everybody else is hanging
They are
on.
holding on for dear life. It's a 2v2 situation. Oh no, they're actually at a disadvantage odds-wise for making it through. It's gonna come into skill. Oh no!
Oh no! Frozen gets the bad spot. Yeah,
he
unfortunate.
had
Frozen
that
was just-
huge gap and just
Yeah, again,
was...
I mentioned this earlier in the day. You got to keep track of that big open space there, knowing when it's going to come, so you don't sit there and trap yourself.
Yeah, that
So
is...
right now it's going to be a 2v2 here, and will they be able to pull off the play? None of them are really grabby at this point, so it's going to be a matter of knowing what side and the Snowman falls off. So at the very least, it's a 2v1, and you can go for the suicide play here. And I don't know how this person is just skating on the edge here, but they're literally just skating across the area.
I don't know.
Come on,
They're doing a
somebody
great
grab the
job at
Doom
it,
guy
though.
here.
Just doing figure 8s back and forth. Did they get
Yeah.
it? We got cut
And,
by the wall.
Yeah, it was exactly what we mentioned again. That side, that specific side of being stuck on the area where there was no space to go to.
Yep.
So their teammate ends up being able to get it as the other 2 are trapped.
Yeah, that was a situation where it was actually in their favor for the other ones to go there. Their boxer is playing from Australia. We're getting information on that, which is, I mean, well done to the Australian boxer there, 8. Holy cow, that's wonderful. They did a great job clutching that win, getting their team 8 points, which is absolutely the way you want to come out of the gates here. When it's getting now to the point where it's very easy to see who is making it on to Sunday and who is not. And Dangers down here in Egg Siege is just trying to completely destroy any hopes and dreams Yellow might have by getting rid of every egg in their nest to a score of 0.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I was saying with the new egg physics, it's really just not a matter of playing defense. It's a matter of just who can you make hate their lives the most, and Yellow Team hates their lives the most as they currently have 0 points.
Absolutely. And there's no way, especially when you have so many good members on Team Uwu who know how to play offensively and know how to take eggs out of everyone's baskets in the most efficient way possible. You're fighting a hell of an uphill battle.
Yeah, there's really just no other way to say that, but yeah.
Yeah. 600, can we talk about for a second the fact that Frozen has 685 kudos? Now, kudos don't matter in this Bean Brawl tournament format, other than the fact of making sure that you're taking screenshots at the end to ensure that what my moderators are seeing and that what you're reporting are in fact true to eliminate cheating. But if they did matter, Jesus fucking Christ, he would be golden forever and always. That
He is golden. There's 3 golds
score.
there.
That's true. Very well said. And you don't see 685 kudos almost ever.
No, definitely not. You can see, like, I say like 500 plus is like what you want to see. Like a 515, 540 is like what you see on like a normal game. Anything else is kind of just like icing on the cake, or you had a really good day.
Yep. And Bros is having a good day. We saw his sneaky ninja cat in the dark of his cam.
And another Fall Mountain comes in for Team Uwu.
They are just...
I can tell you, Fant has first row. He paid his parking ticket. I think Burr is... Yeah, so 2 of them front row, 2 of them middle row. So they have a good shot here.
It looks like it. And it looks like Fant's now out in front. And there's...
Yeah.
Oh, they actually were able to use that to push him forward. Which is a really good thing to see going on there. And
Lord,
Dangers and Fur just coming up right behind. It looks like that Pigeon Gator is going to be giving them the most issues here.
And David gets smacked in the face with some balls. He doesn't really like that stuff, so I mean, he's gonna be
He's not gonna be happy about it.
However, what we are gonna be happy about is seeing our friends over across here as Dangers dives across
He
for
died
no real
for
reason.
no reason! I was like, what the hell are you doing, Dangers? He's like,
I knew
it's
Fur
fine.
was behind him, and I knew Grant was on the other side. He was just going for the style. He knew what he wanted to do.
He was just like, ah, fuck it, I'm just gonna dive across, and then not only did he just randomly dive across, like, ah, it's no big deal, he got the crown in addition.
And that's another 9 points, bringing their total to 18. We have a chance of a perfect game here. Our
We
first
do.
one of the day if they just get another finals done.
Mm-hmm. You'll love to see it. Little show off there on Danger's screen.
Yeah.
Well done. Let's go. Ooh. Bringing in a great
Peroxide
show.
cheering on his brother.
Woo! You love to see family support and family. Peroxide, I literally only just found out today that you were Danger's little brother. Yeah, from Chloe. I was just like, Peroxide's the guy with the Fox profile picture that also is really good at Fall Guys. I had no idea you were related.
I mean, I'm sure they would probably prefer, like, not me introducing them like that. Because
Oh,
you
yeah,
probably
no,
wanna
I
be your own
understand.
individual person, but
100%. That makes sense. Someone on Frozen's team got 1,350 kudos at their endgame. Holy cow. My god. Also, the cat on Danger's screen has changed positions into essentially becoming a self-contained tiny little sack, and I love it.
Yep. Welcome to the land of Kitten. We love Kitten. Kitten
Yes.
is great.
Kitten is great.
Kitten has been able to be sent off to med school. She's gotten all of her college paid off. We
She's
love
living her
Kitten.
best life then.
Oh, yeah. No, there's been so much money given to Kitten.
That's amazing. Kitten knows what's up. I see a few, because Dangerous has his chat open on his screen, a few of the big gays rolling on and cat jams happening as well for the cat cam.
Oh, wait, you want me to put some big gays in the screen? Hold up, there you go. Let me do
Oh,
that
there it
for
is. Perfect. Yep.
you.
You love it. And Block Party is actually going on with Gryffindor right now, and all 4 of their teammates are still in on this Block Party. I think that they're playing really well with making sure that they're not going to be trapped in by any of those boxes. So
Yeah,
they just have to
definitely.
play, I'm pretty sure, hopscotch on this one, and they'll be perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. Obviously, Block Party is one of those variants that can be very a hit or miss, and you never know what's going to happen.
Mhm.
So hopefully they can make it through here no problem. And on the topic of things that you never know what can happen, Beanie Babies over there on this roll off here, so they're going to be in a little bit of a just trying to play it safe, hoping that this thing times out. Because I swear, whenever you're on roll out, roll off in a tournament setting, 2.5 minutes feels like an eternity.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
You feel like you're going for so much longer than you really are.
It's that moment of, am I gonna get griefed off? I'm trying to grief off other people. How come not all 12 people have been eliminated yet? It's forever. Is Frozen gonna get the Superman? No. Frozen was not able to get the Superman on that, but is able to make it across pretty well anyway.
Yeah, no problem as their teammates make it across, and Frozen's gonna.
And all 4
Nice
people on
and
Gryffindor
easily.
qualified as well.
Yeah.
So they might be
And
going
then
into their
Dangers is
second
loading
episode
up on
here.
the Tundra run of their own, so
Yeah. With this finale, it looks like Gryffindor, well, it could go into a team game. Oh, never mind, it's only 13 qualing. So I believe that we're going to see Gryffindor being the first person to reach the end of their second episode here first.
we will see what'll happen here. And
And
get
it's 13 thin ice!
Everybody guessed it.
You get a thin ice, and you get a thin ice, and you get a thin ice! Everybody gets a thin ice! I can't think of a single team that hasn't had thin ice as one finale in their 3 episodes today.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I mean, there's a chance that Uwu can get it, as they've already had 2 Fall Mountains, so there's potential. Just
Yep.
lose right here, and then they don't get it.
And then lose. There you go. I want you to personally go tell Dangers to just lose now, so that doesn't happen.
No.
And you let me know what he says.
No, I'm quite okay. They're already gonna struggle with what that qualifier number says. I don't need to tell them to do that.
Oh, that's true. That ugly 40 is not what you want to see. Anything that's divisible by 2 on the first round is not what you want to see, especially in a tournament setting, because that sets you up for the possibility of getting jinxed on that second round, and that is
But what if
not
it was
what you
Team
want to see.
Tail Tag and Fur finally gets his Yeety?
Mhm. It could be. Very well could be.
Fur has been trying to get that little Yeety for so long. He still has yet to get that Team Tail Tag little Yeety.
Oh, we actually haven't seen Team Tail Tag yet today.
No, we haven't seen that one yet either. There's been a couple levels, like we've only had one perfect match. We haven't
Yeah.
had team tail tag yet.
Yeah, we haven't had perfect match death
And
round.
somebody did leave, so it says 39, so they have at least potentially avoided the dreaded.
Yeah, it will
jinx.
likely put them into a 3-team game instead, since it would be 13-13-13, like Egg Siege, instead of
Or
Jinx.
somebody could leave right now and then never have to worry about that anyway.
That's
Also,
true.
we have Smoke and Dabs here running out of space, very limited with their spots, as there's still a lot of
Ooh,
people
fighting
left on
that
this thin
wimp.
ice.
On the thin ice.
And it's a freezy peak getting for Uwu, so they dodge all the
Ooh.
annoying levels.
Good. I'm glad they did. Making sure that that wimp went down. It looks like they still have a lot of teammates still doing on well, so Gryffindor is doing a great job. Although the other teammate, wasn't able to get it. That person I don't think is on their team. I think that was a rando that ended up grabbing the crown there. But that's still 4 points for Gryffindor, if I was correct in that not being someone who was on their team.
Yeah, at the very least, they're gonna have the points for the people who make it to the finals. We'll need confirmation as to whether or not that was a teammate that ended up winning there, but it
Yeah, no,
doesn't
it was
look
not.
like it is. Yeah, so they ended
It's,
up just getting the points for making it to the finals, which, hey, it's still good for them right now.
Exactly. It's still good. Still good for them to make it in and have 4 points, even if they weren't able to net that extra 5. It might be good enough depending on how they play for the other ones.
Dangerous. You gotta get your foot stuck out of the flipper, my friend. As
You know,
if you
Springus Flingus sometimes just really wants to throw you, and that was one of those
I will
moments.
say, it is a 23-person qualifier. This is one of the largest I've ever seen for a Freezy Peak. So
I've never seen Freezy
they'll be
Peak with this
fine.
much. So he got
Yeah.
very lucky in the fact that this was not a regular Freezy Peak, in the fact that usually it's down to the wire, and if you mess up once, if you get flipped off, you're dead. There's no way you're gonna qualify if you mess up a single time. So he was very, very lucky to have such a large round that he was able to afford that mess up.
Yeah, on the topic of a large round, we have a large wall guys here for Frozen's team, as they're just kind of casually moving on forward.
Oh,
Under one
Doom
teammate
Guy
misses the
knocking
grab,
off
they get-
Frozen!
Doom Guy, you impatient little idiot! Look what
Doom Guy was
happens when
being
you
an
go for
asshat,
that.
just
Yeah,
whacking.
Doom Guy was just being an idiot.
He really was. I mean, you could see the frustration on Frozen's face. He was like, "Really, dude? Just really?" Now nobody's
Just
gone
be
through
a little
yet.
patient. He's doing it again.
Oh,
this time
and
he can't
Frozen's
grab. He gets
grab
the bug of
input.
Mediatonic, remember how I called you out before? The other thing I want you to do, fix your goddamn grab mechanics.
Oh my god,
Say it
I
with me,
want them
Pat.
to fix
Fix
grab
your
so hard.
Grab mechanics. Fix your grab mechanics.
It's the fact that sometimes you can hang on to the wall and you're spamming the A button to actually climb up and your character won't climb is the most infuriating thing.
Yeah.
All right, so they're playing aggressively right now. They're
Yeah.
playing Watchdog in the fact that they're wanting to make sure that their teammates get across no matter what and are willing to push anyone else off to secure that. Very, very smart team play there from Beanpocalypse to make sure that all of their people make it on through. And if we look over here, Beanie Babies has secured their victory. They're just timing it out right now, hanging out, having a good time,
Yeah.
practicing, jamming. You can see Pink Dolphin smiling, hanging out with their dolphin friend.
They're
Pink
in
got
good
eliminated.
spirits
He's
here.
spectating his friend, but
And
well
on the
done to
topic
them.
of good spirits, you got Uwu on this jump club here. They're all just kind of vibing, hanging out, pushing the pole together. And reminder, with it seeing jump club, that means they're guaranteed at least no jump showdown coming into the finals here.
that's true, which I personally don't like because Jump Showdown and Hexagon are great finals you want to have. I would rather have Jump Showdown in the mix than have it be taken out and have a higher chance of getting a Thin Ice.
Thin Ice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would always take a Jump Showdown over Thin Ice, so that's not great that they are seeing Jump Club. And they
But-
have all 4 people in. It's hard to tell with it
Yeah.
spinning around. Yes, they do.
They're all 4 are in. Yeah, no problem. I can tell that just with how everyone's looking and what they're wearing, there should be no worries about them making it through at this point. It's just a matter of waiting out the last person to die, and you see them fly off, so they're gonna make it through here.
They're doing great on that one there. Which one of Awu's teammates is the Black Knight? Because I know that was a special skin as well.
So David is not wearing the Black Knight right now.
Okay. Was that just a
Yeah.
normal knight?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Nah, there's a reduced, like, they're all wearing not like exclusive skins, obviously, for the reason of not getting griefed.
That makes sense, and you
Yeah.
know, is regular. Just I think that's is a smart one because it's kind of like if you were going to go into a tournament wearing a Twitch rival skin, you're just asking to get destroyed and
Exactly.
targeted and kind of the same. I think I see what you're doing at
It's
that one.
also the biggest flex, though. However,
I mean, it's a
what
huge
is
flex.
yeah,
But I
whatever
would much rather be a regular night like David is doing in a tournament setting. You're correct. That
There's
makes a lot of
little bit
sense.
of a worry coming up here as it's gonna be a 7-person qual for all 4 teammates of Uwu here. So if they want to maintain their perfect game, they're gonna have to make
Oof.
sure that they get their golds, get their points, and make sure that they're in good shape here. I know that David
Yeah.
got the very first gold, so at the very least, I think he's the one that's already in first, and Dangers is already sitting here with 4. The good thing is
Yep.
that gold is in a place that nobody can get to right now. So Dangers is kind of just getting all these single ladies, gonna go in for the gamer jump to try to get that last
He
hoop, and
made
he's gonna
that
be in second
jump.
place.
Oh gosh, that was a hard jump to get, and he made that look so easy. Because
And
anybody who
nobody
has
has
played
moved the
it,
block for that gold, so that gold is still just gonna sit there. As
I think
Fant
Fur
has
is
2 out of his 6.
actually. He quickly flipped over to Fur, who was moving over a little block to go try and grab that. Oh, it looks like a rando actually ended up grabbing
Yeah.
the other one there. So it's just Dangers and Rando that have made it in so far, which means that the other teammates are
no,
kind
the
of.
Rando didn't make it in. It's 1, 2, 3 in terms of David, Fur, and Dangers are in. So the Rando
Oh,
got the
I
gold,
see
but
that
they didn't
now,
have
yep.
a point. So at this point, Fant can make it in if he just gets one more hoop here. There's 5 spots taken up right now, and he just needs to climb up and then get through that hoop, and he's gonna be in. And all 4 of them do in fact
Fant!
just make it through.
Woo! Barely, Fant cutting it close to the wire.
But 7 people means that they're going to go into a final. So if they win this game, they're going to be the first team to get a perfect game out of their day so far. So
Yep.
things are looking really promising right now, and they're already guaranteed a minimum of 22 points.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing a great job, and the fact that we are now having Pink
And they
Dolphin,
have a
and then we're waiting for
hexagon? Oh, they
Gryffindor to
should be
show on
fine
into
here.
their third episode. It's Hex. They're done. They have over 50% of the
Yeah.
lobby. This is going to be an
7 per-
easy victory for them.
Yeah, 7-person Hex, and on the other side of things, you have Frozen and their team on this 9-person Thin Ice.
Mm-hmm.
4 of their teammates are still alive out of the 7 people left. So they have a nice giant ice hole that they made for each other to fall into Uwu as they try to figure out what half of the map they want to be on.
Yep, it looks like someone from Bean Apocalypse accidentally fell into the Pepto when they were trying to dive across that chasm that they had made. So now they only have 3 people remaining on the map to try and get rid of these 4 randos.
You
Which
don't want to
is-
fall in your friend's ice hole, at least
Oof.
without consent.
Yep. It just was not the way they wanted it to go. Although Pink
Yeah.
Dolphin is probably pretty happy that they're getting DoorDash here on the first round, so GG's
I mean, you're never
to
happy about
that
it, but at least
RNG
you're
placement.
better now than in the next part of the episode.
Exactly.
And
Well
he's
said.
struggling to get through here. Let's see. I think that he'll be fine still, but
Yep.
it was a little rough trying to fit themselves through there.
Qualifying.
That little snowman booty is just a little bit too thick, and sometimes it's hard to fit through.
It's hard with the snowman booty. Oh, Danger's grabbing Doom Guy on their hexagon down here in the bottom right. If you're looking at Team Uwu, they are playing aggressively and cohesively. So they are dominating the board and space right now with how much real estate they have.
Yeah, I mean, they know what they're doing. There's no reason for them to really be in any sort of worry for now. The only time that they would worry is once they get down. They're going to
Yep.
just be a nuisance. They're going to grab, as you see, Danger's perfectly
grabbing
grab
the
that
Slurpee.
smoothie cup. Somebody falls through and is immediately down on the final level, so Danger's just going to play it slow, wait it out, and then see how other people are falling. As David falls down to yellow too. He tries to go for the grab on the other smoothie cup here.
Yep, and
Fans down here
well.
too, so I imagine they've just given Fur all the space in the world, and they're probably just feeding Fur the win at this point and trying to just
I would
make
think
sure
so. That would be
yeah.
the smartest way to play
and
it.
Dangerous
Also,
gets a grab, dies, but he
and
takes down
Dangerous
the
goes
person to
down.
the final level.
oh, but GG to freaking Bean Apocalypse getting the crown on that Frozen, clutching it for their team on that thin ice,
Yeah,
even
look,
after they had lost a teammate.
We got a quick glimpse of Fur, and Fur has all the space in the world, and it's just down
Yep.
to David and them. So congratulations to Team Uwu, the first team to get a
Yep.
perfect game as David yeets himself off.
Absolutely. They are doing an amazing job. That was the first team we have had today. We have had 20 teams compete so far, or slash are competing currently. And Danger's team, Uwu, is the first one to put a perfect score on the bracket sheet. Well done to them.
Good for them. Good,
Yeah, that
good
is
for them.
guaranteeing them, of course, with a perfect score of 27, that they are going to be making it to the next day of tomorrow for the finals, where it's going to get a lot more difficult as far as having room for error. Because if you mess up once and have a game where you don't get a crown, for example, because we've had many of those today where some people were going into finals and they weren't able to clutch a crown, that's not going to fly tomorrow. You have to have near perfect games on Sunday to really make sure that you're going to be getting those $1,000 in cash prizes.
Yeah, the people who got lucky breaks today might have gotten an unlucky crown, or not an unlucky crown, but might have missed a crown just barely. They got to make sure that they sharpen up their game for tomorrow, because you can see right here, it's a team like Team Uwu, they're ready to play. Bean Team 6, they're ready to play.
Oh,
Unknown, they want to make their name known. You have all of
Exactly.
these teams right now that are really putting up these scary scores, and you have to make sure that you don't bring anything less than your A game tomorrow.
Absolutely. And the teams that are putting up these high scores, Gas as well. I know that Gas had a kind of iffy situation where they accidentally got all 4 people into the final, but then weren't able to get the crown. You know, they put up such a good score the first 2 episodes that they were able to afford that, but they can't have a mistake like that occur tomorrow, or they're not going to be able to stay in the competition.
Yeah, truly.
Yep. Absolutely. Although, it looks like it's going very easily. I'm glad that Gryffindor was able to finally get back into a game, because I know that they had a disconnect issue, so this is going to be their 3rd episode coming up here, and Pink's team, the Beanie Babies, are working on through their 3rd episode as well. All their teammates have already qualified on OnlyFans, which is perfect. And now we're going to be seeing a ski fall. Is this a round 1 ski fall?
No.
There's no way. No,
That's
round 2,
impossible.
round 2. I was
The
gonna
only way
say.
you get a round 1 default is if you're playing on like the Southeast Indian servers.
Yeah, and there's only 40 people that got into the lobby.
Yeah.
100%. Because otherwise there would be, that would have been a first for me. I've only ever seen ski fall as the 2nd round game, so I was confused for a second.
Yeah, it's definitely a 2nd round game, 99.99% of the time.
Yep. Also, if you guys want to be a part of the Bean Brawl the next time we are going to be conducting this, which is going to be a monthly endeavor, you guys are more than welcome to join the Discord server, which our mods have popped up there in chat. Join the link for our Discord and have it with notifications turned on, so that when we announce the registration is open for the next event, you can make sure that you sign up for it, whether you want to sign up solo as a drifter because you're new to the competitive scene and don't really know what's going on, or if you have a friend or 2 that you want to bring in, or if you want to bring in a full squad, you're already ready to go. Any skill level is welcome, as long as you guys are willing and ready to, follow the rules, compete, and put on a good show for everyone. It looks like the slime climb over here with the Beanie Babies is gonna be taking the safe route. Rather than griefing other people to make sure that they have as few people as possible, they're just kind of making sure that their asses are covered and that they do the safe route of going on into the next rounds, which all of them with their snowman little booty bottoms are just pretty freaking adorable. I like the fact that they
It
decided
looks like
to
a
coordinate
diaper,
with their
but
with their butts.
otherwise, I'm a fan of it.
Indeed. The nice thing about the booty bottoms is that even with the tomato head, it's just cosmetic. It doesn't actually make it more difficult for you to play the game, because if it's through a tight space that it technically shouldn't be able to go through, it'll just clip through the object because it doesn't care. Which is always interesting. But I just think that they're neat. It's Fall Guys! It looks like Pink is having a hell of a time, though. That was almost the 2nd time he fell off trying to grab and climb up there on that route.
That booty's just too thick. You got that dump truck ass. Sometimes it's just, it's hard to control yourself.
It's hard to control it. With that much mass moving around, you can't stop it if it gets going. So it makes sense. Also, 25% on the boost this stream. Let's go. You guys are doing amazing. If you have channel points and you want to boost the stream, you're more than welcome to. if we end up hitting the goal on that, it will put the Bean Brawl tournament on the front page of Twitch, which it is a 48-hour potential period, I believe. So if we don't hit it today, then we will still be able to contribute towards it tomorrow during the finals as well, which would be very cool to have the stream broadcast to the front page when the teams are going in super sweats for the entire world to see of Twitch. Also, thank you for all of the follows, and I noticed that we've had some subs and some bits that have happened in chat as well. I know that Chloe and I have been really focused on the teams that are competing and doing all of their things here, but we really appreciate all of you coming through, even if you're just viewing and following, to come back for some more content in the future when not doing a tournament. It's greatly loved and appreciated, so thank you all for being here and contributing in whatever way possible.
I apologize if I seem very out of it. It's been a long day right now, as it's already 9 o'clock for me, and I've been going for a while here, so I'm just like, I'm trying to just make sure that I stay focused, but I apologize if it looks like I'm out of it right now.
No, you're doing a great job. Also, if any of you enjoy beginning, which you absolutely fucking should, because she's been doing a great job so far, her Twitch channel is the exact same as what's spelled below me right now. So go follow her channel, go give her some love, and she is going to be applying for partner this year, so if we can boost her channel up a little bit and help her get closer to that ability to push for partner, it would be absolutely wonderful.
Thank you, friends.
Yes. Let's do it. And there's actually a fall ball going on over here, and blue team is doing a great job. They're playing defense, mid, and offense. Their entire team is all of blue, so they have no reason not to destroy this team because they have the best possible situation of not even having to deal with randos on their team that could screw them up in any way. So I would be very shocked if for some reason they weren't able to do this. Even if an egg falls onto the field, yellow team isn't going to be able to come back from a full squad of 4 talking and having comms.
I don't think yellow team wants to come back at this point. Like,
There's
I don't think
6
there's
points.
nobody involved for yellow team. Though they're currently like the yellow team person is literally sitting still. It's not a matter of what if they're gonna come back. It's a matter of what the high score for blue team is gonna be here.
Absolutely, and it's just not going to be a thing. This is not. Unfortunately, for yellow, they're playing against somebody who's in a Fall Guys tournament, so it's a lot more sweaty than it normally is. But that's
However,
a great thing for the Beanie
There's finals
Babies.
going on for the other team here with Smoke and Dabs, as I see at least 2 members. I don't know if there's anybody more than 2 here, but they are on this roll-off here in a total of 9 people as they go for the nice quick grab, getting one of them, catching them off. You know, just sometimes they weren't looking, and you know they were on the edge.
Yeah.
They go for another one. I'm liking the aggression that we're seeing right here out of Smoke and Dabs. So it's going to be really interesting as you see that we have confirmation that there is only 2 of them in for Gryffindor. So they really need to make sure that they're taking out these last few people.
Yeah, they're going to have to
Also,
be
the
playing
final score is
hella
15-0
aggressively.
for, the final score is 15-0 for Beanie Babies.
Yep. The fact that their name is Gryffindor, come on, show us how you grief. You can't have a name like that and not show us the aggressive gameplay you plan to output, especially when there's only 2 people on this final. You're gonna have to do everything you can to make your own luck. Oh no, Smoke and Dabs!
The chicken held on to him so they couldn't hold it, so now it's a 1v3 situation with their teammate here. They need this crown for a chance of being able to go into tomorrow.
That was, oh god, yeah, they really are gonna have to clutch this one up. Holy smokes! I'm not sure which team member on Gryffindor it is that's trying to hold in right now, but I don't think they're gonna try and grab. They're just gonna try and survive in this situation.
Yeah, my only worry for them is that there's 2 Doom guys here, so there's a potential of the Doom guys that were together. However, one of them is dead, so at this point it's Doom guy, pink and yellow unicorn. Doom guy is somehow staying alive here. Doom guy's dead, so it's up to the pink and yellow unicorn.
Oh, it's now just up to the unicorn. Is the unicorn gonna go down? Oh, and the unicorn goes down!
So they get it. So that gives them enough points to more than likely move into tomorrow.
Yeah, that was so clutch. GG! Well done to Team Gryffindor, staying on track for that roll-off. That is a big clutch win moment. Exactly. ! Win in chat for that moment. Holy hell.
Yeah, good job for them. Good job for them.
Good job.
Pushing it out, being able to more than likely cement them into tomorrow.
Yep. Also, fucking Pink's team they're just screwing around because they're the only people in Royal Fumble.
Well, that's a guaranteed 9 points for them.
That's a guaranteed 9 points. So they're just stealing each other's tails on the middle bracket, and they're just memeing the hell out of one another right now. That's the best position to be in, to be like, it's fine. We're all in the middle. Who cares who has the tail? We'll just steal it from each other. It's fine. That's great. You can see Pink smiling, cheesing over there. He's just like, yeah. What a position.
They're probably discussing, all right, who's got the least crowns? All right, you can have the tail.
Yep,
okay,
you can have
the
it. Go
tail.
for it. We'll let you get up a little more on the crowd pass. He's so happy about it. You love it. That is the only time today that we have seen a team have only their teammates make it into a final.
And that's going to put them at a nice 26, tying them for second overall.
Wow.
With 2 other teams here. So they put up a massive showing here, and they're showing that is a team to look out for going into tomorrow, as there's no chance that they don't make it.
Absolutely. They're doing a fantastic job on that, and just showing the world that they know what's up with a team that has Pink and Miggy and just so many other amazing people on it. I did not expect them to do anything less than come through full arms swinging for all of their beanie glory.
Oh, for sure, for sure. This team was, again, it wasn't a matter of if they were going to make it through. It was a matter of how well they were going to do it.
100%. And it looks like, I believe the last team that we have to wait on is because of the DC. We're just waiting on, Gryffindor? Oh no, they finished theirs. We're actually just waiting on Bean Apocalypse to finish up their 3rd episode.
Yeah, we're pretty much we're doing great on time and on time, honestly, and I'm feeling really good about how things are going.
Yeah, it looks like all 4 teammates on Frozen's team for Bean Apocalypse are in on this block party as well, which is the best situation that you want to be in for this, because it's gonna mean that they're gonna be putting in potentially a huge score of 9 for that perfect finale, final round 3 score.
Yeah, and right now they need as many points as they can, because they're sitting at 17 points. So if they can get that 9 here, giving themselves another 26 points, like, they need to make sure that they give themselves the best chance going in here, as there's still 2 more teams left to play after now. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these next couple rounds that they have in this episode play out.
Absolutely. Also, can we do, just like Dirty Spoon started doing, spam this shoe for the production crew while Bean Apocalypse is finishing out their block party here, because this tournament wouldn't be able to run without the amazing help of all of the mods that we have going on, and keeping track of everything, making sure that all the teams are taken care of with what's happening, and I am extremely grateful for all the wonderful, blessed humans that have decided to come in and be a part of this endeavor. Yes, all of the spams. Thank you, Ashura. Thank you, Mallet, Lacey, Pink.
Comment. I know that they're not in the tournament, but Team Uwu just put up 348 points on Penguin Pursuit.
I'm sorry, what?
I tabbed over to them and I just see they put up 348 points on Penguin.
Jesus, yeah, Orange Octopus just said 348 points. Oh my god. That is alright, well, I mean, they are definitely one of the most experienced teams in this tournament, so that's now the record for the most I have ever seen. Yes, we spam this a woo because we believe in you, woo! And, of course, the cute as fuck little rhymey names that the different teams have for supporting their team of choice is highly encouraged and accepted and loved here.
What I do believe, though, is that this is a thin ice, which means it's a final. All 4 teammates make it. Adding 17 plus 4 is 21, which I'm pretty sure gives them at least a pretty good shot of getting the tie-breaking scenarios and bring them into tomorrow.
It could be. If we end up doing a tie-breaking scenario, that will be very, very wonderful to see, because that'll be some exciting gameplay to see who might end up having to need to be called back to continue the show, and see who makes it into the finals tomorrow.
So currently 20 points is the cutoff right now.
Okay.
Not counting the results of this game.
Right. So
So 21 moving up would bounce them into a 4-way tie for 21, and 21 would be the bottom. So we would pretty much be guaranteeing needing a tie-breaking scenario at the very least, assuming that neither of the last two teams get more than 21. So we're
Yep.
looking like we're more than likely going to have tiebreakers today.
Yep, if that's the case, I'll, after this team is done, of course, while we get Blackjack and Chum Guzzlers up onto the screen to make sure that they're prepared for their gameplay, which will be happening here shortly when Bean Apocalypse finishes out their episode 3 here. We'll make sure that the moderation staff tells the teams who are in the possible scenario for a tiebreaker that they're ready and have chosen who their representatives for the teams would be, so that we can get them set up and ready for a potential tiebreaker, which would be very exciting to see. I want to see that griefing action come together.
And maybe we could use like a nice, hey, what is a tie-breaking scenario for the people who might not know the rules?
Absolutely. So for those of you who don't know what the tiebreaker is, instead of it being in kudos, to make it more fair as far as eliminating that from squad tournaments, because I don't believe in kudos being a fair way to really showcase skill, I wanted to have there be so for example, if 2 teams are tied, 2 people from that team of 4 would be chosen internally to represent them and get into the same lobby as 2 members of the team they're tied with. And they would be going off in a head-to-head deathmatch format of trying to see who can snag the crown from the other team. And any amount of griefing is allowed, any amount of just going whole ham against them is allowed. If they don't want to play griefy, they don't have to, but in a tournament like that where your potential to make it onto the further rounds in this tournament for $1,000 is on the line, I would personally go as aggressive as I possibly could. The tiebreaker would only be 1 game if the teams end up being in that situation. If a situation occurred where the 2 teams or multiple teams end up not getting a crown between any single one of them, then they would just go into another game until eventually one person from one team ends up snagging that victory. It's a sudden death type tiebreaker. And it looks like Frozen's team is all finished up with that there. And with all of those episodes now being completed on the bracket, we're going to go over here to our caster screen while the bracket gets updated with the most recent scores now, and we get Blackjack and Chum Guzzlers ready for their debut on the screen.
And we do have confirmation now with the scores being updated. It's a 3-way tie currently for the last 3 spots of 21 points. So,
Yep.
if any of these 2 teams gets more than 21, they're automatically in right now, and the other teams are going to have to play for tie-breaking scenarios.
Yep, that is the situation. And if it looks like you said, even if the 2 teams, let's say Blackjack and Chum Guzzlers, end up doing miserable and they get 0 on all 3 and they definitely don't make it to tomorrow, then, you know, it wouldn't be a problem. But if even one team, Blackjack or Chum Guzzlers, ends up getting 21 or more points, then we're going to have that tie-breaking scenario. So I'll make sure, moderation staff, if you're listening, to please make sure that if you were assigned Chonky Thonkers, the boys, or Gas, to let them know that they are in a high likelihood of being needed for a tiebreaker, and that they should start choosing who they would want to represent them in a sudden death match if they need it. For now, though, I'm going to make sure that we can get our studio mode over here. If a 5-way tie occurred, Logan, what would end up happening is we would have 2 different games going on, where one game has the 3 people in the same lobby and the other game would have 2 people in the same lobby, since obviously it would be impossible for all 5 to have a single representative in the same game. And I'm going to be setting up them right now. I believe that they're ready for it because we are a little bit ahead of schedule by about 5 minutes, which is really nice.
I love being ahead of schedule.
I did not expect it. I honestly thought we would be behind.
This
So
is the first tournament that I've ever been a part of that is ahead of schedule.
right? It's I purposefully put times for it going backwards. Even when I was back on Mixer and partnered on there and doing tournaments, not tournaments, doing coordinated events on the front page with like, you know, 10, 15, 20 other partners, etc. for things going on, we were always behind. And so I always learned to involve that in there. So this is not something I'm used to. All right, and I believe we do have the teams on there and readied up. Heck frickin' yes. Beautiful. We have Chum Guzzlers and Blackjack ready to go.
I actually, you can really tell how out of it I am. I don't have their streams open, so let me fix that real quick.
No worries. I am currently watching Parrish and French Vanilla Mountain Lion for the two that are on the big screen, the jumbotron of our tournament here.
Yeah, it's nice that I only have to have 2 screens open, so I can make sure that I can keep my eyes focused on them now.
Exactly. Because we only had a weird number of 22 teams qualify or register and make it into the tournament for this one. I was like, well, it doesn't make sense to have 2 screens of black, so we can just for the last 2 have this one here. And this would also be the same screen that we would be on for the tiebreaker. Let's pretend that both Blackjack and Chum Guzzlers end up getting exactly 21 points and we have a 5-way deathmatch tie. Then there we go. Parrish waving on screen to everybody. Yep, we finally got the chums in. The Golden Drifters are met that. Oh! I see you, Flossin. French Mountain Lion Flossin now that he's on the Jumbotron. Okay, I see you.
We had one polite little wave, and then we had one, damn, I'm gonna drop the floss on you.
It's like, oh shit, I'm on cam. I gotta floss it out. I have not flossed in like 2+ years. When in doubt, floss it out.
No, don't actually floss it out, please. Please and thank you.
Oh my gosh. It used to be a thing, but not quite. Alright, if the teams are ready to go, then moderators go ahead and let Blackjack and Chum Guzzlers know that they are ready to start at any time to go on in. To be gearing for those. And the legends that are playing right now, Jasheen, in case you were wondering, we have Parrish, TTV, who is representing Blackjack on the Jumbotron currently for their team, and we have French Vanilla Mountain Lion, who I'm just gonna call French because that's a very long name that I don't want to say over and over again. For
However,
the Chum
I
Guzzlers.
do like the name.
I do like the name, French Vanilla Mountain Lion. It sounds like a really nice coffee roast.
Yeah, honestly, I could go for a nice French Vanilla Mountain Lion for breakfast.
I know. I feel like that should be the name of Danger's cat because I think Mountain Lion and then I
Yeah.
just think of that cute kitty and that its name should be French Vanilla.
Kitten's name is actually Tails, but everyone just calls them Kitten.
A bit of an innuendo. It's not just a bit of an innuendo there, Triforcers. That's they were like, should we just go whole ham on it? Nah, let's just call it Chum. Just to be a little bit away from it. They are just full daddying this tournament out, and it's great. Triumph, thank you very much, by the way, for the raid. I appreciate you being a wonderful member of this tournament, and it was wonderful to watch you and your team play. When I saw that team name in the Discord, I misread that pretty hard. I almost spat out my drink, personally, Try, when I read the Chum Guzzlers name, because I 100% thought it said Cum Guzzlers, and I just about shit myself. It was amazing. And then I saw it said Chum, and I was like, that makes a little more sense, but I still think it's great.
You know, at least if it was...
Oh shit, Parrish is juggling!
Oh hell, we got the juggling going on? Oh hell yeah.
Yo!
Keeping us entertained.
Let's go! Well, we had Spark City with that amazing piano talent that I didn't know that he had, and now Parrish is showing off their juggling skills. I love that. I can't juggle to save my life. Do it, Parrish. 4 balls.
Oh, they're really trying to show off here.
Yeah, they are. They're like, you know what? We're going into the same right. It is the talent show. We had a floss. We had piano.
Is there like a side $100 bet
Oh,
going
wait!
on here for the people?
Oh shit! Handstand. Just quick handstand. Fucking throw it on him. No big deal.
really just trying to put on some moves here. Now, if you want to see some Fall Guys moves, we have on the other screen, we got a whirligig going on. I know we're very focused, but we are here for a Fall Guys tournament.
Are we? I forgot what we're doing. I have ADHD. All right, and French Mountain Lion is definitely starting in their first round, going on into, like you said, whirligig. And this will be just very simple first round. I don't see a lot of potential for there to be anything that goes wrong, because I'm pretty sure this is a vanilla format too, not even with a really fast middle fan for the center there. It's as vanilla as it can possibly get. We've been having this since this game came out in August, so if they don't make it through, there's some serious issues.
They do have the fast spinner variant.
Oh, they do? All right. Well, then never mind. It's not vanilla. Unlike French.
You'd think that they would have given them all vanilla variants for French.
You would think so. Maybe that's why the username exists, because they were like, you know what? I want to have the things we've practiced the absolute most on. And if I make that my username, then I'm just calling upon all the forces of Fall Guys God goodness to, you know, make that my reality. I
don't know if you want to pray. If you're trying to pray to Mediatonic, you're praying to the wrong gods. That's all I'm saying.
100%. There's you're gonna be hard pressed to get any answers on those offerings. And round over. But with the fact that 43 people qualified, assuming nobody leaves and gives them 42 people, they don't have to worry about getting a jinx on their second round, which is much relief for French and his team on Chum.
I'll be real. I'm feeling like I want to just like that room that Parrish is in right now, just looking real cozy. There's also a keyboard behind them. Like I could see myself on that little like looks like where a cat would stay, but I could see myself right by the window, just sitting there, kind of just like I'm gonna take a nap right here. Just
oh, 100%. just lounge out on the on the couch thing. I'm not sure what the proper name for that is, but
I wanted to call it an ottoman, but like
it's not an ottoman. It starts with an S. It's like the Szechuan. No, I don't know. It's like the.
No, Szechuan is the sauce.
Szechuan is sauce. That's from the promotional event of Mulan at McDonald's. But it's something along those lines. Does anybody in chat know what that piece of furniture is called? It's got a fancy name. Satay. Thank you, Diva.
A satay. Okay.
A satay.
So I could fall asleep on that satay.
Yes, all fancy, like you have just lounge and rest yourself there, which is fine because then there's the piano for Spark City to serenade you to sleep with.
We're losing it right now.
It's fine. Although, even though they have the fruit variation on roll-off here, I think all four of Chumguzzler's teammates are still in on this one, despite this being the hardest variation. Oh, no, it's not, because they have the 5-1. The hardest variation for roll-off is having only 3 and having the fruit as well.
And it looks like we finally can see Blackjack as they are going onto a whirligig here.
Yep.
So we finally can see their screen and see what they're playing on. So it'll be really interesting to see this team. I know personally, I don't really know either of these teams here, so it's going to be fun to be able to see some of these players that I don't know personally.
Yeah, it's, I know Parrish from previous tournaments. Parrish and Trip Hop are commonly playing tournaments together, and then their other 2 teammates are there. I know Jasheen and Puffly Jig are the other 2 teammates on Blackjack for this tournament that are going to be hanging out together. But as long as Blackjack and Chumguzzlers get 22 points or more, they're going to guarantee themselves placement in tomorrow's finals. So that's got to be their focus. They're going to need to play near perfectly if they want to make it into tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. You really, like, at this point, you obviously need 3 crowns. It's just going to be a matter of can they manage to make sure that...
Oh, well, absolutely.
You know, yeah, 3 crowns pretty much guarantees you in at this point because... You know, obviously, it's not a guarantee, but getting 3 crowns is going to put you in a much better shot, because even if you get 2 perfect games, you're still not guaranteed making it in.
Yeah, because you could be in a situation like what happened with the Gas, where they're at the potential for a tiebreaker of 3 people, maybe 5 if they end up getting another one of these teams, tying them at 21 points. But Gas had 2 amazing games. Their first episode, they had a perfect score of 9. The second episode, they ended up getting 8. And then on that last one, they had all 4 people in the final, but none of them were able to get the crown. And now they're on the chopping block because of that.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate, especially because we are going to be, again, like we're in the situation where a team like Gas, who we definitely expect to be seeing going into tomorrow, all of a sudden is on that like outside looking in potentially. But on top of that, like you also have to think not only they're at 21, but so is Spark City and the boys.
Yeah.
Like, there's a scenario in which the man who just won Fall Mania, the man who has 2,500 crowns, his team who has won multiple chase for the crowns. Like, this is a scary thing if you're in both of their shoes, and you're hoping
Absolutely.
that neither of these teams get enough points for you so that you don't even have to worry about this tie-breaking scenario.
Yeah, it's crazy because it just goes to show too that RNG and humans are perfect creatures are really just true statements, because you can have teams where this is their first time playing and participating and trying competitive format for the first time, guaranteeing themselves because they played well enough to go on into Sunday, and then more tenured teams like Boys and Gas are the ones who are struggling right now.
Yeah, I will say the one thing that you did was you definitely were able to bring in a lot of new blood, a lot of new talent. You really were able to get a lot of different people in this event, and it'll be exciting, especially for the people who might have been on the fence about whether or not they wanted to be in a new tournament, because I know some people are always hesitant about starting in the first tournament because they don't know how they're going to go, so it's going to be very interesting.
It will, and I think tomorrow is going to be nice because for those of you who are wondering, because I know that we've had a couple questions on that, the scores do not carry over onto tomorrow. So after today, once we finalize who the people are who are going to be in the final 12 for tomorrow for the $1,000 in prizes, it's going to be a fresh slate, wiped clean. They're all going to start at 0 going on into their rounds to see how the teams do. Same for when the top 12 go down to the top 8, when top 8 go down to top 4, and when top 4 go down to top 2 in the actual final scenario. Every time we have that new bracket situation, it's going to be wiped clean.
And in the terms of the bracket right now, we have 14 people on this thin ice here, and it's looking like it might be all of their teammates are alive here. I'm only seeing 2 though, so there's a potential of not having the full squad together for this thin ice here.
Oh, there's 3. There's 3 people.
You do
don't
3?
have
Okay.
all 4. Nope. So they could get a score of 8 on this one.
Yeah. So that's already, like you at this point, if you're a team like the boys, if you're the team like Gas, you're hoping every little point makes a difference here. So seeing only 8 points here is looking at least, a positive in the right direction here for them. So,
which they're doing a good job of splitting up the map and not taking over each other's area. It looks like French is kind of just hanging on over in that corner, while the other teammates who are still alive are hanging out over on their own islands, kind of, or on their own areas of the map to make sure they aren't running into each other yet. Which is a just very, very smart decision. Although
yeah,
team
you
game
definitely
wise,
see that they're doing a good job with like kind of divvying up the sections to themselves.
it looks like we have Parrish going in with Blackjack onto their smaller team here. I think it's a 21 team, so like 7-7-7.
Yeah, and French just barely hangs on here as a little bit of desync starts to happen, and
Ooh.
French really has to pick their spot here, and they're kind of
They're in a terrible area.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know who's the last
he's
person.
so
Is this a
disappointed.
teammate? I don't think, based on that reaction, that Noom guy is on their team. It was they had the Lightning, they had the Santa, and they had the French themselves. So you see right here that they're only going to get 3 points here, and really starting to give themselves a little bit of a stressor here going into game 2.
Absolutely, that's very hard. It's even if they had, let's see, 9 and 9 is 18. If they had 3 there, it would be 21. If they managed to get on episode 2 and 3 2 perfect games, then they can guarantee that they will be in a deathmatch tiebreaker round with the other teams that score 21 points. So after a game like that, if they don't score perfect, they are not guaranteeing themselves any sort of potential for hope of making it to Sundays for the finals.
Yeah, they pretty much need 2 perfect games, otherwise they're already eliminated here. And it sucks to have to put that thought into your head here, but it really is.
Yeah, that's the situation they're facing, though. They have to know that if they don't laser in and get 2 perfect rounds, then they have effectively screwed themselves out of tomorrow. Well, Blackjack here is sitting very, very finely at 20 points, and Red is just destroyed at 0. So they're doing great keeping control of this team game on their first episode. I know they had a late start. They started a little bit after the Chum Guzzlers did.
Yeah, it's exactly like somebody in the chat saying right now. It's very much why I don't like to pay attention to the other scores throughout the day, because that right there, if you know the scores, you know that you're pretty much going to be eliminated, or you're borderline mathematically eliminated, and you don't want to put that thought into your head, because then you're just playing the game differently. If you just assume that you still have a legitimate shot just like everybody else, and you don't feel like you have to worry about anything like that, that's when I think you just play your game. You still have they still have the chance to get to the tiebreaker. Like we said, they literally just need to get 2 perfect games. We say just need to get 2 perfect games as if it's anything easy, but it's...
Yeah, and at that point, I wouldn't want to know. I wouldn't even want to look at the scores. Having that over your head, like Angel Lily was saying in chat, is... it's gotta psych you out. There's no way it doesn't. It puts a weight on your chest that is gonna make it a lot harder to play.
It's not something you want to be having weighing on you right now. Just play your game. You know you can do it. You obviously made 8 people make it to the finals, so you can easily get 9. You can easily win that game. It's just a matter of doing it a little bit better. Also, I just want to say shout out to them. They have all of their names at the end saying Chum.
Yo, they do! How long did it take them to randomize their names to have Chum? We have Chic Diamond Chum, Bouncy Racing Chum. Oh my god, that I didn't. Now the name Chum Guzzlers makes perfect sense.
It makes so much more sense now. We understand.
I
the
do.
name.
Holy cow! Very good point. I wasn't even looking at their names. All right, that they get extra cool points for that.
Extra cool points. Oh my god.
Unfortunately, they don't do anything for the tournament bracket, but they get cool points in my heart. Because I think that's badass. I can't even get cheese for my name. Cheese is my favorite food, and sloths are my favorite animal. I can't get sloth or cheese for mine whenever I randomly generate my name, and I've tried over 50
You gotta sit there
times
for 20
now.
minutes, just 20 minutes straight. You just gotta sit there, random.
Yeah, apparently. That's gotta be my own thing. Oh! Parrish barely making it back onto the platform. That was a huge play by Parrish, who almost got eliminated, getting pushed back on that. Well done. Holy guacamole on a pregnant roly-poly Batman. That could have been terrible. I see 3 people on the Blackjack team who are in that block party. I'm not sure if all 4 teammates are moving on through, but we'll be able to find out here in just a second, because they're going to go from block party likely into a finale.
With 13
13th
people,
nice.
there is a pretty good chance that all 4 of them did in fact make it through. So they're hoping for that final. They're hoping, and let's see what they end up getting here. As Game 2 has also started for the Chum Guzzlers here, as they're in a Tundra run. And unfortunately, they're not going to get a finals. They're going to, in fact, get a low-qualling Freezy Peak.
That's not what you want to see.
If there's 13 people, you're taking 55%. You're taking 8 people at most.
Yeah, that's not going to be great.
There you go. 8 people, just as I said.
Yep. Which is not what you want to see. Luckily, it's the higher end and isn't a Freezy Peak of 6, which I've seen before as well, to narrow people down to. But if all 4 of their teammates can make it in, that will be huge to see all 4 of them make it into the finals. Because with 8 people, having 50% control over that lobby is going to be enormous. They're all doing a pretty good job of making it through without any hiccups on the fans there. Although, ragdolling...
Parrish is doing a little bit of ragdolling going up there.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Ooh.
And one of the teammates gets hit by the flipper, the puncher, the snowball. They're
just
all
rushing
3 at once.
Yeah, they just need to slightly slow down. If they don't rush it, I understand the feeling of we need to get there because only 8 people are going through, but when you rush, you also make mistakes.
Is it gonna? All right, they're gonna make it in. They're gonna be. Parrish is gonna be
Parrish?
7 or 8 right there.
Ooh.
So I don't know if they got everybody. I think they got everybody. I saw at least 3 make it through there.
Maybe? Yeah, I think it's going to be 4v4 scenario there. I believe all 4 of their teammates were able to make it in, which would be huge for their team to be able to have that communication with all 4 members going on in. Which would be
so
amazing.
We're gonna have to see real quick. Will it in fact have everybody? And they get
We'll
a
see,
hexagon
and it's a
going into this
hexagon!
game.
Let's freaking go! Hexagon scenario with half of the board being your team?
Things you love to see.
That is a great situation. 100%.
And I'm looking like I'm seeing, in fact, all 4 of them. So that's 4 points there right away.
Yep. That's going to be, yeah, 4 points right away, which is good. That's already 1 more. So even if they end up not getting the crown here, that puts them at having a little more leeway of being able to have a perfect game and then 1 game of 8 to, you know, barely have 21 points to then have to fight to the death for a tiebreaker. But
yeah, unfortunately there's a lot of running going on right now here. As you see, Parrish already is down on middle yellow, so they're gonna do a little bit of a drop here and just kind of try to eat up the middle as they stall for time here.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to cut off that bullet that was on the other side, but the problem is all of Parrish's teammates are also on the same side as them. And the fact that Parrish is eating up so much space there does make sure that that diver falls down, but their other teammates are already on lower floors and now are fighting with the diamond. That bullet is right on Parrish's ass, not giving them any leeway.
Yeah, I think Parrish is just trying to be a nuisance right now. However, they're running into the situation right now where they're just pretty much running this whole time. They haven't ever been able to slow themselves down as they practically run into one of their teammates here. And there's one of the bullets that's running into another teammate. And I think that they're going to try to just... No, they're not even going to try to sacrifice. So I think one of them really needs to make the play of trying to take the other one out because... Oh, and Parrish actually does get the bullet. So this is looking really good as I see at least... I think it's just Parrish and their teammates sitting up here right now. And if they're smart, they know, all right, they're not being smart. They're eating up the same spots here. They really need to give that all to Parrish. So Parrish at least makes the play.
Parrish gives it to the teammate.
The rest of that space.
Smart play. That was very, very good on Parrish to give that to their teammate. And now they're just kind of eating up yellow. Oh! If they can make it over to where that other person is, so they don't. Yeah, put the pressure on them. Perfect.
Yeah, and honestly, Parrish not making it onto that yellow tile is probably the best case scenario because, again, it just gives their teammate more space that have that higher area.
Yep.
So now it's just going to come down to Parrish and this one person on this end, and then it gives their own team. Oh, no. Parrish is actually given the space alone, so there's going to be a fair amount of tiles, about 10 or so, that Parrish still has to work with. And it's looking like it's going to come down to a 1v1, and is it their teammate?
Yep, that's their teammate, so they're...
perfect game going in.
Well done to Team Blackjack, securing a perfect scored game of 9 points on that first episode. All those exclamation mark wins in chat. Well done to the Team Blackjack for that beautiful score of 9. Freaking well done. And then we just have OnlyFans going on here with French Vanilla just vibing.
But it's gonna finish. It's not gonna time out.
Yep, it is. If Doom Guy decides to finish his OnlyFans.
Decides to not be Doom Guy.
God damn it, Doom Guy. Just join the site. It's not that hard. Go, run for it, do it. There we go.
Nope, they're gonna wait. They're gonna wait because they need to be that person.
Yep, that's just annoying. Not my favorite thing, but that's alright. Smile! That's the most condescending fucking emote on the entire site.
Oh yeah, I only use it sarcastically.
It's a complete condescension. Yeah, Blackjack played very well on that one there, City Limits. They're doing a great job. French Vanilla is still having a good time. They're keeping their morale on their team high. They still have all 4 members in. Hoopsie Legend is not one that you necessarily want to see, but it looks like with how big their lobby is, there's going to be, like, I don't know, 15, 17 people probably qualifying. So the odds of their teammate, 17 qualifying, getting through is going to be a lot higher. So it's a much better situation than some Hoopsie Legends that we've seen in the tournament earlier where only 7 get through, like we saw with Team Awoo, and they had to make that happen. Oh
Yeah.
no! French Vanilla almost got that golden hoop that everybody is fighting over. And, was not able to grab it. That is not a good situation. I normally don't end up going for golds unless it happens to spawn in front of me, because in the time that you're fighting for a gold over the horde of other people who can't look away from the shiny, you could have gotten several regular hoops.
Yeah, it's definitely like the temptation thing. I will say, at the very least, you probably can afford to wait on that first one for a little bit. As you see, there's only 2 spots that have taken. You just pretty much have to, at this point, be like, unless that gold spawns next to me, I'm not going to be on the lookout for it, because you still have plenty of time. Just keep getting those points and keep hitting those hoops. And as we talk about a gold spawning in front of them, here's that temptation further for French.
Absolutely. And it looks like, yep, he didn't even go for it. He just was like, well, everyone else is gonna grab it, so I'm gonna go somewhere else, rather than trying to look for
Everybody's
only golds.
somehow not getting up there. Oh my lord,
What
I
the
thought French got that
actual
for a
what?
second.
Oh, he was just behind that reindeer by a
Yeah.
small fraction of a second. And yeah, if I was him, the fact that he's putting his entire hopes and dreams on a singular gold hoop is not a smart play. He needs to go for those regular hoops, and if a gold one shows up, cool. Otherwise, play aggressive on as many regulars as you can. Oh, but that gold happened to show up as if calling his name and said, yes, please, chum me, father. And there it was.
No,
Beautiful.
Nope, alright, that's it. Bye, friends. That's it. Yeah, after that sentence, nope.
You
We
loved
had a
it.
good run,
Bay, you knew
Lekka.
this when you signed up to cast with me, alright?
I don't think I knew that there was a team called the Chum Guzzlers.
Well, now you do. And now you know for any future tournaments as well. Yeah, RNGesus said that he may qual. Indeed. You'll love to see it. 17 getting through. All 4 of them are there. Parrish is going back to the 4-ball juggle, which is amazing. I can't do 3, so the fact that they can do 4 is fantastic.
I can't do 1.
I can't juggle my life choices, so this is already impressive.
Like, no, okay, yeah.
Nope, yep.
I'm not good at this stuff.
This just shows how good of a gamer they are, because you have to have such good hand-eye coordination to juggle.
Yeah, and depth perception.
Yeah, and depth perception, which I run into walls regularly, so I can't do that.
One of my favorite things that I remember in terms of what I tell people about my depth perception is that I was playing basketball with my cousin and a friend when I was like 15 or 16, and I'm tall, so I like to, and like I have big hands, so I was like, I'll catch the ball. So I was like, the ball bounced off the basketball hoop, and I was like, hold on, I'll get it. And like, let's say my hand is right here, the ball was like here, way past there, and I'm just like, the ball just rolls into the street, and they just look at me like, are you serious?
That would be
I was
me.
like, I thought I had it.
Yep, you're like, I, honest to God, thought that I would catch it, so...
Yeah.
This is why I don't do sports. I was always a theater kid, so I feel that in my soul.
I swam in high school. Don't need hand-eye coordination.
Nope, you
I
just
still got a
cut through
concussion,
water.
though.
There you go. Also, on the second episode here, I believe all 4 teammates for Chum Guzzlers made it into the final here. And even though French Vanilla is out, it looks like their other teammate is still in here. Oh, they might be able to get this crown if they can.
I don't know if they're gonna. Oh, the person ragdolled
Oh,
this and end up getting it.
No! And with that, they weren't getting the crown. They are not making it to
Yeah.
Sunday. That is Chum Guzzlers out of the tournament.
And you know, you hate to see it for the Chum Guzzlers.
Yep.
On the other hand, if you're any of those teams that are at 21 right now, you're feeling really good knowing that that happened, and it gives them at least only 1 team that they have to beat against.
Yep, which is a situation where now instead of having the potential for 2 teams going into different lobbies, because a team of 3 and a team of 2 for the tiebreakers, depending on if Parrish's team gets 21 points, the biggest tiebreaker deathmatch would be just where 1 representative from all of those tied teams go in against each other. But it's all going to depend on how Blackjack does. They already put up a beautiful, perfect score on that first episode. This is their second episode that they're scoring into right now. They started a little bit later than the Chum Guzzlers. So that's gonna be a little bit behind for them, but paying off. Their team is doing a
However,
little,
we were
they
like
do have a
5
little
minutes
lag.
ahead, so we're allowed to wait a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah, rip to the Chum Guzzlers. They're gonna be doing their 3rd episode anyway, just for shits and giggles, and it's good for practice anyhow. But unfortunately, they are mathematically eliminated, regardless of if they put up a perfect score or not in this 3rd episode.
Such is that feeling of being the last team, and you know exactly.
Yep. When you're in those final
See-
slots, it could be a blessing or a curse, because you could mathematically be like, alright, so we need to get this and this and this and this and this to qualify. Or you could have blinders on and just not care and try and do your best. Oh, it looks like we see a disconnect coming in. It was a little laggy for Blackjack.
Oh, another way to delay the games for them.
Oh, no.
Unfortunate for Parrish and Team Blackjack here.
Yep. But it looks like the others are coming back into the lobby here and are readying back up, so hopefully their internet doesn't have these issues for too much longer.
It looks like it was not everybody disconnected too, because it said one of them was still playing the game, so it seems like it wasn't a full server disconnect.
Yeah, that's good. And that it was only a few of the teammates then on that one there. Right? I would love for Mediatonic to fix the servers there. Jashin is on Blackjack's team and is not happy, which is understandable. But you know, they can only do so much, and considering they won't change Hoopsie Hero, Hoopsie Legend to Hoopsie Hero, and or Pegwin hasn't been fixed yet, I wouldn't hold your breath on that one there, Jashin.
I mean, the problem with Mediatonic in terms of their updates is that they don't push out like fixes. They really their updates are the skins. Their updates are the special game mode they're gonna have. They need to put out like updates more than every month, and I think
Yes.
like whether or not you're implementing games is one thing, but just pushing out, trying to adjust things instead of waiting months at a time for it is just
They're
running
far
into the
too
issue
slow.
where we have the same old.
I agree, and the fact that the big updates only come out once a month, like you said, it's not good enough. And while this game is super fun and we absolutely love it, otherwise we wouldn't be here, in order for it to stay competitive, and which I hope they embrace in future seasons, they need to be more quick in getting these updates pushed out so that competitive teams can actually roar with it, rather than just having to roll their eyes and go, oh, and then go in and play anyway.
Yeah. Because you definitely are at a point where people are like, here, let me throw out the statistics. In the last pretty much almost 2 months, this game has actually had an increase in players. And it's only been about 500 people, but they've had an increase. Right now, they're on the lower end, and it is 10 o'clock on a Saturday, so like, what do you expect? However, the reason that this is happening is because we're a month in, and it's the same thing as a month ago.
Yep.
Even if they're not going to fix things or implement new things, you have to at least change the stuff so that we can get not the same levels constantly.
I agree. Or have us roll our eyes every time we get thin ice because of how much it was shoved down our throat in the first half of the game when Season 3 first got released. 100%.
Eventually, we're going to get to the point where we won't be seeing these games nearly as often, but they really just need to remove the additional weight on new game modes because they really just want to see people playing it.
It'll be interesting to see how our feedback factors into what we see in the next seasons coming up, especially with that forum and the survey that Mediatonic released, trying to get a lot of people's feedback on if they want to be a part of the Board of Beans, what they could do to improve the game, to make it better, etc. It seems like they really want to try and... French Vanilla's team getting a jinx. I know that this 3rd episode doesn't matter anymore because they're mathematically eliminated, but they just can't catch a fucking break, dude.
I know that feeling. I know that feeling.
Poor Chum Guzzlers they're just like, God damn, this is...
I think it's Mediatonic telling them to have a more PG name, and they won't do this to them.
Be PG, and this won't be a problem. Well, they're gonna hate my tournaments then, because I'm definitely not a PG tournament person. But you know what?
But it's okay, because you're not playing the game.
I'm not playing the game, so it's okay. But yeah, I am... At least their team right now is sitting 3 members above 15, so they're actually doing better.
It's jinxed.
Yep. I mean, it could happen and just immediately it switches because it's freaking jinxed and 3 people grab other 3
Yeah,
people and then it's
time.
over. Yeah, I mean, I've been there, done that before. Oh, yeah, and I remember when they pushed out the mid-season updates for Season 2 when they added all those different map variations. What do you think a mid-season update for Season 3 would even look like?
You're probably gonna push out variants to the Season 2 levels. I don't think you can really add a variant to the Season 3 levels per se, unless you add like a variant of roll-off, because that was already a Season 2.5 map, so maybe they have an idea.
Right. It could be. And they are down to 1 person. I'm not sure who that 1 person on yellow is. They're now in the potential to get completely eliminated and have their 3rd episode be a giant goose egg of 0, and it's gonna be a 0 to just rub salt into the chummy wound. Oh,
Just sticking the needle deeper into their back, just sticking it literally just like, please, somebody, what did they do to deserve this?
Oh no, they guzzled all of that chum triumph. It was, I mean, a good attempt, and we'll see them next month. I saw French Vanilla in chat a little earlier, saying, you know, this sucks and we hate to see it, but we'll come back better than ever in the next one. So you guys haven't seen the last of the Chum Guzzlers. They'll be here for the next Bean Brawl.
Still one more team left going on as Parrish waits out the lovely, lovely thing that is OnlyFans. You know, they're really just trying to drag this on as long as we can.
The fact that 17 people have qualified and it's still going makes my heart sad. I don't understand how people can't qualify on this round. I really don't. Because
I really wish I could.
I just, it doesn't make sense to me. It's not that hard. You can be patient and just wait for it to go around. And even if the wacky stick comes around to boot you off, you can jump. And at this point, with only 22 people having qualified, you could, like, what is this boxer doing? I just, I don't understand. I really don't. The game hated you guys, Ryan, and, you know, sometimes that shit happens, and you just can't do anything about it, and that's the way the cookie crumbles. You know?
I think, honestly, this level in itself is another big reason why people have gotten tired. Not that the level is not a fun level in itself, because I think it's a fine level.
I think it's fun.
I just think because people struggle so much, they don't want to sit there waiting 3 minutes every time.
Yeah,
like, you could literally go make yourself dinner. Look at Parrish is literally like, oh, I can play again.
I
Look
can
at
play,
me
I
go."
can do it, yes! I know, they're just dancing around. They're like, yes, this is amazing. Also, Ryan, with the 5 gifted subs, thank you very, very much. One of them actually going to Parrish. Chances are. Let's get it. Thank you very much for contributing that to the community here for all of the beaniest, brawliest fans.
And a snowy scrap here, so let's see, can they manage to get through here?
It looks like it. By the way, the reason that Ryan gifted those 5 subs is because last night I was in his chat wishing his team luck, and we made a bet. And the bet was if Chum Guzzlers won, that I would have to follow him on Twitter, and if he lost, he owed me 5 subs.
Oh no! Oh no! One of those bets doesn't cost money. Wait a minute, that's not fair.
And so Ryan is a man of his word, and I would like to point that out.
Hey, if we're following people, be sure to follow both of us on Twitter.
Yep, there you go. And our names on Twitter are the same as they are here. Very easy for branding.
You can follow us on everything. I'm sure we all have the same names.
Absolutely. Literally everything is Leckakay. It's, I try and make it easy for me to be found.
Same.
Although, if I mean, none of the Chum Guzzlers matches really matter anymore, but I'm just really hoping I can see them get a crown while we're waiting for Parrish's team on Snowy Scrap to finish their percentage, because they're in first place right now on theirs. They're at a beautiful, almost fruity capacity. Oh, there it is, 75% fruity maximum. Getting those blueberries coming out now. They're going to be the first team to finish easily here and make it happen. I just feel like they need a crown to put a little smile on their face today.
Yeah, definitely just got to get that last little bit going forward here. Get them the crown. I mean, the Parrish did win the crown in game 1, so I will say, like, they do have a crown, but let's see if they can manage to get that second one going into game 2 here. They are a little bit behind due to taking a while to get into games and taking a disconnect. So apologies, as we are a little bit behind with this one game, but seeing as they are the last scheduled game, barring tiebreakers, you know, we can sit here.
Yeah, we're mad chilling right now. It's been going very well time-wise for the tournament. I've been pleasantly surprised. If this kind of keeps up tomorrow, I'll also be happy to stay ahead of schedule on that. But what I'm honestly really looking forward to is the tiebreaker, because there's going to be a tiebreaker no matter what. Whether or not the Blackjack team is going to be a part of that tiebreaker is yet to be determined.
Well,
but there will
might
be
not
one.
Why would there have to be? Because hypothetically speaking, if Blackjack gets 20 points, the 21 is what makes you through. So you would have the 3 teams that are there, and they would automatically be in. So
well,
you wouldn't need a tie-breaking scenario, right?
Oh, I guess that's true. It would depend on if it would either be if the Blackjack gets 21 points or higher, that we would then have to see a tiebreaker. But you're correct. If Blackjack ends up sucking and choking on these last 2 games and not getting 21 points, then yeah, all those 3 teams at 21 would be safe.
Yeah, I mean, they could literally get, like, not to put that evil on them, but they could get a team game in game 3, and all of a sudden it doesn't even matter. Like, it's they have to be on their toes, even if they do get the perfect game here, even if they do hit the 18 points, they're still not a guaranteed in, as they actually are going to get a freezy peak coming up here.
Absolutely. It seems like it. And getting freezy peak on round 3 is probably going to be like 16, 18 people qualifying. 12 actually, which is pretty small. Not as small as we've seen before, but still great.
Yeah, and they're actually going to get the fast spawn here, and it looks like Parrish just takes the fist right up and in, and then he just takes the nice straight line path here, jumps up, and yeah, they're going to make it through no problem here, as all 4 of their teammates are in the front 6 right now.
Absolutely. They're doing a great job, and Trip Hop is a very, very good player at this game, so I expect them to always kind of be near the front of the pack.
Oh, and Tyler Blevins goes off into space.
Bye, Tyler Blevins! Tyler Ninja Blevins.
I was gonna, I'd make a Mixer joke, but you're here, so I shouldn't.
Go for it, dude. That fucking platform screwed us over so hard. Fun fact, as a previous partner on Mixer, on the last day before it shut down, I changed my name to Lick My Clip Microsoft. And it had the official partner Mixer badge next to it, and I got to talk in so many people's chats, and I mean, it was the day it shut down, so it was fine. But yeah, I have pictures of it and everything. Great. So, no,
Yeah.
Mixer jokes are encouraged.
I'm just gonna drink some water.
Go
Stay
for it.
hydrated, chat.
Ooh, 12. They could be going into a team game here, which wouldn't be ideal, but wouldn't be terrible either, because with all 4 teammates still in, they would guarantee that their entire team is only their teammates. Or
And
they could just go into a
get a
thin ice.
here.
As is tradition.
As is tradition.
As is tradition. All right, but still, that's 33% of the board that they have for themselves, so that's not a terrible number at any means. But the ice physics, we've seen a lot of people who are very, very good competitors just completely ragdoll or get pushed off in a way they didn't expect to get pushed down. It's a lot of different things that could go on here, so I'm curious to see how they're going to play it. It looks like they're just running around like chickens with their head cut off as much as they can to break up a lot of the real estate, but they're getting that big chasm happening here.
Faster.
Right? That's basically
If
how
I'm
I
not-
play, is I'm just like,
Yeah.
how much of this can I get rid of until I can actually start to play the game?
Well, that's why I like to make pillars, because at least it gives me something to do here. So when you make the pillar, you just kind of run around in a circle, and you have the middle tile not be the one that you go for. You try to keep that in pristine shape, and you just
Yep.
destroy the area around it. And then I go on the pillar protection services, and if somebody tries to jump on my pillar, I hunt them down until the end of the level.
Yep, there you go. And that's
You gotta give
the
yourself
balance.
something to do on this level because it ain't playing the game out normally.
Nope, I make little fishing holes every like other tile when I'm not running around just randomly, because then you can't see them when it's just starting the game very easily, so I'll often have people not expect there to just be a giant hole that goes straight into the Pepto, and then they fall, and it brings me joy. Although it looks like Parrish is essentially just kind of trying to keep this area hung out while one of their teammates, that green superhero, goes off into their own area.
Yeah.
Ooh, fighting that
Parrish,
robot.
It's fine.
It's
I
fine.
think they're gonna get their points here. I think they're gonna make sure. Oh no, there's a chance that they don't get it. It's a 1v1
Oh, no,
here.
they did!
The
Well
other person
done!
falls off, and Parrish is cheering. They know that they got that extra 9 points.
Yes,
That's
they
gonna be
did.
18 points going into game 3 for them.
Well
So,
done, Blackjack.
To update the scores for you all, 18 break means that they only need 3 points to bring tiebreakers and 4 points to guarantee them making it into the next round.
Yep. So if they get even all 4 people into the finals, they are guaranteeing themselves a spot in tomorrow's final games for the $1,000 in cash prizes. And the fact that that is very close to happening means that we are very likely to see a tiebreaker happen between the 3 teams who are going to be struggling for those spots on the board, between Chonky Thonkers, Boys, and Gas. But we can't know that for certain until this final game happens for Blackjack. Also,
Yeah.
Benji, thank you very much for the sub, by the way. I appreciate that. I saw you follow and then subscribe in addition to it. I've been seeing a lot of people sub using their Amazon Prime subs to give their free priming sub to the channel, gifting out subs, unless you're Ryan, who lost a bet to me and had to do it to be a man of their word. But I'm very grateful. Thank you guys for being here and for all of the amazingness and for the sub hypes for that as well. And I'm just rooting for Ryan to get this Fall Mountain. I mean, this episode doesn't really matter anymore, but I just really want them to get a crown. The world needs to see
You root
them.
for them. I'm gonna root for this game to start as soon as possible so we can commentate the last game of the
Oh my
potential
god,
day.
I really want Blackjack to make it to the finals because the evil within me hardcore wants to see some mad griefing action in a deathmatch tiebreaker between those 3 parties. 100%. And moderators, if you have not already, if you are in charge of Chonky Thonkers, the Boys, and Gas, make sure that they already know that there is a high chance that they're going to be going into a deathmatch round. And also, please ask them what region they prefer. If that scenario does happen, so that I can do a random number generator on my phone real quick of like 1 through 3, and just have it pick whoever is going to be getting that advantage. Already been told. Sweet. Yeah, we just need to see which servers they prefer, so I can randomly see who gets the server advantage for the host of that lobby. I'll just pull that up on my phone right now while we're waiting.
Yeah, go right ahead. I'll just sit here. I'm gonna fill up my water right now, so. But I
Go
have
for
water
it.
right here, so I'm okay.
I think Parrish is going to be juggling for us again as well, which I am always excited for. I don't understand how you juggle. I've never, like, I don't know. I know that there's weighted balls that you can use to try and make it easier, but my gosh, it's just not an easy thing. Random
You gotta
number.
have like hand-eye coordination.
Random.org. I believe that's the right site that I would do.
I mean, yeah, that
Yep.
sounds like a random number generator thing.
Absolutely. All right, there we go. True random number generator between 1 and 3, and then I can hit generate, and it'll let me know. Chonky Thonkers will be 1, the Boys would be 2, and 3 would be Gas. If we end up in a situation where Blackjack guarantees themselves moving on to Sunday, and they have to fight for their right to go on through.
It's a party.
Indeed. It's a party!
Sorry, wrong thing.
Wrong one. DMCA.
Hey, I didn't sing it. It's free use, 6 seconds.
Right? Exactly. It's fine. All right, now that they're loaded up on in, 40 people qualifying is not what you want to see, though. Because that could end up where Blackjack ends up having a jinx round 2, assuming that nobody DCs after that. And my god, that would be a stressful situation. Getting eliminated on a jinx when you had 2 perfect games.
Yeah, it's been in my head. I wasn't gonna say it. You said it before me.
I will always say all the things. I am an agent of chaos.
Yeah, I mean, but on the other hand, that agent of chaos, if they lose here, then doesn't make a tie-breaking scenario happen, in which case we would end.
Yeah.
So, Madam Agent of Chaos, which would you rather have?
Whatever is more entertaining. As somebody who's not hardcore invested
so not
in
jinxed.
Yeah, I would say not jinx, because I want to see the tiebreaker round happen. I really do. I want to see it go in. Which we actually they might get 13-13-13 egg siege, because I saw only 39 people qualify.
Somebody left.
Yeah, somebody left.
Somebody else could leave, and then it could be 38, and then you could get like, oh, I don't know. My brain isn't there. Maybe they're gonna get a team kill tag somehow.
It could be 24. Oh, perfect death match. Perfect match.
If it's perfect deathmatch, this could be scary for them.
It could be, or it could just be regular ass perfect match. I have no idea. It's the death match!
Oh no! You can see it in Paris's face. This is how they go out.
Oh my god! This could be horrible.
This is not ideal. This is not what you want to see.
Well.
Oh my god.
This is gonna suck. Let's see what happens.
Well, Madam Agent of Chaos, you put this evil on them.
The drama! That's fine. I am all about it. Bring me more entropy. This is amazing. Right now, they can just chill on the corner there, but...
Although they have to start jumping.
They do. They're gonna have to start. So much of that lobby just got eliminated. I mean, this could end up being their final round.
Yeah, this literally could be the final round.
It could be a round 2 finale.
So good. They're sitting on this watermelon. They gotta hope. Oh god, there's no other fruit near them. They have to move at least 2 blocks to get to another fruit.
It's a banana that they gotta run towards. They have to go in 1 second. Ooh,
oh god.
One teammate almost did not make that, and they just got knocked off.
Okay.
Oh, Doom guy just chilling in the middle.
They're fine.
Ooh, that's a lot of random fruit that perishes around.
They have all of their teammates still.
Yep, they're doing a really good job. Somebody got whacked off into nowhere, interestingly enough.
Yeah, so there's 2, 4, 6, 8. There's about 12 people alive here as they're going.
Oh,
to the
and
final
Parish
spot.
gets
destroyed.
destroyed.
Oh no! Wait, Parish is gonna respawn.
Oh.
Got a bug where if you go out of the map and respawn, and then they almost lived.
And then they almost did.
Oh my lord!
That would have been crazy. What happened? Parish almost got. I mean, Parish did weird on that. 3 made it.
Yeah.
Oh
3
god.
Made it, 3 out of
Okay.
6 made it,
Good.
so
You see Parish's
that
thrill.
guarantees them getting tie-breaking scenarios here.
Yep. At the
brings
very
them to
least.
21.
At the very least, they are at 21 points. So whether half the lobby for a roll-off, this is gonna be sweaty!
So, if they win, they guarantee themselves going into tomorrow. If they lose, they have to play the tie-breaking games.
Yeah. This is gonna be intense. Is it gonna be a 4-way tiebreaker? Who makes it in, who doesn't to tomorrow? Whew. We'll have to see. This is gonna be crazy. Yeah, I know. Perished. Was a rough name on that. Came out to have their name come to fruition on it. Let's see how their teammates fare. They aren't playing as aggressive as I thought they would. I know that Trip Hop is a very griefy person. So the fact that they're not trying to get more people out on this is very, very odd. Ooh. Spam this bait if the tourney is great. Y'all are too fucking cute. Oh, Doomguy is the first one to get eliminated on that, which is great. That means that they only have 2 randoms. Another one bites the dust, which is wonderful odds. Oh, one of their other teammates is done, but that means that they
did
just
it.
guaranteed themaking it to tomorrow. Let's go. Well
All
done
right.
to
So
Team
congrats to
Blackjack.
Parrish. Congrats
Making
to Parrish,
their
congrats
way.
to Team Blackjack. It's gonna be exciting for them. What a way to go out, surviving the perfect death match, and now we gotta get the boys, Gas, and the Chonky Thonkers back in here for their sudden death tiebreakers.
Absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to see because with Chum Guzzlers not making it through on their other round there, that means that there's going to be 2 teams that are fighting to stay in and only one that gets eliminated. So we're going to be having 2 tie-breaking matches that come through here with those 3 teams of Chonky, the boys, and Gas. It's gonna be very, very interesting here. All right, let me go and get a multi-feed here now that we're gonna be going on to the caster's cam while we get this set up for the tournament for you guys to get the correct feed for them. And dee-dee-doo. Yep. And the staff has already talked to them, so they've decided who's gonna go into who. So as long as we get the 3 of those teammates in the same lobby, I will see who it is. It looks like Spark City is going to be the representative for the boys, and would prefer US East as a server. Looks like Chonky Thonkers is choosing Europe. Gas is choosing US East as well. Interestingly enough, so if either 2 or 3 gets chosen, 2 teams are going to have a preferred host advantage.
Wow, just I'm you know, we were wondering if a tiebreaker was gonna happen, but not only is it a tiebreaker, but we have a 3-way tiebreaker, so it's gonna be certainly crazy that we're gonna be here.
Absolutely. And I'm going to be seeing right now who is going to be representing Chonky and Gas, since we have confirmation on Spark being the griefer and warrior to take the boys on out. And it looks like Professor X is going to be Team Gas there. Gotcha. Let me get all of these worked on out here. So while I get this multi one going on up, I want to thank you guys for coming on in and watching this tournament all the way up to this very, very interesting tiebreaker to see who's going to make it into tomorrow. It's going to be quite fun. I know I'm ready for the entropy. Let's see, Professor X. And Spark City. And then as far as Chonky Thonkers go, instead of having it on the final 2 streams, we'll have all 3 of their streams up so that you guys can see the point of view from all 3 of their angles as well. To see those different teams coming on in. And Spark City, we just need to see who the representative for the other one is going to be. Let's see.
I'm just trying to get it all set up on my end too, so I have everyone's streams open.
You're fine. as soon as I figure out who the rep for Chonky Thonkers is, then we'll go ahead. Oh, it's Dino. Perfect. Then we can go ahead and I will randomly figure out the server advantage for these beautiful people. All right, so we have Dino, who is going to be Dino Ricard, who's going to be representing Team Chonky Thonkers. We have Spark City, who's going to be representing the boys, and Professor X, representing Team Gas. Now, Chonky is being assigned randomly to number 1, and then Gas to number 3, and the boys to number 2. And the host advantage from the random number generator is going to be 2, which means that their preferred region.
Let's not say no. Let's not say what preferred region is, and let's just move on here. I recommend not saying what server that they're gonna be on.
Well, they can always hide their screen for host advantage.
Yeah, but saying it still gives the other people the chance. So I was just trying to minimize the chance of people being able to get into their game. So if they don't know the server, at the very least, they can at least do that.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's perfectly fine. And let's go ahead. It does not matter for screenshots, so there's not going to be anything for the screenshot advantage on that, because there's not going to be anything as far as it's going to be very clear if one of the people on the team makes it or not, and is able to grab the crown and make it on through to the final one. We're going to be having 2 tiebreakers because, interestingly enough, with the way that the bracket is right now, let's say, for example, that Chonky Thonkers ends up grabbing the crown on the first one. That means that the boys and Gas would be left to be in a 2v2 situation to figure out who is going to be making it to that other final spot for tomorrow. So we're going to have some fun final rounds for today.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. All right. It looks like I just need to... interestingly enough, Professor's screen is having some... Unless he's all black. Is Professor's screen completely black for you? Or is my multi-screen just messing up?
It's working fine for me. I see their screen.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Then I'm just gonna refresh because the other two's streams are perfectly fine. So that's super weird. But as soon as I get their feed live on here, then yeah, we'll be good to go. Huh. I'm not able to get it on the multi. So as a, let's see, alternative, what I could do is just actually go to the Twitch of Professor and see if I can't grab that. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me go to the main 4 so that you guys can see the weird shit that I'm seeing. Because we have Gryffindor and actually, let me just take off the names on there since I don't have it quite ready for it yet.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I can give you right now that all their screens are just solely they don't have a game anything in place yet. So
right. Yeah, I just don't know why up to this point multi's been. I mean, other than the purple screens of death, generally fine. Let's see.
Yeah, thankfully, with at least with there being 3 teams, I don't have to use the multi, and I can just keep one of each screen on my setup here. So I know so far while you're trying to figure this all out that I have everyone well in place for me.
Yeah. There it is. All right. I just retyped in his name. It worked.
That'll do it.
That'll do it. That works. We're fine. So as soon as I get confirmation from the staff that they're all set up and ready to go, we'll be able to watch the first tie-breaking round to see who makes it into tomorrow and who doesn't.
That's my advantage, right? my server.
which is wonderful. And let me mute him because I don't want to accidentally hear him twice.
Yeah, I mean, that'll definitely do it.
100%. Let me get the link there for that for you. I posted that in the casting chat for you, Chloe.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, thank you.
I'll post it in staff chat there for you, Llama. I am quite ready for this. This is gonna be exciting. I was hoping we would get a tiebreaker because I figured we'd probably get some tiebreakers tomorrow, but I really wanted there to be a tiebreaker on the first day because
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that we have a tiebreaker today. Like, honestly, with the fact that we were taking this many teams and we again are super close. There's definitely it's crazy how tightly contested this top part is right now. With the fact that there were literally 2, 4, 5 teams that got 26 points. Like,
I know.
It's kind of nutty right now.
Yeah, it's insane. I thought that it was gonna be not nearly as down to the wire because for getting 21 points is a lot. I know that some teams were thinking they could probably sneak by if they were getting maybe 18 points or so going on in, but clearly that is not the case here. If you're going into the Bean Brawl, you're gonna have to put on your A game in order to make it on through. Which, speaking of, if you guys are interested in joining future Bean Brawl events, because this is an event that we are going to be having going on monthly, you are more than welcome to join the Discord server that we have for it. And after this tournament is completed and done and over, we'll be announcing the open registration for the next tournament sometime in likely a week or so. I'll figure out when I'll be able to swing that and get everybody together and coordinated for it. And if you are somebody who doesn't have a full team, it's okay. You can sign up as a drifter, which is somebody who is not having any knowledge or friends who want to be in the competitive Fall Guys scene. You can sign up as a partial team, or you could sign up as a full squad. Whichever floats your boat more is perfectly fine and is an option on the registration so that you can start getting into these if this is something that you really like and enjoy and want to join in the future. All right. Yes, they are.
Looks like we're slowly trying to get everything set up here, so bear with us as all the teams are getting set up, getting their servers set up, and getting everything in place so that they can play their tie-breaking games out. Absolutely.
I just gave the go-ahead for them to start their game, so we should be seeing them start here pretty immediately. The server advantage has already been cast, so they're all on the lobby with one another. Now, I know that Spark is very good at Fall Guys, obviously, with almost 2,500 wins, and he also knows how to grief quite well, so the fact that they're all going to be in the same lobbies together, as Professor is very good at griefing. I am not super familiar with Dino Ricard to know how good or bad they are at griefing with one another, but this will be interesting to see. I want to see hyper-aggressive gameplay, for sure.
I don't necessarily know out of Spark whether we're going to get hyper-aggressive. He's probably going to want to put himself into a situation that guarantees him not having to play that extra game and just get them into tomorrow. I imagine Professor is going to be somebody who's going to be aggressive, and I don't know enough about Dino to be able to make it any sort of idea as to what's going to be happening here.
Yep, and that's just going to be one thing that hopefully we see Chonky Thonkers in future tournaments as well, because they've been really sweet and awesome this entire time, and they play, obviously, quite well. To be able to be in this tie-breaking round to potentially make it to finals tomorrow is going to be very good to see them play with even more sweat and verve on the next one. And I was unaware Professor had 1,500 plus crowns. Holy smokes.
Oh, Professor's a monster at this game, yeah.
Professor is another guy. I feel so unworthy seeing everyone else's crown counts. I'm just like, Jesus. I never am able to compare. Although I see that Professor's rocking the Doom Guy skin. That Spark is going full duck And Dino Ricard is choosing a Jester bottom with
Yeah, it
a
looks like
plain
the
beanie
Jester
bottom.
bottom and a dark green top, as it
Yeah.
looks like Dino is actually rocking the first place here. Professor is coming right behind them, and Spark is in the middle of the pack here, but Spark gets the perfect Superman. Not only does he get the Superman, but he gets the fist to even throw him a little bit forward and make it so he doesn't just lag down. But I think they're... I'm not going to say anything yet. 2 people have already qualified.
Yep.
Oh, no. Professor was just that much further ahead. Okay.
Yeah, he was just leagues ahead of absolutely everybody else, and looking like Dino is also going to be making it. Oh, or not. Just getting the accidental fall on that one there. But as long as they... Oh, and there it is. All right, so all 3 of them made it through on that very first round. So it's going to be mostly on things such as roll-off, slime climb, anything that involves Pepto where they could be turned into nothingness. That's going to be where the really interesting parts of this tiebreaker is going to come in. And of course the finale as well, when they're all vying for that same crown. So good luck to all of the individuals on here. This is going to be the first of 2 different tie-breaking games that we're going to see tonight for placement tomorrow. The second round coming on through here. I'm hoping that it's something like Slime Climb, honestly, or another perfect match death match. Just we already had one. I would love to see another.
You're literally just asking for like the world to be attacked.
I want to give them the hardest matches possible, all right? Because I think that would be fun.
They just want to know if they get to move on to tomorrow. I don't think they're worried about fun. They just want to see if they can make it. And you're asking for the world to burn.
Absolutely. I want to have it burn and breathe in the fumes. Also, thank you to that beautiful raid from Professor, who unfortunately their team did not make it into the Sunday qualifications tomorrow, but we would love to see them back for future tournaments. And on this Dizzy Heights, there's not a lot that can go on here other than them guaranteeing that they qualify. But
yeah, the more pressing thing is going to be what's going to happen with that 30-person qualifier number, because again, that could be a 3-team game. Obviously, it's not going to impact them too much because, you know, if they all go out at the same time, they all go out at the same time. However,
exactly.
It's going to run into the situation of we're going to get past these race levels, and then we're going to start wondering, okay, are we going to get like a Freezy Peak? Are we going to get a Slime Climb? Are we going to start seeing these levels that you can potentially be a little bit more tactical, a little bit more aggressive?
Yep. And that's really going to be the long and the short of it, because they could end up getting into situations where it's a team game, and then it's something like Tiptoe, which you could be aggressive on Tiptoe. Even though it doesn't have slime on it, you could still screw over your teammates, your opponents here pretty easily on that one. But at the potential detriment to yourself, I'm not sure if it would be worth it or not. But it seems like with these games that they've been getting so far, it's really just going to come down to seeing who clutches it out in the finale. Among everything else. And no, I can't because I don't have the... Actually, I might be able to put their team names on above them if I steal them from the other ones that I had before.
Yeah.
Yay, yay.
And they're going to go into a snowy scrap here, so while you set up that, I'll talk about their snowy scrap here.
Perfect.
Honestly, it's a team game, so just expect them to make it through. Expect them to narrow the list down from 30 down to 20, and at that point, you could start potentially, God forbid, you could potentially start seeing a final at 20. You don't want to see that. It's not going to be a team game after that, but there is the chance of starting to get into finals territory after this game.
Yep.
So we see all these players are slowly pushing their ball, making it forward, and you have about a solid lead for yellow team. It's about 30% or so, and yellow and blue. Actually, blue is doing a little bit better right now, and they're kind of just fighting for each other. It's whoever gets the fist at that point is going to have the lead here. So both teams are kind of just waiting for the fist to push them here. But yeah, the more impressive thing is that red team is struggling to get their ball forward. They're down about 15%, and you actually see Dino is running off right now to try to stop red team, and they position themselves a little bit poorly and end up running into a situation where the ball just kind of skips past them. But now every color is on this red ball, so we're running into the situation of that the red ball is just kind of stagnant here. Every team is here, and with somebody I actually just watched just straight up left the game as
Oh,
red team
jeez.
still only has 42%, and both other teams have 90% here, and it's looking like it's going to end in a matter of seconds right now, and red team is unfortunately the weakest link, and they're going to be gone.
Well, it's just kind of what happens on that one. If you aren't working together as a team, then you're gonna get eliminated. And when you're just shoved in with randos, there's only so much you can do.
Yep, so we're going to go down to 20 total people here, and we're going to start potentially seeing finals territory, and it's going to be really interesting to see what possible is the next thing here.
Right. There we go.
And we're going to get a block party here, so this will be an interesting one. I expect our 3 competitors to make it through this far at this point. However, it's going to be interesting to see if someone like Professor ends up going into a more aggressive play style and trying to remove the competition and guarantee gas making it into the next round.
Yes. Well said. And there's a lot of griefing that could be done here on Block Party. So you could try to force your opponents, if you get any of those boxes that come in, onto that so that they're guaranteed to not be able to go through. Or you could try and force them.
You actually see Dino is getting grabbed by this random owl here.
Yeah.
And it's looking like there's a little bit of a hands grabby going on. The ducks in terms of just Spark is spinning around. Professor's kind of just waiting it out, not really looking to do anything. I think he just wants to get through this right now.
I think he is not thinking about playing aggressively whatsoever. He's just thinking, if I make it to the finals, that's going to be where I shine. That's going to be where I can grab the crown and guarantee that my team makes it on into tomorrow's games.
Yeah, for sure. And at this point, it's just going to be a matter of seeing what variant we're going to be here yet, or what variant we're going to be seeing here, because at this point, it looks like nobody's going to try to make any aggressive play. Although, Dino's getting a little grabby here and actually trying to grab X here, and X ends up being able to grab back. Dino falls backwards a little bit. Dino's ragdolling here as X is kind of just trying to get away as they're kind of going back and forth at each other. Dino knows what they want to do, and actually Dino's now getting grabbed by this assassin here.
Oh, wow. I like that at least one person on this match wanted to get a little grabby. I think that
and we have the
makes
hard
it
variant
very
here,
interesting.
So this is going to be really interesting to see.
This is the hard one. Oh! And he was able to jump up and get on top get that bump on. That very well done on Professor.
He used Spark's head.
He did. He
yeah.
he bippity boppity booped and said, I'm gonna use you specifically. Well done to Professor on that one there. That is a very hard thing to pull off, so.
All right, so I don't know how many people ended up dying there. It looks like actually
not a lot.
Not many people. Yeah, we're only down to 17, so we might be getting another game here. Despite that hard variant, not many people ended up dying here.
Yep. Unfortunately, which means they're probably going to go into or they're going to get a 17-person jump showdown.
Okay, so let's see who ends up getting through here. It's going to be a really interesting scenario.
Oh!
We're going to have one of the best possible levels to get some griefing going on here.
My God.
You can see every chat is pretty much excited, whether it's ours, whether it's the individual streamers.
Oh my God, this is gonna be so good! The possibilities for griefing are enormous.
Truly, truly, truly.
So, Chloe, if you were in here on a 17-person jump showdown, tell me what you would do.
Murder.
Murder. Just straight murder.
Yeah. So honestly, if you wanna be aggressive early on here, your best scenario is you're gonna be wanting to set up closer to where the tiles have already fallen.
Right.
And you're gonna try to go for those little tap grabs close to the people who are catching the edge. Because even if you don't get the full desync and catch them into the pole, just being able to knock them back a little bit is enough to push them off. As you see 4 people just kind of fall off together.
Yep.
So we're running into the situation here where you're going to probably not see any aggressive play because nobody wants to make that a necessary risk right now. You see Sparks kind of just jumping in and out. Dino might be the one to kind of look for this play to try to give them the best chance because they were the one willing to go for it before. And
It looks
Professor's
like
kind
it.
of just playing the back and trying to avoid everybody here.
And it looks like he's not wanting to go aggressive at all, which is interesting. I would think that you would want to specifically go for your opponents because the randos are just there, right? You can assume that they're just kind of skill level. Maybe you have a good one, but you know 2 of the people in there are going to be really good. And I do see Spark going after Dino, trying to go for those
here's
grabs.
the thing about that. You know that these 2 people are good, and that's exactly why you aren't sure if you want to go for that play at that point, because you don't you can trust that the NPCs are going to go off, but you can't trust whether or not these people are going to go off. So it's kind of just like right now, it's if I can sort of wane out the group and then wait a little longer before I try to go for a play, it's probably better than getting yourself into a reckless situation where if they grab you, they're going to try to get you back and possibly just take the L for both of you.
Very, very good point. I didn't think about it that way. And it looks like Dino's trying to grab Spark, though. With the way that...
Dino's definitely looking around trying to grab.
Oh, going in on that one there. Wasn't able to do... Oh, Spark fell over, but was able to get up because it's not going fast enough for that to really matter. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
however,
Everybody's going after
is
Spark.
ragdolling. Dino's now getting those grabs on Spark, so Spark's going to be a little concerned here.
Yeah.
Dino is actually doing his best job of trying to just cause a little bit of havoc here as we're down to half the lobby at this point. And
Spark going for the grabs on
goes
Professor.
in for the cheeky grab on X and then grabs Dino. Dino flips over. Dino gets ragdolled and Dino's out.
Oh,
so it's down to
no.
X and Professor fell over, but Professor gets themselves back up. X is still here, so it's a 1v1 in terms of our tournament competitors, and X wants to go for that.
X is trying
Let's see if
hard.
he's gonna do it.
Oh, trying to go in on the murder for Spark.
Yeah, Spark goes for the NPC grab. The NPC lives.
Yeah, the NPC is able to make it happen.
Kind of vibing close to him. It's kind of just like so. Right now, I think Spark's trying to use the Triceratops kind of as like a shield buffer.
It seems
although
like
he
it.
does try to go for that right there, but if you kind of use
Yep.
that, it makes it harder for Professor X to try to get up to you because you're ending up trying to make it so that their grab hits them instead of this exact person here.
Yeah, I think that him using the Triceratops as that mid buffer because he has to kind of go through him first is very smart on X's logic there because they're and he gets
X
eaten
falls
off.
over, so Spark it just needs to win this year.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the boys are gonna make it into day 2.
Yep.
I didn't necessarily see what happened to him. All I saw was a little ragdoll, a little fall. Maybe he wanted to go for a grab. Maybe he ended
don't
up
know.
using a jump input. But as of right now, Spark just needs to beat 2 other NPCs here.
Yeah, that was and one of the NPCs just gets completely
Yeah.
ragdolled and taken away
It's a
to
1v1.
Peptoland.
Spark knows he can do this before he doesn't need a grab. He's gonna play it safe. This person doesn't want to grab him. It looks like he's just gonna
Yep.
time it out. He's gonna guarantee his team making it into day 2.
Yeah, and it seems like Spark has no interest whatsoever in going for the grab to try and murder that NPC. He's just fine with vibing out and timing it out at this point. He's not looking for it, which means that it's going to be up to Gas and Chonky Thonkers to have a 2v2 tiebreaker to see who is the other team that's going to make it into tomorrow, assuming, of course, that Spark is able to clutch this for the boys.
Yeah. And again, I'm pretty sure Spark's gonna be able to clutch this here. The only way he loses this is if he just kind of has his controller stop working on him. He's got 2,476 crowns. He's gonna get 77 here. He's gonna be able to
He's
pull this
timed out
off.
a few in his day, and there it is.
He's
there
timed
it
out a
is.
few today, probably, and there he goes.
Well done. GG's to the boys for getting that crown and securing their team on into the finals tomorrow, which means that we just need to set up for the other 2 people, whoever Gas wants as their second representative and whoever Chonky Thonkers wants as their second representative for getting into the same lobby for this final tiebreaker of tonight. And I will have the random number assignment for host advantage on that as well. But in the meantime, while we get that multi-stream and all of that set up, we'll go back onto our caster screen here. That was a very, very good tiebreaker. The fact that they got a jump showdown filled my heart with glee. I was just thinking of all the ways they could, and they delivered. They played very well in griefing one another and trying to go for some micro grabs for mental plays and some actual grabs to get rid of their opponents.
Yeah, it definitely was a surprisingly exciting final there. Despite the lack of grabbing, there was still enough impact between each other that you were running into the situation of both of these players just getting into their head. You saw Spark being able to grab Professor trying to get up there, Dino grabbing everybody on that block party. You did see the aggressive plays trying to pay off. Unfortunately, no one ended up dying from it.
Yep. And it just comes out to work that way for these guys, unfortunately, but they still have another chance at victory. They can still come out on top with it, and it will be very interesting to see how that works. I'll make sure to have the names of Chunky Thonkers and Gas up on the screen as well, now that Spark City's guaranteed that his team is going to be making it in to have a good shot at the $1,000 of cash prizes that we have going on tomorrow.
Yeah. While we're trying to get everybody in place here, I'm gonna run to the bathroom, so I'm
That's
gonna leave you two
perfectly
real
fine.
quick.
Absolutely. Yep, that was amazing. Frozen Scout, everybody getting that crown. Holy shit. Today has been such a crazy day of clutch wins, very close games. I mean, we've had some ones where everything fizzles out too, unfortunately, but it's been just non-stop amazing action, and tomorrow is going to be some really good action too. I'm very excited to see the teams full sweat it out for the prizes going on tomorrow. All right, so it looks like Be More Royal is going to be Gas's second representative, going alongside Professor X, and Team Chunky Thonkers is figuring out who they want to have their second person be as well. I didn't call out any teams, all right, Mallet? You are saying things in chat that then now link people back to you, so that's completely on you. More than anything. I know!
Okay.
Oh, hello. Welcome back.
Hi. Thanks.
Yes. All right. Let me go ahead and see. I'm going to be having the two here. Ba-ba-ba-ba. All right. Host advantage has now been decided. And we just have to get everybody into the same lobby now, and then we'll be good to go. So, Chloe, who do you think are going to be the top 4 teams tomorrow? If you had to put a bet down, you had a gun held to your head, and they said, who's going to be top 4 tomorrow? Who would you say?
I would say, please don't make me pick, because every day of Fall Guys is different, and I'm just going to pick... I'm just going to watch and be happy that I'm not commentating that.
That's true. It's going to be Neon Caster tomorrow, who's very excited for it and interesting. And it looks like they've chosen Jinsane, who we were watching on Chonky Thonkers earlier today, actually, for the other teammate. So now they just have to all get into the same lobby for it. So it looks like Dino Ricard and Jinsane are going to be representing Chonky Thonkers, while Professor X and Be More Royal are going to be fighting it out for Gas's potential entry into tomorrow's tourney.
Yeah, that sounds like the two that I would have expected out of Gas there. I mean, those I don't know about their 4th member, Crazy Train. I'm pretty sure that Be More Royal has more wins than Crazy Train, though, so if they wanted to go with the people who have just won the most, that's the best case scenario for them. Crazy Train is in chat right now, so they could correct me whether or not I'm wrong, and if I am wrong, I apologize.
Yep, I mean, that's well said. I think that's a very, very good point.
But I think that was probably part of it. And on top of that, I'm pretty sure that those are the two people that, like, when I think of Gas, I probably, like, I don't know. I see Crazy Train around as, like, a community member, and they are part of Gas, but, like, I know Royal, I see around, and I see Professor X in every tournament possible, and it's just, like, I don't know. I feel like those are the two that kind of mesh.
Yep, and, yeah, very, very good point. I'm just moving the names of the teams currently so that we can, see them and have them all be where they need to be. That way you guys can see whose teams are going up against whose for these here, because it's going to be an interesting final tiebreaker. I'm just so thrilled we get this fun content. It's not great to be on Team Gas or Chonky Thonkers to be in the situation. You know, you want to always be in the situation where you guaranteed that your team had made it in, but God, as the caster and viewer, this is great. The stress of being in the tournament versus hosting the tournament is completely different. I just get to watch the chaos and evil go through.
Yeah, it's a very different feel than being as like a caster than being a part of like the tournament. It's kind of funny because like you feel a lot less stress, but
Yep.
you obviously have the stress of being like a good commentator, being on the whole time. But it's
Oh, of
a
course.
different stress. Being in their shoes, like I do not want to be in their shoes at all right now. I would much rather be sitting here cozy, sitting in my chair, watching y'all being able to commentate than have to be in this tie-breaking game.
Oh yeah, of course. And having to be in that situation for getting everybody in there and being like, oh, okay, now I have a teammate and we have to be in comms together and be communicating, because now that you have a situation where you're not on your own representing your team, you're working with another person, there's a lot more room for just intelligent, cohesive attacks. Kind of reminds me of how orcas work together to go after a seal in the water and they talk in order to take out their prey. I'm hoping that Gas and Chonky Thonkers go full orca on one another. 100%.
I can safely say I never expected full orca to be what I imagined would be the thing to be
Well,
describing this final game that we're going into here.
orcas are extremely savage animals, alright? I don't know,
I mean,
everybody
they
likes
are.
to...
I just don't think that I was ready for you to compare our two teammates here to orcas battling it out.
Well, if you have a better scenario, then there it is. I know what she's talking about too. I'm sure most people that have seen any kind of nature documentaries on orcas know exactly what
Nope,
we're talking
can't
about
say
and how
I
it's
ever
happening.
have.
You haven't? Have you never seen Blue Planet or any of that?
Nope.
Really?
Nope.
Interesting.
Damn,
Yep.
nature's scary. What can I say?
Nature is super scary, dude. Nature is not a friendly creature. All right, it looks like they're getting each other's Steam IDs to load up into the same lobby, so we should have the two teams in the same lobby here in the next couple minutes or so. For getting this coordinated and together. Boop. The only perfect score, interestingly enough, that we got today was from Danger's team on Team Awoo. But we had two perfect, near perfect scores of 26 up on the board, which was nothing to scoff at. Tomorrow we're also going to be seeing a lot of 3 episodes, and only when we get to the quarterfinals and beyond are we going to be seeing teams do 5 episodes long, and then in the finals it's going to be 7 episodes that the teams have to go up against one another with. Alright, there we go. Perfect. Ooh. Oh, I recognize those emotes, Try, as I look back at chat now. I'm moving back in between the 2 different ones of them there. Those would be Bay's emotes. Which, speaking of, guys, if you don't know Bay Ginning, she is another member of the Fall Guys community. She's not only a caster, but she has also started to move into coaching a little bit for Fall Guys, for people who want to get more serious on the competitive scene with it, and is a competitor herself doing tournaments on the reg. And she's very close to being able to do a partner push to be able to get that sexy little check mark next to her name and more emote slots, because that's the best thing about being partners. So if you guys haven't, go to her channel, same spelling as it is on her screen right here. Give her a follow, help her get closer to that goal of all the emotes, of all the things in such and WoW. And also just major thank you for casting this with me today, because it's been a great time. It's been a long day, but it's been a good day.
Yeah, we're not gonna talk about how tired I am and how we're at this point been going almost 7 hours here, and I'm just like.
It's been I guess I was gonna say 7.5 hours, but it's actually been, yeah, 7 hours because of the 30-minute countdown that we had.
Yeah, and the fact that I had to get ready a little bit earlier so that you could get everything set up. Yeah, no, I'm tired. It's been going on for a little bit now.
You're doing a great job. Absolutely amazing. They are super cute emotes, right? Bay has an absolutely cute chibi fucking face in all of her emotes, and it's quite
Savannah's
amazing.
one of my mods, so she might be a little biased.
Hey, you know what? That's fine. We accept the bias here. We accept it. And also, the teams are now ready to go. Chalky Thonkers and Gas are having their screens up, getting on in. Peachy Shade, or Spade, thank you for following, babe. Appreciate that. And as well, if you guys have any channel points, make sure to have them go to boosting the stream. It's up for 48 hours, so we should be able to have it go on tomorrow too, which, when a boost happens, for example, it goes to the front page of Twitch, and more people are able to see it. So tomorrow, when there's all the hype of the finale going on, it's gonna be very nice to see it be a little elevated on Twitch, so that potentially more people could come in and be interested about Fall Guys too. I do have to say that their anti-snipe me screen with the granny is interesting. An interesting choice.
My favorite. I mean, I love when people just get the first stock image that they see to cover up the screen.
With the freaking watermarks all over the image, you know, they're just like, and we're doing it.
Not even full screen, just
nope.
Granny sitting there.
There's no time for full screen. You need to grab it as a PNG and go. That's all that needs to happen. All right, so this is it. This is the last game of today for Saturday. For those of you who have been here since the start of the stream, you're fucking awesome. For those of you guys who came halfway through, you're fucking awesome. And to anybody who may have just been popping in, you're also fucking awesome. Because you guys are being a part of this. This is the first Bean Brawl tournament that has occurred. It's going to be a monthly event. So if you are excited about these are teams you're going to be able to root on and encourage to get that crown and get those cash prizes for many more months to come. And if you yourself want to go up against these teams too, you absolutely can. And if you join the Bean Brawl Discord server, you can join it, and when we announce the next tournament for open registration, sometime in February, will be when the next tournament is going to happen. You can be on the ready with notifications turned on for that to occur. Ooh, you've been in here lurking since the start? And that's what we love to see, Yancy. You love to see it. Also, if you guys have not already spammed the shoe for the production crew, since we're getting towards the end of the night, let's give a huge fucking thank you, especially with them working together and coordinating to get these tiebreakers, which of course aren't a part of the schedule and happen when there's something else going on. And it shows their great communication skills and the fact that this tournament wouldn't be able to run nearly as smoothly as it has been without them. Thank you, Orange Octopus, for the shoe spam. Make sure that you guys show the mods some love, because they're working their asses off doing this for everybody because of how much they love Fall Guys and the community that we have here, and we freaking love to see it. You'll love to see it. There's no way that this is gonna last longer than 45 minutes, so I think you'll be okay with that one there, Auntie.
I don't know.
Okay, if there were... The only way it would last longer than 45 minutes, Bae, is if Chonky Thonkers and Gas end up going into 2 games together where none of them end up getting the crown. Twice in a row. Which would be...
I mean, what about a server disconnect?
I mean, yeah. Or a double crown. That's true. If one person from each team ends up getting a crown, like they time out a jump showdown or something. That could be another potential. But again, they'd have to do that twice in a row, and the likelihood of that happening in Fall Guys is just infinitesimally small. Chonky Thonkers is having Dino Ricard and Jin Sane be the people on there. So Dino Ricard and Jin Sane, I believe, _80C is the other teammate there, with Be More Royal and Professor. Hey, look at me remembering things. I got you. And Professor X. Let me make sure I spell his name right. Professor X. Yep. I swear to God, I just looked at it and I have no idea.
You got it. I got it.
Okay, there it is. For the other 2 here. So if you guys want to show them some loves, then please be sure to go hit up their channels too. Oh yeah, if you survive longer, then that works as well. For example, Dino, if you and Jinsane make it to the finals and Be More Royal and Professor got eliminated on round prior, then you guys guarantee yourself victory to the next one. You don't have to get the crown at that point because you already were better than them by making it further into the game. I just don't see that happening because of how good both teams are. I predict both of the teams, Chunky Thunkers and Gas, making it to the finals and having to beat each other to the death to see who ends up getting the crown on that one. For all the things there. And with all the team, as long as they ready up and go on in, then we're good to go. And we can get it started.
Yeah, slowly but surely we'll get into this final game here.
And Crazy Train's emotes as well. Who do you guys think is going to be the winner of this one? It's gonna be close. They're both extremely good teams. Very talented. They have a lot of good players on each one. I'm not as familiar with Chunky Thunkers as I am with Gas, since this is the first tournament that I've had the privilege of being with Chunky Thunkers on. But just from what I've seen them do today, they have showed that they are very much so a force to be reckoned with in the community. Chunky isn't readying up. Dino Ricard and Jinsane, if you guys will ready up your characters. That way we can get on into the game. Let's see. If the lobby is broken, you can always leave, make a new lobby, and then re-invite each other back in as well. Sometimes lobbies break in Fall Guys, and if that's the case, you just have to make a new one. Which I know that's happened to me before. I'll play in a game with people for hours and hours and hours, and they just... it'll just eventually break because they can't handle it anymore. And the same can happen, especially if you're playing with people from all over the world in different regions. It can make it extremely difficult. Because Fall Guys is trying very hard to have everybody have a server not lag each other out. Which doesn't always happen, of course. Let's see. I'm trying to get confirmation that everybody is readying up. I'm trying to see if the lobby is broken between them or not, and if they need to create a new one, or if they're actually good to go.
You do whatever you need to. I'll just sit here and think that I look pretty.
I mean, you do look pretty. You don't have to think that you do. It's a fucking fact.
No.
All right. All right, Bay getting is Bay. Thank you very much.
I mean, it's in the name.
Right? Come on now. You can't name yourself that and then not be freaking amazing, which you absolutely deliver on.
Name. I just had somebody give it to me.
How did you get your username?
Well, I was beginning for a while, so when I came out, my friend started calling me Bay at beginning, so it kind of just, worked.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
There it is. All right. Apparently, they are all ready to go. So if they're not having a lobby broken, I think we should be okay. Indeed, all the things, all the love, all the wow. And I appreciate you guys being patient with it. This is an international tournament, so anybody from all around the world is allowed and encouraged to join and be a part of it. And sometimes it just makes it difficult with coordinating, so I appreciate you guys being patient while we get everybody together. But it looks like we finally got everyone loaded up, so let's go!
I see a hit parade. Where you going?
We're in here. I love it. You love to see it. It's all in. All right, it's gonna be a very tame first round
Oh,
on this
sorry,
final
both team-
tiebreaker.
both teams are in the same lobby. They gotta back out.
Of course. Let's not go through that again. We'll just allow it to happen this time.
Yeah,
It's fine.
we'll just let it pass here, as they're gonna easily just kind of make it through here. I don't think there's gonna be any sort of aggressive play up until.
There's nothing to be aggressive
yeah.
on.
The only time you'll see an aggressive play is probably gonna be coming up into after like round 2.
Yeah, and like I said, unless there's a Pepto round or something that they could be cheeky with, like tiptoe, or potentially a vertical seesaw, which really you need 3 people for, so it would be interesting to see anybody try and actually grab or make any moves
Yeah.
this early on.
However, we see all of the people make it through here, no problem. In fact, X over there gets the first place, even though it doesn't really even matter.
Nope, but that's okay. Because at the very least, oh, I see a 40 for a potential jinx coming in on this second round here.
I mean, it's not like it's gonna matter. If they get the jinx, they all just move to the next game and have to go again.
It's
Like,
not, but it just makes me
Yeah. Also, with how long
smile.
that they're taking to meet somebody left, so there's no way it's gonna do that.
I hope not. Oh no. We'll see. Is it gonna be? Oh, it's ski fall.
It's a ski fall.
All right.
Yeah.
It's the
Don't
Fall Guys
worry,
gods.
I am your voice of reason, chat. I am your one to tell you that it won't be a jinx. I am the one that wants you all to be able to not have to.
The Fall Guys god said, "All right, not this time. You shall be okay."
Dino's gonna go hard to the right there and just skip over everything.
It looks like he's just going for the 3 gold hoops.
Yeah,
Oh,
although
but got hit by
immediately
that
gets their head
ringus.
destroyed.
Ringus dingus.
Or as Spark likes to call it, the sleigh bell, and it gets absolutely into Dino's face, and unfortunately really slows down any sort of momentum for Dino here, as the
It
first
really
couple
does.
people are qualifying in. One of them, of course, being Professor X already, and Dino's sitting there with 9 points, slowly trying to get through. As about half the lobby's already taken spots here, Dino has 10, there's 6 spots remaining. It's getting a little dicey for them if they can't get this gold here. What's gonna happen? And they don't get this gold.
Oh,
2
they
spots remaining.
don't.
Is Dino just gonna not be able to make it here? They have 1 spot remaining. They
Oh,
have to get the point
he's
here,
not
and
gonna
they do.
make it.
Dino's
Oh.
out.
Dino. Oh no. Dino was out. Did Jinsane make it in?
I'm pretty sure, but that's not what you want to see there.
No, not at all. I mean,
That
that's
is
the
not
potential
what
for
you
Chunky
wanna see.
Thunkers making it to tomorrow is still there as long as Jinsane is in. But man, that's gonna be rough. With Gas
Yeah.
as in a good position right now, if they can have one person grief Jinsane on Freezy Peak, as long as the other one moves on to the next round, that's going to guarantee them moving on into tomorrow because their team will be moving on further than the other. So there could be some
Yeah.
very aggressive plays here.
It's going to be really interesting here as, yeah, we do have Jinsane still in here, and the 2 members of Gas are going to try to just get on through here. Professor has the perfect spawn, so he's going to not be going
Yep.
for anything aggressive. He's just going to take the first. He's just going to zoom on through. There
And it
shouldn't be
looks
anything
like-
that stops him from getting first right now
And
outside
it-
of his own volition.
It looks like Jinsane is not having any issues from anybody here. I was half expecting a member of Gas to just try and be a designated grabby grabber, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. It looks like they're all just kind of trying to make it on through and do their beanie best to
I mean, there's no
force on in there.
necessary. It's not necessarily that they are still going to be able to not go for it. They might still be looking to make that play, so it's going to be interesting to see here. But as of right now, Professor's going to just lazily wait and take the first place there.
Mm-hmm. And it does look like Jinsane's making it through, so
Yeah, and actually,
Chunky Thonkers is still in this.
Okay, yeah, everybody's in. So we got all 3 of the people still here.
Yep, everyone is still a part of it. Chonky Thonkers is potentially gonna be still representing their team, and then the 2 members of Gas moved on into that one there as well. With 14 people, I'm gonna say Fall Ball is probably the case here.
If it is Fall Ball, as some reminder to the chat here, if it is Fall Ball and they lose, will Gas still make it through because they had 2? It doesn't even matter because they get a Hoopsie Heroes, but...
They do get a Hoopsie Heroes there. If that situation was to occur, though, I would need to double check the rules on my tiebreaker, see if I accounted for that scenario. Because I do say, if even in round 3, if they do it, team 1 wins because they were able to make it in the round further. If tied teams make it to the finals and nobody wins the crown, then they would do it all over again. Since that case, it would be, I don't have that situation completely written out in the tiebreakers. I would say that if that did happen, because there was still a representative member of the team on it, even though there was still another member on in, that they would just do it again. And I would treat it kind of like a disconnect, and they would go on in. Because technically...
Ooh, X is actually going
the team is still representing them in the same round, just as far as the other one, even though they have another teammate in.
Yeah, if you look right now, X is consistently hunting down
Yeah,
Jinsane
he
here.
is.
But unfortunately, Jinsane had 5 already, so it's not going to matter, and Jinsane's going to make it through here.
Yeah, but if he had done that strat earlier on, that could have been a very good way to prevent them from going through, making sure that Be More Royal qualifies in and then just stick on Jinsane the entire time to completely cut them out of any hoops. That would have been a very interesting way to kind of format that. And Jinsane knows he's going to be targeted in the final after this, regardless of whatever the final is. So he has to go into this expecting to have an uphill battle for Chonky Thonkers.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a rough one.
Yep.
If you see like what you want to see if you're Jinsane here is a Fall Mountain. What you don't want to see is Jump Showdown, Thin Ice, Hexagon, anything that you can just really be hard punished and pretty much ruined for possibly dying on here. So
and it's a
Thin
Ice.
See that Thin Ice. So
Ooh.
it's gonna be a run for your life here if your name is Jinsane, and they're just going to be constantly on the move, constantly having to make sure that they don't end up getting anywhere near Professor or Royal.
Yep. And, I mean, with how many times we've seen this today, I'm not too surprised that this ended up being the finale. But, oh, it looks like Jinsane's actually, going in and, just trying his best to avoid everyone as much as possible, which makes sense, but oh, it's gonna be
just going for these like tap grabs. I don't necessarily know if he wants to go for these grabs or not, but they're sitting there just like looking. X just keeps putting themselves close to the edge, and every time that they do, Jinsane just runs over there, but they're not committing to the grab. It's very interesting.
It's more like they're trying to do it as a mental tactic.
Yeah,
or saying I will grab you at any point.
I feel like X is purposely walking to the edge to try to get Jinsane's attention, so I'm not surprised that this is not even a mental thing from Jinsane's end, but X's end.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to play out, but I'm very interested in seeing it!
Yeah, that's for sure.
Because Be More Royal and his beautiful potted plant glory hanging out in the middle section. We see Professor's just really cutting out himself. He's not trying to do an island, he's just trying to get rid of as much as possible and staying as close to Jinsane as he can.
Yeah, I think he wants to stay in like a similar position as Jinsane right now. He's not necessarily looking to be in the same area, but just kind of keep him honest and make sure that he puts himself into these situations where he has to be looking. But actually Professor X just cuts off this area completely, and now it's next to impossible for anybody else. And actually you see Royal's cutting it off too. So Royal's guaranteeing that Professor X is going to be alone for the rest of this game here, and now
that's
X
amazing.
Is going to jump it out.
Yeah, because now he just needs to be as slow as possible. Holy cow!
Yeah. And
Jinsane
somebody tries to get over there to him.
Royal is going straight for Jinsane.
Yeah.
He's like, nah, fam, I'm gonna grab you.
There. And actually, Jinsane wins. Jinsane gets Royal.
Jinsane got rid of Royal. Holy cow!
What the heck? So Jinsane is hanging on here, but it's looking like this NPC on the other end might actually have more space here. Jinsane is going to have less space than X.
Unless he can get over to that island it's not gonna work out. It looks like this is the end for
Yeah.
Jinsane. He just does not have enough real estate to make this work. With that huge island that Professor carved out for himself, and then that other NPC, I mean, the only thing that could happen here that would mean that Chonky Thonkers could still be in this is if Professor ends up losing to the NPC. If that
Which is
happens, because
potentially gonna happen here with how much space the other person has.
yeah, GG. There is still a potential though for Chonky Thonkers to have another chance at this, because if Professor X loses, since both teams made it into the finals and neither gets the crown, that would force a rematch. So it's gonna be Battle of the Islands here.
It's not gonna be a battle of the islands. I think it's gonna be just a pray to God that the other person whiffs or misses a jump input, because we
Yep.
know whose island is more right now.
Yeah, we do. And that's the only situation currently. Oh my gosh, this dwarf is playing very well, and it's just gonna take one missed jump input. You see that X is lasered in, is focusing on making sure that he's getting all of his jump there, so oof. It could be a timeout.
Yeah.
If they actually end up timing it out and they end up getting the... they both get a crown. I mean, because he gets a crown, that would be Chonky Thonkers out of the tournament.
Yeah, so at this point, that's probably your best case scenario for X here, is just hoping for that timeout here. I don't necessarily know how long that they've been going on here for, but that's really the only
Yeah.
scenario that I foresee you here getting. But actually, I see the timer is there. They have another minute, so there's no way that it's going to happen.
No, if there's still 60 seconds left on the clock, then
Yeah.
that's not going to be a timeout scenario. That Elder just really needs to miss a jump input here, or get freak out, choke, and run the rest of his islands to death. That would be X's scenario, but it's getting down to the wire now.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely close
Ooh.
here.
Unless...
Nope, the other
No!
person wins.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was down to that last single tile, and the NPC gets it. So in a crazy turn of events, Chonky Thonkers and Gas are going to go against each other again in another potential for going on into tomorrow's thing. Professor couldn't have played any better. Gas did an incredible job on that. Holy cow, it was 26 seconds away from getting timed out.
Yeah, they needed just slightly more space and it would have been a timeout, but at the same time, they needed like one other tile and they would have been able to make it through there no problem. Just
Yeah.
literally down to the last couple seconds there, which has kind of been the story of some of these Thedices today, just down to the last couple seconds.
Yeah, and we almost saw Hexagon get timed out by one of the teams earlier today as well. Team Gas actually almost timed out a Hexagon, so we know that they know exactly how to dial in and take full advantage of the clock on any of the ones here, but whether it's a Thin Ice or a Hexagon final there. That is... talk about close, holy cow! I did not expect an NPC to get that, that's for sure.
And it doesn't stop ending, and it doesn't stop ending,
And it doesn't stop.
ending. We're still
and
here.
yes.
We're not done. They're still going.
Let me... You know what, Braving? Let me do another random number generation to see who gets potential advantage on that one here. And let me type that in on you here. Alright. NPCs are too stacked! That particular NPC was great. And knew exactly what was happening. Did a great job. Oh my gosh. This has been so close! If you guys are wondering when tomorrow is going to start, we are going to be having the teams drop down at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, just like we had them start today at 1 p.m. PST, and then go on from there for the rest of the tournament. So make sure that you guys are here for the action of the top 12 teams tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We'll be going live earlier, just like we did today, to let people come in, get to their seats, etc. For the other one there. I did another coin flip for the host advantage, Chewy, and already gave the staff the information on that for who is going to have host advantage. Oh yeah, absolutely. The non-participating champion there did did a great job. As far as the golden outfits, though, for crown ranks, I think the only thing that I would even want to get would be the golden knight, because I think that looks really, really cool. But the fact that you have to be at Kawaii Neko Waifu or Crow Jirai's level in order to get that makes me know and think that that's never going to be something I achieve in my lifetime. But unfortunately, that is the case there. All right, there it is. All right, so we should be good to ready up. Let me just send a message to my staff, and then we can watch into the nether game. Perfect. And outside of the tournament, if any of you guys ever want to come back in the future, not only is there Fall Guys, but there's several other things that happen on this channel as well. Because I'm a variety streamer, so I do everything from retro to Nintendo to visual novels, etc. on this channel. And Fall Guys is a large part of it too, because I freaking love this game. So if you guys ever want to come back, if you followed and want more Fall Guys, there's that. But there's also a lot more that we offer in addition here in our community, and I'd love to see you guys come back for more outside of the tournament too. All right. They should be queued up and good to go. I'm getting confirmation from the staff, so we'll be able to hit that up here in just a moment. Boop. Wonderful. All right. So after their stock image, sniper no sniping, and professors be right back. In the next minute or so, we should get into the tournament gameplay. Really quick while this is going on, before we get on into it, I'm going to go to the bathroom myself. So Chloe, I'm gonna leave holding down the fort to you for a second.
Alrighty, so they're loading in as we have Lekka walking away onto this Night Fever here. So we're gonna be sitting here, just kind of waiting it out. You know, again, it's a Night Fever, especially vanilla with one Yeetus at the end here, so you don't expect anybody to not make it through here, but at the same time, we had some unfortunate play by the end of Chunky Thonkers in that previous game, and one of their teammates died relatively early on. So who knows, maybe we could possibly lose somebody else here, but regardless, the round starts. 42 people are going to make it through here on this Night Fever, so it is one of those dreaded numbers that you don't want to see, and I'm not going to continue talking about it after that. We're going to have Professor casually run straight through, going to really be in no situation to worry right now, but you can see all of these arrows are in front of Dino, very far out, as you can only imagine that it's going to be Professor and Royal just kind of casually running on through. There's really no one that's going to be catching here. Royal is by far even further ahead of Professor X as they kind of dominate this Night Fever, getting a 34 time there, and even the 38 that comes out from X is insane. Anything under like a 39 is a crazy time. That and
The
both
fact
of them
38
getting it there is
seconds!
ridiculous.
Holy
Well, 38
moly.
is only X's.
I know,
Royal
the
in
fact that
itself got like a
Royal
34.
just dominated that, going ahead of him. When I saw that getting second place, he was able to get 38. That means that, yeah, that's an incredibly fast score for Night Fever.
It was about a 34.
That's amazing. I think the fastest time I've ever gotten on Night Fever was probably 38 seconds, but not 38 exactly. Like Professor here got 38, like barely 38 essentially. So that's amazing to see. With how many were qualifying on this one? 41? Okay, that's a good number.
41,
that's a good number for them to have. Perfect. That makes it Jinx Gone territory, which is exactly what you want to see. And hopefully they get something like a Slime Climb, or they can't have a team game, because even though it's not divisible by 2, it's not divisible by 3 either.
41 is that number that you want to see. That
Yeah.
much is for sure.
They're gonna go straight into survey says hit parade. Okay. Pretty simple on this one. The potential for griefing, though, on the balls is there, but it's actually going to be the thick bonkuses rather than the traditional balls you see on Hit Parade. I was going to say, if it was the balls, you could have a situation where you have one teammate grab and hold on to another one if they're in front just enough so that they get whacked off to the side on the treadmill, which you could potentially do on the bonkuses as well, but it's just not as easy of a tactic on the bonkuses, I would think, as if the balls were their variants.
Yeah, and actually you see X ends up getting desynced a little bit and just kind of keeps getting ragdolled over, as he's going to have to try their best to make it forward here. It looking like you have Jinsane coming in the first place right now. Dino is currently right behind Professor, and actually Royal is just really wanting this game to end here, as he's again in dominant fashion, just running in first, just kind of taking it in.
Expect him to be first in everything now. The way that he dominates these maps, he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah. And actually, X was in a little bit of a trouble there and uses the hammers to great effect and gets himself in without really any worry whatsoever, placing 18th there.
Yeah, they did incredible on that. With 29 qualifying, again, they're avoiding a team game situation, which in this case isn't a big deal, because since it's a 2v2, if they end up losing a team game, again, they would just have to re-queue up, which I'm sure that these teams at this point are just wanting a solution and they don't want to have to do another re-queue. Hoopsie Legend. Now, we did see in the last one that you can get aggressive on this one if you want, where you can have one teammate on the ass of someone on your opponent's team to make sure that they do not get through their hoops to prevent them from qualifying.
Yeah, so what we saw there is that because Professor X had already had 5 out of their 6, they ended up sitting there just trying to grab repeatedly and try to deny Jinsane. As you actually see, Professor spots that gold, is going to try to go up there, and actually is going to secure that gold easily. Everybody else tries to go for the grab, but any experienced Fall Guys player knows that being able to dive up instead of grabbing is going to be faster than just grabbing that level. So
he tried to go for that grab on Jinsane too.
Really safe play.
Absolutely. Yep, and then making sure that his friend Royal had the best chance possible of getting through that gold by grabbing on some of the rando NPCs there as well, instead of going through to qualify, because kudos aren't a factor, so he doesn't need to get a bunch of points. I thought he was running around, but it looks like he just wanted to get the guaranteed qualification. Is going to leave the rest up to Royal. Yeah,
and Royal already has 2, about to get 3 here. And actually, we're watching Dino still has 0 out of 6 here, so they're in a little bit more of a precarious situation. At the same time, there is still only 1 out of the 17, 2 out of the 17 qualified for them, so it's not like they're in too much of a worry. So Royal is going to take their time, just gather up these single ladies. Dino is going to be looking to grab anything for themselves as they go for this gold here, and they
wow, they just ragdolled into it.
Literally drop kicked into the hoop.
They were not in control of that situation, but it turned out in their favor regardless.
I've never seen somebody just casually drop kick in, and Jinsane takes the gold there. So Jinsane's going to be in, Royal's going to be in, and it's just going to be a 1 point that Dino needs in order to get through, with 9 out of the spot taken, and yep, there they are. So all 4 people are going to be in the top half of the
That is insanity. All of them were able to make it through as well. All the teammates from all the different teams, so now they just have to wait for the other NPCs to finish up here before they get on into their next match. With 17, that again makes them avoid any unnecessary team games, assuming that nobody decides to DC, of course. Which means that there's more of a solution for things like, or potential for things like Tiptoe, Freezy Peak, you could also get aggressive on in this deathmatch tie-breaking round of 2v2.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see here, because with 17, we could possibly see something like a Jump Club. We could probably be seeing something like a Tiptoe. These are like some very cautiously scary levels for some of these players here that you're not going to want to be able to see.
Yep, absolutely. I completely agree. And it's going to be very, very... I just really want to see Pepto levels. I want to see, like, Slime Climb, even though we're not going to see it anymore, because we're well past the point where we would be able to get in from that. I want to see people aggressively going at each other and getting rid of their teammates as much as they can. If anything, another Jump Showdown would be an amazing final.
Yeah, Jump Showdown would be amazing, especially because we know that that would more than likely guarantee the ending of this round here. I would imagine we'd see some. So it'll be really interesting to see what kind of final we get here.
It looks like it's a semifinal now. It's going to be a fall ball going into whatever that is. So it looks like someone did leave. So it's going to be an 8v8 fall ball situation here.
Yeah, so they're really hoping to just get through here. They don't want to have this game end. They're going to just try to get through, get to the finals.
Yep. And with having 4 people who, I mean, there's no point in them not working together. At this point, Jinsane's going for the grabs on the robot opponent on the other team, and looks like they're just trying to go full offense on this here to make sure that they can go on through, and they're gonna get a goal. So now, at the very least, if they can just play keep away for the next minute and a half, they're fine. Because they're gonna be able to go into the finals here. And with 8 people, they're not gonna have the potential for Royal Fumble. So it's only gonna be Hexagon, Jump, or Thin Ice, or Roll Off. Which, of all of those situations, I know that I would want Jump.
Second goal coming in here, so it's going to be 2-0 with a minute left. As it looks like they got 1 ball in the offensive zone. Actually, both balls are now in the offensive zone, so it's looking like they have a great chance of being able to put more pressure on the yellow team and possibly be able to run up the score a little bit more.
Yep. There you
50
go.
seconds left. X is hitting the ball. Unfortunately, he misses as it goes into midfield, or midfield here.
And I mean, they could honestly just play defense the entire time. They don't even need to be going offensive because of the 2-0 situation that they're in. So it's really just easy cleanup for the blue team for Gas and Chonky Thonkers right now.
Yeah, honestly, it's just a matter of playing smart, playing it safe, and not really worrying about anything too much. They're obviously trying to score this goal here, but if they end up having both of these balls go back, just everyone can go back and play defense here. But they got 10 seconds left. Literally, you don't even need to score right now. If you keep both these balls here, you're pretty much going to be guaranteed making it to the next round. And just like that, it is going to be a 2-0 round, and they're going to go into the finals here with 8 people.
Easy peasy. And I did forget that Fall Mountain is a thing. Because I guess I just wrote it out of my memory there. So there's 5 different finales that we could be seeing come on in from these teams currently. And if it was a Fall Mountain situation, that's really the last final you want to see right now. Because there's not a whole lot you could do.
So we don't even have to worry about that.
Perfect! This is going to be a lot of strategy. This is going to be communications. They're going to have to be on point with one another. Figuring out and going on in. This is gonna be very, very sweaty and strategic, which you love to see. I am very glad to see this at their final, especially with it only being 8 people. There's a lot of real estate for them to all hang out with onto. Oh, Jinsei is gonna ragdoll trying to go for the grab on Professor.
And Dino falls all the way down to purple, so Professa's got great starting real estate here on this yellow, and is going to be able to slow down. Unfortunately, there's not going to be much blue to go to, but Professa can stretch this out and get to that little bit of blue there, and actually be able to hold on just a little bit longer. Yep, just like that, perfectly.
Absolutely.
And then they're going to be able to reach like a little patch of purple, so they're actually doing a great job at being able to use what little that they're being given here. It's not much real estate, but they are still getting some real estate.
Absolutely, and I mean, Gas has shown time and time again that they are a hex fucking god team. They, whether it's Thin Ice or whether it's Hexagon, they know what to do. They know how to dial in, and they know how to just prioritize who needs to go where, not step on each other's shoes, and maximize the real estate that they have to the best of their advantage. So this is definitely the best possible final that Gas could have asked for, because this is absolutely in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, and actually Royal has the other side of the map as X does, so both of them are sitting here. As you see, Dino's already down on yellow, so both of the team members of the Gas are actually on this middle blue area, falling down to purple right now, but they are definitely the higher ups here.
They are.
They're gonna just run out to the purple, they're gonna go down to the purple. All right, so every one of them
everyone's on yellow now.
Yellow at this point.
So at this point, unfortunately, none of them have that aerial advantage, but it's gonna essentially come down.
Jinsane gets ragdolled.
Jinsane ragdoll down. It seemed like he tried to turn around to grief Professa, but before he could even turn around to grief him, he ragdolled down through.
Yeah, so you have both of the members currently. Oh wait, and Dino falls out. Dino's down.
And Dino's down.
So Dino, I think Dino was trying to take out Royal because Royal had fallen down, and Jinsane I think is still up there. So it's a 2v1 right now. I don't necessarily know where Jinsane is. However, we do know that at least one of the team members of the Chonky Thonkers is out, and actually, Royal is in a really good position.
Royal is looking
great. Can get to Royal right now.
I mean, the only person right now that even Professa has to worry about is the Sonic, but I mean, Royal's
Sonic
in a league of their own.
Sonic does and running.
Yeah, so
and
now there's
Sonic died.
I think, and that means that Jinsane is out as well.
Yeah, so it's this is it. It's gonna yeah, this is gonna be it. So it's gonna go down to Royal, and yep, there it is. Team Gas makes it through.
You love to see it.
Congratulations to Gas.
GG, Royal clutching that win. Very well done. Well done to both teams. Chonky Thonkers, you guys played very well. Gas playing incredibly well, going up against one another. That was a great game. And thank you guys for being a part of the tournament, Chonky Thonkers. It was a very fun time to watch your tourney and cast you guys 100%. Spam this hex for Professa X. You love to see it, Baratorb. You love to see it. Spam that in chat for Professa, and Royal coming in hot, securing Gas's victory for going into the finals tomorrow. Amazing. Talk about some great tie-breaking games. Holy cow. That was incredible. We were able to watch some really good plays coming in on the boys, because Spark City was doing some great work on that jump showdown that we saw, and then it was very close down to the wires between Chonky Thonkers and Gas, but Gas coming in, showing that they really wanted to make it through onto tomorrow's team.
Yeah, I mean, Jinsane put in a hell of a plan. Like, Jinsane really was putting the team on their back. They're trying their hardest to get themselves through there, and honestly, I do not give them any like slack. Like, they put on a good show. They just, unfortunately, Gas is a very experienced team, and they, especially when it comes to the fact that two of them combined had over 2,500 wins, so you know, it's a tall order to try to get up against them, and you should not feel bad about losing against that duo. Absolutely.
And Dino Ricar's playing, you know, saying in chat they played really well, and they absolutely did. It was a great tournament, and great turn of events of how that all panned out, and you guys all played incredibly well. I am looking at the bracket, and everything is now secured and good to go, so that is going to be the end of today's tournament for the qualifiers of seeing who goes on into tomorrow. Woo! In order of who is making it in, if you guys are curious about tomorrow's teams, we have Team Awoo with 27 points going on in. Of course, all these are going to be reset tomorrow. We have Bean Team 6, Unknown Generations, Bean Apocalypse, Beanie Babies, Blackjack, Positive Vibes, Delete Hoarders, Endgame, Team 11, Chunky Thonkers, and... Or, I'm sorry, not Chunky Thonkers, Gas, and The Boys, making it on into tomorrow's finals for the top 12. It is going to be amazing. Very, very good gameplay, and it'll start at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and we would love to see you guys there. But we'll go ahead and end the stream now so that Chloe can pass the fuck out, and I can do a lot of prep work to make sure that everything is ready for tomorrow. So thank you guys for hanging out with us.
She knows I'm fucking gone.
We'll see you guys tomorrow for some great Beanie Brawly action for that $1,000 in cash prizes to the participating teams. So thank y'all for being here, and we'll see you very, very soon. We'll go ahead and send this love and raid on over to another person. I'm trying to see if any of the teammates that we had participate in the tournament today are still live.
X and Royal are definitely still going because they have stream snipe lobbies they're doing. So
Oh, if they're
either
doing
one of
stream
them
snipe
is fine.
snobbies, then yeah, that's gonna be easy then. Last thing I want to do is rate somebody that then's like, oh yeah, I'm done. So we'll go ahead and celebrate Royal's win with Gas by dropping this raid on his head. To be more royal. Perfect. If you guys want to join in on that raid, you are more than welcome to, of course. And there it is. You can hit join raid at the top. But for now, I freaking love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. PST. Bay will be here in spirit, but she will not be the caster. We're actually going to have Neon Caster be a part of it. But for
I'll
now,
be sleeping.
she'll be sleeping. You guys are dope, and let's go show some love to another wonderful member on Gas, helping get the crew on through. Bye, guys! Alright, raid success.